Can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Well, now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, Jungle. Like, just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds and Ja Rule get a stream for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? The style on my break, man. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that one.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. John will be with us soon, and I'm sure some others will be here with us soon. But we're just gonna go ahead and get started. I have a little time before my next class, so we were going to talk about this topic a while ago, but now we're going to talk about it today. So, lost in space. I'm not so sure if you guys are, look at who it is. Good morning. Good morning. Hi, HB. HB2N. That is our wonderful host from Gone Trucking. He'll be back soon. We all missed him. However, we're going to be talking about we have a lot of topics to cover today. However, we're going to get into this article and a few videos about the astronauts that are currently lost in space. They're lost in space. Okay. They've been out there for a long time, and well, there goes the bell. They've been out there for a long time, and so, you know, our hope is that they're going to come home. And one thing that's interesting to me, and I can't wait to get more of you all's perspectives on it, because it seems like the Republicans are blaming Kamala for this, and I don't know what Kamala has to do with this. But you know what? I guess we'll find out. So let's read a little bit, and then we'll watch a few videos. And I'm sure many of you are familiar with another time people were lost in space. You know, Apollo, you know. However, the safety problems plaguing Boeing are now genuinely out of this world, as they include multiple helium leaks on the Starliner rocket that has left astronauts stranded on the International Space Station. And worse, it has now arisen that both NASA and Boeing managers knew about the problem, but okayed the launch anyway, believing it too small to pose a threat. Now, isn't that something? The safety problems, wow. So they knew about it, but they said, hey, let's just go ahead anyways. It's not going to be that bad. It's not like people's lives are on the line or anything. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, I guess. All right, the New York Post reported officials found a helium leak on the troubled Starliner before its launch June 5th. But NASA and Boeing leaders said the rocket was good to go because the issue was supposedly too small to pose a safety threat for the spacecraft, CBS News said. The rocket launch date had already been delayed due to another leak. Wow. Okay. Then once in orbit, 4 more helium leaks developed. Say it ain't so. With one thruster officially deemed unusable. Wow. The return trip for astronauts Butch Wilmore, that's a good name, and Sonny Williams, has now been delayed until at least July 2nd. The irony of those names, Butch and Sonny. Huh. Okay. All right. I was going to say something, but, you know, let's just keep it PG for the morning until everyone else gets here. The dramatic turn of events compounds the already critical situation with Boeing after multiple high-profile malfunctions of planes and over 20 whistleblowers alerting about safety and quality issues. Wilmore and Williams were supposed to come back home June 13th after a week on the ISS, but their return date remains up in the air as engineers continue to analyze and test the helium leaks and thruster failures on the Starliner, NASA said. We are taking our time and following our standard mission management team process. Steve Stitch, manager of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, said in a statement, we are letting the data drive our decision making relative, there goes the bell again, making relative to managing the small helium system leaks and thruster performance we observed during rendezvous and docking, he added. NASA still trusts Starliner that would be performing well in orbit while docked to the space station. NASA official insists Wilmore and Williams are still clear to undock and fly home at any time if a major issue arises, but we all understand that this is not how space missions are supposed to go. There's a widespread concern over Starliner's ability to safely make the 6-hour return trip. Oh, it only takes 6 hours? I guess I thought it took longer than that. Boeing has spent about $1.5 billion in cost overruns beyond the initial $4.5 billion contracted secured with NASA, which is hoping to make Starliner its second mode of transportation to the ISS alongside SpaceX Crew Dragon. The Crew Dragon. So that is, let's see. Hey, Untrackable. Oh, look, there's people here. I was reading the article. I didn't even know that. Hey, P Black. Good morning. Good morning, Tyrone. I think you better call Tyrone. Hey, Tyrone. Hey, Woody. Good morning, everybody. Hey, Track. Untrackable.
Yeah,
How's it going?
good.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We're back.
Yeah, good morning again.
I know. Again, and again. That kid from the last one was pretty. He was something, huh?
I mean, some people just want to talk, and some people want to be part of the conversation that's going on.
Yeah.
And there's venues for that. I get it, but sometimes when because I think you guys do, you try to point things in a direction, and I think
Mhm.
that's good. It's good for conversation. You bring up a topic and let's talk about it. And
Yeah.
and then there's people out there, and I'm kind of one of them too. But I go to the venue for what I want to. If I just want to talk, I got people I can talk to. But talking to y'all, and when you bring up conversations, it sparks the mind, and so yeah. Thanks for having me. And if somebody wants to come up and just chatty. It might be counterproductive towards the pointed conversation, the questions being asked and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I don't think he did anything bad. It's just he's an
He was just
individual.
interesting. He was interesting. I liked him. Good morning, HB.
Hey, good morning, Portia. I heard you got a great story you're talking about this morning. I heard something about thrusting power, and I wanted to speak on that.
Okay,
Um,
go ahead. You have the floor.
yeah, I'm not a rocket scientist, but when it comes to thrusting, I do have a lot of. I would consider myself a expertise at thrusting and thrusting power. Um, it takes
Is
a
that? Did you
it's a
have to go
lot
to
of
school for that?
thrusting.
Did you have to go to
Yeah.
school?
Uh,
Do you have a
I had
bachelor's
a
or a master's in thrusting or?
interesting. No, I had a brief OnlyFans career, but that's about
Oh,
it. Good morning, everybody. Let's see
That's
who
good
we
morning.
got in the. I didn't know there was a guy here. Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, put my pants back up. Hey, sir, how you doing this morning? What is
Hey,
this
how
lunchtime?
dare you assume my gender?
Oh, that is right. Good morning, human being. I'm not sure what you are. Uh,
Hey, good to see you all. Good morning. Good morning.
yeah, there. Salute to Kane's catharsis. A lot of premature ignition. That is right. There is a lot of premature. You guys thought the Apollo mission was bad. Watch me blast off. That's Good morning, San Jose. San Jose, I wanted to tell you I definitely appreciate that the Cash App the other day too. I didn't get to let you know, but I really do appreciate the support. Um, I usually don't accept donations from underage people, but I make an exception for you, San Jose. Thank you, thank you.
wow.
Universal Jones, salute. Nobody cares. What is it, Dark Carter? I don't know.
Work hard.
Uh, work harder. Okay, yeah. Oh, we got Tyrone in the building. Oh, we got P Black. Yeah, P Black. I'm currently walking through Humboldt Park right now, looking for your bitch ass. Where you at, nigga? Where you at? Where you at, hoe ass nigga? Um,
Jesus.
but anyway, got the got the spinneroonie on me, man. Where you at, man? Where you at? What we doing? Samuel Giroux, salute, man. Definitely support. I want to appreciate Samuel Giroux too. You know, it's crazy.
Absolutely.
You guys sending support. We're not even here, man. That's well, I wasn't even there. That's major, man. So I definitely appreciate you guys. But go ahead, Portia. I didn't want to take over your show. I just wanted to show support. I heard you were speaking about thrusting, so I wanted to, add my 2 cents into, some premature ignition thrusting. I do have a lot of experience in that area.
Well,
Um,
Universal says that you've put in 10,000 hours of thrusting. Is this true?
I wish maybe 10 minutes altogether, but yeah, I appreciate that, man, for thinking so highly of me. But yeah,
Wow.
about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. It's a lot of premature uh, takeoffs. A lot of premature takeoffs. Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
So
man.
how's your walk going?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I think it's the fall now in Chicago. Just going to get some coffee. I'm just taking it all in. Uh, we'll be leaving soon, so I'm just enjoying my last few days in Chicago. Just taking it all in.
Does it
Enjoying
feel like surreal?
nah, I'm just you walk down the street, you got some tweaker asking if you sell weed, or you got a bum asking if you got some change. You got a whore looking at your crotch area. I think I'm gonna get over it. You know.
Can I ask you? I've never been to Chicago, but did in your time there, did you get to see like the iconic places?
Oh yeah. I saw that Sears Tower, the Bean, O Block. I've seen everything.
Okay, well that's good.
Yeah, no. Chicago is a very beautiful city. A lot of fun. Always things to do. Very diverse. Great food. Lovely place. Brutal during the winter. Completely brutal. But other than that, man, it's honestly probably the best city in America, honestly. Like, I know everybody's proud of where they're from, but compared to Chicago, your city is kind of shit, honestly. Honestly. Compared to Chicago though. But
It's all right.
yeah, Kane's, you are very correct. Kane's catharsis, 4-hour pre-checklist, 2-minute flight. Yeah. That pretty much sums up flight HB2N. Yeah, a lot of pre-checklist, but the flight, yeah, it's gonna be it's kind of like Varun, goes up and down very quickly. Uh, oh man, Fort Worth is way better. Way better than what? Are you serious? Than Chicago? Man, shut up. Fort Worth is better than what? Fort Worth ain't even the best city in Texas. What are you talking about, bro? Are you serious?
It is a fine city.
Man, listen,
I
Portia.
mean,
These people don't know. Chicago is literally the best city in America by far. I've been to all the major cities. A lot of y'all too scared to even come to Chicago. You ain't even know.
I mean, I will say, like, from my experience in Chicago recently, I had an incredible time. It was great, honestly. It really was. Like, I didn't feel scared. I felt safe the whole entire time. I didn't see anything crazy. I think I saw a dead rat. That was about it. That was probably the craziest thing that I saw. But beyond that, the whole city, I just loved the vibe. I loved just seeing people out and about and just being in the city, especially not being a city girl. Like, I loved it. I thought it was great. So, I mean, I guess I can agree with you.
Yeah. And keyword, the rat was dead. In New York, the rat would have been doing the cucaracha on the street.
Probably would have
Cucaracha,
stole my purse.
cucaracha. Yeah, they probably would have robbed the rat would have robbed you. In Chicago, that thing is dead. You know, like nah,
I
Chicago
can
is. Oh, go
I
ahead,
can
go ahead.
say this. Like I've never been to Chicago. I've never been to New York City. Some of the biggest cities I've been to with Baltimore,
Oh,
Charlotte.
oh,
I've been to large international cities. I've been to LA. But what
oh.
I gotta
See,
say, but
oh,
what I
LA's
but
a shithole. Oh man.
but what I do have to say is based off of why I'm there and what I'm doing.
Hmm.
Uh, I find friends around every corner, and
Yeah,
so you can point out the disparities or the quote unquote bad side of town. But if you're doing you and you go to a place to enjoy it, I think you're going to find good people around every corner, and you're going to
absolutely,
get to do. You can do the same thing in Seoul, Korea, that you can do in London, England, that you can do in Charlotte, North Carolina, that you can do in New York City, that you could do in Chicago, that you could do in El Paso, Texas. If you're doing you, you're going to find what you want in those places.
absolutely,
It's if somebody's up to no good or if somebody's scared, well, you're going to have a hard time everywhere you go.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Tyrone asked if you did you go by Farrakhan's house place.
Nah, I didn't go by the yeah, no, I didn't go by Farrakhan's plate.
No
Ah,
assalamu
you can
alaikums
still.
for you.
Nah, they're too serious. Yeah, nah, they're those yeah, those Muslims, they're too serious. And honestly, I'm not really into bean pies like that. I've had a couple, but yeah, I'm good. The nation, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Um, but yeah, I'm talking about just major cities. Chicago's the best major city. You get the best bang for your buck. Like you compare housing in Chicago and then compare it to DC, it's ridiculous. DC is so much more expensive than Chicago. But it's like, what do you get living in DC? I mean, unless you're a politician or something, you know, or work with NASA, you know. But anyway, I didn't want to take
I
up too
feel
much.
you on that. I feel you on
Yeah,
that. As far as like the cost of living,
yeah,
because like
yeah.
I smoke cigarettes, and I've got some people down here that have come from New York City, and because they're down here and the majority of their family is up there, they're like, hey, buy cartons of cigarettes, and then when you come and visit, bring them up to us. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, people do that in Indiana all the time. They'll buy stuff in Indiana then sell it in Chicago.
Or stuff like this. Like I'm in suburbia, central North Carolina, right? And my house, it's nice. It's in the school district. Everything's good, nice and peaceful, diverse neighborhood. House costs 200,000. We go and visit a family member, and this is a single woman. She got a good job and all, but her property is like 1.2 million, and her house is old as hell, needs constant work. But because of the popularity and the economy of the area, it's like this old house, like Bob, was it what was that guy that used to fix up old houses? I can't remember. Bob Ross was the painter, but the other dude, he used to do this old house and show you all the things that you buy an old house, you're going to get a cheaper price, but you're going to have to do work to it. That's what she's living in, and it's a million plus. Whereas we have basically a brand new house. Yeah, it's, you know, it's different. It's modern and drywall and simple stuff like that. But for where we are in our lives, comparing the prices, it's like somebody leaving the north could come down here and buy an entire neighborhood just by selling one house.
Kane says I've changed buses in downtown Chicago, and a random stranger asked me for a paper. After I gave him a paper, he tried to sell me some stuff. Huh. Well, I hope that you continue to enjoy and, you know, the bittersweet cross-country move you're about to make.
Yeah, you know, Chicago's it's a hustling city, so you know they're probably gonna try to sell you something. I've bought many cologne bottles off of crackheads in Chicago. It's just you know, this is just the Chicago way. Try to sell you something, you know. It's just part of the big cities. But you know, there are some things I definitely gonna miss about Chicago. You know, just
Well, you can
not many
always go
cities
back
you
and
could just
visit.
walk around. Yeah. There's not many cities you could just walk around drunk and feel safe. You know.
Well, I
Chicago's
mean,
one of them.
yeah, I mean, maybe not for a woman so much so, like alone, but I was pretty
Yeah.
I was pretty wasted when I was there walking in the streets.
Yeah, I like looking for drunk girls walking around. Anyway,
Uh,
I want to let you get back to your
well,
story. I did see this comment, laughing like Saget said, DC, Chicago. It's not even close, man. It's not even close. I've been to DC numerous times, actually. DC is decent, but it's not even close. Like, you guys are getting it up the old wazoo up in DC because you got the goddamn White House over there. So they make you guys think it costs more to live out there. DC, you guys don't like the food. Like the food's not even all that good in DC. You guys got some decent food.
it's great in Texas.
I would say the you guys do have some good museums. I'll say that's one notch you have over in Chicago. We got some good museums too in Chicago, but not like DC. But I mean, come on. Come on. Come on. We got free museums in Chicago. Y'all got to pay for y'all museums. And I mean, DC. I don't know. I don't know. So political too. Chicago's super political too. Let me not get you. But like Chicago's cool. There's a lot of I don't know. I don't know. You guys do have a lot of like hot African chicks out there. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't even think it's close. Especially what you can get too. Your bang for your buck. Like
Someone just get shot? Is that what a
nah, that's actually a pickup truck police car. I don't know when they started doing that. Got a pickup truck police car.
well, they
That's
have those
crazy.
a lot in Texas, so
Huh. Yeah. Saget, Chicago has a way better downtown than DC. That's for sure. That's
I,
for sure.
I gotta
Chicago's
say,
downtown.
I gotta say too, it's when you're talking about like your favorite place to be or what you think about a city, it's all very subjective to the individual because some people, you know,
That's true too.
one, uh, let's just put it this way, so, because we were talking about cars earlier, and
Uh-huh.
there's good cars for people that can afford them and that need them. And then there's
Yeah.
expensive cars for people that don't give a fuck about money because they don't have to think about it every day.
Yeah.
It can kind of be the same way with cities. It's like, why are you in this city, or why do you like this city? Because
Yeah.
I grew up in a township by the ocean, and I was not part of the elites. But
Mm.
what I got to do was I got to go to the ocean for free. Like, people are paying for memberships for pools and stuff, and it's like, okay,
Yeah.
I'll be at the free state park ocean, and I'm gonna get my swimming in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. That's another thing too. Chicago's got beachfront. We don't have the ocean, but we got Lake Michigan. So I mean, Lake Michigan is so deep, it's damn near an ocean. It's been
I've been on Michigan. I've been on Michigan, and I can tell you, but it's that idea that, like, you can have what the elitists have for free. Like,
yeah.
oh, you're gonna swim, I'm gonna swim. Oh, you're gonna swim in a chlorine pool, well, I'm gonna swim in nature, and
Yeah.
let's see which one of us winds up stronger. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I prefer a pool over nature, but nothing beats nature. Nothing beats nature.
I mean, I love
Anyway,
it.
I'm gonna let Portia get back to her story. This is a great story. I didn't
Are
know
you
that there
gonna?
were I didn't know that there were astronauts lost in space still.
Yeah,
You know?
they've been up there for a while. Are you gonna stay up here and hang out with me for a little bit? Or are you about to go off?
Yeah. I gotta go. I'm gonna be listening though. And hopefully they make it. You know?
It's a
Hopefully
man
they.
and a woman,
Oh, oh.
so
You think they're gonna
definitely.
gonna do a little?
I mean, they've been stranded up there for forever, and I mean, they have significant others waiting on them. But I mean, if this is how we're gonna go out, then
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. Would it be considered grape if it's in space?
Good morning, Blue Jays. It is not time to take your break.
What are the laws in space? Are there space laws?
I'd imagine there might be space laws. Oh
Hey,
yeah, so
hey.
Tyrone says that they're not lost in space. How are they getting water and food? Um, I've seen those questions, so maybe the video will help to answer those things.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
they probably got cans of sardines on the probably got cans of sardines and spaghettios.
SpaghettiOs.
Yeah, they probably got spaghettios. So they're
Oh,
probably prepared, like freeze dried spaghettios. So they just gotta put some water on it, and then they can I'm sure they can I'm sure they can like repurpose their urine and like turn it into water somehow. You know.
what
Um,
do they eat in space?
yeah, probably got a lot of freeze dried stuff.
Well,
Um,
let me ask this question too, because you brought up kind of the, hey, we're out here, and then you brought up basically a sexually aggressive uh, moment.
Yeah, yeah,
D- if you are trying to live and you have a partner, does it make sense to violate your partner,
absolutely
knowing
not.
that you're
Absolutely,
going to have to depend on them after the fact? Because,
absolutely not. Yeah,
okay, I just wanted to clear that up, because I mean, you might have said it as a joke or whatever, but if you only have one person
Yeah.
and there is a chance that you could live, you know, that would create a great distrust, if not the destruction of your partner that you're
Yeah.
trying to survive with. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's the one thing about like graping somebody. I'm pretty sure afterwards they'd probably not trust you so much. So you got a point. I was
I
just
mean,
wondering because when you're stuck somewhere that secluded with somebody, your mind starts to wander. You know, start
I,
to think of
I
crazy
understand.
thoughts.
I understand based off of the thought, like, being separated from your significant other and urges and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But you gotta you gotta have that fortitude within yourself.
yeah,
You
and
know,
these are the best of the best too. I mean, these are goddamn astronauts. These aren't like guys in prison, animals. These are freaking astronauts. So you're probably right. I think survival and getting back home that's objective number one.
and there's the idea of like having dignity in the way that you go out, and
Yeah,
and also and also being respectful to the fact that your partner is going to go out the same way that you go out. So
yeah,
it's like, okay, if you guys just hold hands and get sucked into the vacuum of space, I don't think anybody's gonna look down on that. It was just teammates saying goodbye in their last
yeah.
moments. But to think it was like, oh, I got to get this last one in, and the only way to do it is force it. That becomes disgusting, and
Yeah,
it will be part of the recording when it all comes out, and it'll be like, oh, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Pardon my
yeah.
language.
Nah, and then they'll make like one of those sci-fi channel stories about it, and they'll just call it like Grape in Space, and then it's just like, come on, it's you're gonna make like a Netflix special about it, make this guy seem like the worst guy in the world. Yeah, 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 you're right.
I mean, I've been in a lot less stressful situations where my life was not on the line, um, but there was mixed company, I guess you could say, and I
Mm-hmm.
felt a certain type of way. But it's like that's not what we're here for. That's not going to solve any problems. Like, you know what I mean? It's,
Yeah, yeah.
it's
Not
like,
not many
okay,
problems are solved that way.
I mean, even in relationship type of stuff, like, oh, I got a friend, I'm in the friend zone, and then you to get out of the friend zone, and you get turned down. It's like, all right, well,
Yeah.
deal with it. Don't just go take what you thought you know.
You
That's
you had
it's
a
absolute.
you
That
had a
stuff's
guy
disgusting.
you had a girl put you in the friend zone before?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry about that, man.
No, it's good to have uh
Sorry
friends,
about that.
and when you think that you've got what do they call it in Bambi? They call it Twitter pated. Like you're
Yeah.
not in your right mind. You're just feeling your instinct and stuff like that. Which instinct is good, but
Yeah.
at the same time, if you get turned down, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that, man. All right, I gotta push. I gotta get out of here. Um,
Okay,
talk
hopefully
to you
somebody else
guys.
comes up because I have to go to the rush.
Yeah.
I have to go pee.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. Oh, you gotta go pee. Okay.
yeah, so
Uh,
I have to leave my computer to do that.
Press the wrong button. Um,
But yeah, I'll just continue to hold it until someone else comes.
Let me bring you a cup real quick. Hold on.
I mean, it's okay. We can have a moment of silence while you go handle your business.
Samuel said, I mean, isn't the International Space Station the most expensive thing made by humans? What has come from it? I don't really know. I guess we can look that up. But since y'all were talking about food, we can watch a little bit of this and pause in between, fair use. We are reviewing this video for educational purposes. So space food systems.
Since the start of human spaceflight, NASA has worked to improve the taste, texture, and shelf life of food for its crews. NASA food scientists are challenged with developing healthy menus that can meet all of the unique requirements for living and working in an extreme environment. Consider the differences between living on Earth and living in space. Scientists develop foods which will be easier to handle.
I guess he wasn't too far off. That looked like some canned something. I don't know if it was tuna or sardines, but it was something in a can, that's for sure. Let's see.
Handle and consume in a microgravity environment. These food products require no refrigeration and provide the nutrition humans need to remain healthy during spaceflight. The Space Food Systems Laboratory includes a test kitchen equipped with sensory testing capabilities, a food processing laboratory, a food packaging laboratory, and an analytical laboratory. It's from these labs that NASA's space food scientists have been instrumental in advancing the variety and quality of foods available for human spaceflight. In the early Apollo days, NASA's space food team developed improvements in freeze-drying technology. That same technology makes it possible for food to remain shelf-stable at ambient temperatures for long periods of time while significantly reducing.
Well, I'll say none of that looks good. Doesn't look like something you want to eat. But I mean, you got to eat. So you got to eat. But it doesn't look good at all.
The weight of the food. NASA has a solid reputation for reaching out to work with industry and academia to develop best practices. NASA collaborated with the Pillsbury Corporation. Together, the two organizations developed the Hazard Analysis and Critical Control Point, or HACCP. The HACCP process is designed to prevent food safety problems during food production rather than in the finished product where they can no longer be corrected. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration has applied HACCP guidelines for the handling of seafood, juice, and dairy products. Many states now require HACCP programs for restaurants and school food service.
Well, it looks like, I guess they're eating kind of okay. They're eating enough to survive. So that's kind of what they eat in space. And how they eat in space, I found a video about that, but just to stay within the to talk more about the astronauts that are actually lost in space. Let's watch some of this. So this is another video for educational purposes, YouTube, fair use. We are reviewing this to see what's going on with the astronauts for education purposes. So let's see.
Here they come, taking their first steps outside for their historic flight test to the International Space Station.
Sonny's taking a quick look at last look at planet Earth for a while.
Sonny and I are honored to share this dream of space flight with each and every one of you.
Status check. Go Atlas. Go Centaur. Go Starliner. Godspeed, Butch and Sonny.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. And liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V, carrying two American heroes, drawing a line to the stars for all of us.
June 5 comes around. They finally get the launch of the first test flight of human carrying capacity of the Boeing Starliner. And really, the whole flight is a certification process.
Okay, so it's a test flight with humans. I guess it costs too much money to try and test it another way? What do you think? Okay, maybe you didn't hear me. Let's keep going.
Is this ready to enter service for ferrying astronauts to the space station? Starliner was already about 7 years behind. It should have been, and hopefully, a cruisy flight into space.
Boeing's done a magnificent job. And thus far, like I said, things have just gone, I don't know, I mean, swimmingly.
Unfortunately, it hasn't quite unfolded like that.
So June 6, 2024, low Earth orbit. So they, from the article that we read earlier, seems like, everything, they had the helium leaks. It took them time because of the helium leaks. And now, after they launched, they had more issues with helium leaks. And it seems like what we're watching right now, because I haven't watched any of these videos, I just found something to get the show started back up from the last one. However, as he just said, Butch, the guy that's actually on the shuttle right now, he was like, oh, everything's going great. It's going great. So June 6th, we're at low Earth orbit. So let's see.
Issues emerged one day after departure when Boeing Starliner started docking at the International Space Station.
The crew will have the opportunity to conduct their manual piloting demo.
5 of its 28 thrusters failed.
The thrusters are there to help you guide and slow down to your target, the target being docking with the space station. And in particular, they need those thrusters to work to come back home.
So 5 of them failed. So
we have confirmation of contact and capture of NASA's Boeing crew flight test.
Eventually, Starliner was able to dock to the ISS, but the malfunctions left questions over the mission and the safe return of its crew. Sunita Williams, a veteran astronaut, former space station commander and US Navy captain.
Give me 1 second.
And command.
1 second, because I just found this out because I was trying to hold it down over here, but it looks like our host is live, and maybe he didn't realize that I started this one for him like he asked me to. Let's see.
Is everything okay?
Hold on, I'm trying to make sure. Because like the way that we usually do things here, we have like shifts and stuff, but I'm a teacher and all of that, and I have class, but I'm trying to, until what is it right now? Because I do have class next period, but just give me 1 second.
I have 11:15 on the East Coast.
Okay, so let's just keep going. Let's see. I'm trying to see 7:30. Let me make this smaller really quick. Oh, no, it is because I said their names. Okay, sorry.
And a Barry Butch Wilmore, another experienced astronaut and Navy aviator.
I'm not sure we could have gotten a better welcome. I mean, we had music. It was great.
We're just happy as can be to be up in space, one in Starliner, on an Atlas V, and then here on the International Space Station. It just doesn't get much better.
But at the time, they didn't know it'd take NASA months to figure out how to bring them home.
Good afternoon, and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center.
At the weekend, the agency announced its updated mission to the world.
Butch and Sonny will return with Crew 9 next February. Starliner will return uncrewed.
With so much uncertainty around Starliner's performance, the crew will be retrieved by Boeing's rival, SpaceX, making the crew's stay on the ISS around 8 months longer than the planned 8 days.
We've had a lot of tense discussions, and so people have emotional investment in either option.
So here we are in the front of the International Space Station where our spacecraft docked. Just to reorient.
During broadcasts and interviews, Butch and Sunny haven't once complained about NASA's choices.
Eventually, obviously, it's time to come home. We all know that. But yeah, a little more time would be great.
We've got a great team here. You know, we don't really want to leave because we like these guys.
We launch when it's ready. We'll bring you home when it's ready. Thank you, guys.
From here on Earth, for regular people like you and me, the idea of having to suddenly spend an extra 8 months and 430 kilometres up there is pretty overwhelming. But when you speak to those who've actually been there, they share a totally different point of view.
Ground control to Major Tom.
I don't know what he's singing about.
It is a fantastic human experience.
So, from what we know so far, they're up there. They haven't come back. It's 2 of them. So, as recently as 2 days ago, again, fair use. This is for educational purposes.
Yes,
As of
yes.
2 days ago, come to find out that the Starliner actually returns to Earth. But the astronauts didn't come back with the Starliner. So
Why not?
I don't know. I don't know.
I have an opinion on this. Another thing before I give my opinion, you guys have another channel open.
It's a premiere, I think.
Oh, okay. Nah, man. Most of this stuff is fake, man. Like, it's just a way for them to keep getting taxpayers' money. Like, that's all that is. Because I believe Elon said that he'll work to try to get these people out of there, and I guess they didn't want his help either. So that should tell you something right there. It's like they want our tax money to be in NASA again, because I believe we cut the funding of NASA not too long ago, like what 7-8 years ago or something like that. So they're probably trying to just get that money back. That's what I think.
I see it from what you're saying about the money aspect, but I also think that when it comes to safety and protection of the lives that you sent, that was a practice with humans going up, but I think it's more volatile with humans coming down. So them having to stay in a place that has been visited and transformations of personnel have already been successfully conducted. With this experimental return, I don't think they trusted the what they had. So to keep those 2 people where they were for the extra time, yeah, you can go down the money road, but at the same time, they would have been experiments going down just the same way as they were going up, and they got them successfully up, and then they calculated all the failures along the way.
You think that those people are really up there?
Do I think there's really people in space?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay, Bell just wrong. So I actually do have a class this period, so I'll have to get to my little ones. And we have a 3-minute passing period, so in 3 minutes they'll be here. So but for 3 minutes, let's see what they're talking about here on with the Starliner returning without the astronauts, and let's see if some of our questions can be answered.
Starliner spacecraft has successfully landed in the New Mexico desert. The capsule traveled back to Earth from the International Space Station without its crew. It had developed technical problems, including helium leaks, shortly after its original launch. So NASA decided it would be safer to leave the 2 astronauts on board the ISS. Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams will return to Earth in February in a SpaceX capsule after they'll have spent 8 months in orbit. NASA says both of them are in good spirits. Well, we heard from NASA a short while ago, and they told us more about the mission.
I'm happy to report Starliner did really well today in the undock, the orbit, and landing sequence. We used the NASA docking system for the second time on the mission to undock from the space station. That system performed really well. It's a derivative system will be used for Orion down the road, so it was good to pave the way for Orion as well. The spacecraft executed a nominal.
I mean, they're saying they're in good spirits, but how good of spirits would you be? Yeah, you went up there. It was only supposed to be it was supposed to be a week. You were only supposed to be out there for a week. You coming home, but now they're saying that they don't foresee these people coming back until 2025. So, I guess all is well. You're not dead. That's great. Yeah, but I just couldn't imagine being confined in such a small space like that for months on end. Like, I just imagine that you would go crazy. You would go absolutely crazy. And this trip, of course, they're going to have emergency food and emergency whatever. But those emergency supplies, there's no way that they anticipated those emergency supplies, lasting well over a year. So, I guess
if it was to be true, I would feel your same sentiment, but I don't believe that those people are up there. That's just me.
You don't think they're up there?
Oh, Bell just rung. I have to go and get the kids from the door. Do you want me to play some more of this? Because once I get them settled, I can put my headphones in and I can play more. But I just have to,
John, you laugh when I said that. Why?
Laugh what? I think they're up there.
you do? Did you not know that?
Portia, you want to play it when you get back?
If not
in case
all,
we need to stop it.
If not all, but most astronauts are Freemasons.
No, I didn't know that. I wasn't very familiar with all that.
What's the number 1 rule for a Freemason, if you know?
Is that right? Yeah, I didn't know that. See, that's new to me. News to
the
me.
number 1 rule of a Mason is secrecy.
Yeah, I don't know much about masonry, Mason stuff, Freemason stuff. Maybe we should do a stream on it for the people that know all about it. Inform the people like me that are kind of ignorant of it all. So you don't think they're up there, Latino for Trump?
Nah, man. I'll show you some videos that I have of editing blue screen when they're in space and stuff, and how the bubbles and all that stuff that they have and what they do with the hair standing up and all that, and you can see the harness. And I'll show you, man. This is, trust me, I used to think too, and then after I saw a whole bunch of stuff, and I was just like, nah, man. And if you knew how NASA was funded and how NASA became a thing, then you yourself would be like, what the hell?
I mean, in these days and times, it pays to be skeptical of everything. That's for sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we took all the scientists from World War II, from Nazi Germany. It was a battle between us and Russia on who could take the most of these people, and basically we brought them here, gave them names, gave them citizenship, and yeah, the rest is history.
Yeah, I have to look more into that. What's up, Crack?
Yeah, what's up?
Nothing much. You been on the Thorpes lately? What are the Thorpes up to?
I don't know. There's some big drama with whatever podcast last night, man. Huge drama. Everything's blowing up.
We good, but yo, are we good though from last night?
What happened last night?
Didn't we get kicked off?
Oh, that? I have no idea about that.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I think you just gotta. It's crazy. Sometimes I think someone reported it.
There's tons of people reporting us right now, like Dan and who else. It could be anybody, dude.
And that's the thing. You have no control over who comes into your channel either, right?
I mean, we do have control over who comes on the panel. We don't have
On the
control over
panel,
who
but not
just
the
clicks on the link, right, and start listening.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
That is kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy.
It sucks that as adults we have to go through this type of shit.
Yeah, it's the whole cancel culture, I think, that has invaded the YouTube space, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, very interesting.
Everybody's John. There's not enough. A lot of men are on low T.
You think that's what it is?
Yeah, man, it's a lot of low T, bro. Stop eating pistachios. That's high on estrogen. Find foods, bro. People need to start finding foods that are high on T, man, because I feel like there's not enough men with T, bro. No,
man, you hear the commercials all the time advertising for that low T shit.
You don't hear all these men that want to vote for Kamala. Listen to them and how they talk and how they act.
Oh, you gonna summon Stanley here?
Today, man, I went shopping. I bought literally, what was it? 16 items. Some veggies, nothing major. Guess how much that shit came out to?
$50.
Nah, bro, $50 wouldn't been beautiful.
Well, what you buying then? What you got? 16 items. Let's see.
$90, bro. I bought some mini cucumbers, some potatoes. What was it? Some celery. Like, it wasn't nothing major. Everything was
vegetables. You gotta grow your own food now. That's it. That's how it works.
But they don't even want you to grow your own food. Don't you see? Like, if you grow in a big, you gotta buy their seeds. You gotta buy their soil.
The seeds, the Monsanto seeds.
Man, You guys gotta get hip.
The Monsanto. I brought that up like several streams ago. I brought that shit up those days.
Come on, man. You believing that we went to the moon in the 60s when my iPhone had more power than that goddamn rocket?
You gotta save that for the late night stream, dude. Like, we can't do that right now. Monsanto seeds.
Well, someone said John called it. What John called what? What are you referring to, all-seeing guy? I don't know what you're referring to there. I'm curious to know what he's talking about there. What is he talking about there? Curious to know.
I mean, if you want to do a conspiracy stream, you need to have Nina, Rashu, me, someone else.
You can put me in there too.
Latino.
Yeah, I mean, but you have to have a core group and lead that thing. Otherwise, I'm just gonna put schizos on here.
And that same music you got on right now.
You say low T 2 or 3 times, Stanley shows up.
It's like saying Beetlejuice. Low T.
He come up here to defend his honor. Yeah, man, I think you'd have to do that like one topic at a time. Like 9/11. You go all night with that shit, probably.
That's the only one I don't really like to talk about because it hurts, man.
Yeah,
it really does. I wasn't even in New York. I had a teacher, man, a black dude, man, cool as fuck, man.
Yeah.
And when that happened, bro, that day he left, picked up everything, and just went to go get his brother, man. And come to find out that his brother died. This guy never went back to teach.
Somebody in a warehouse or something. Yeah, I remember exactly where I was during 9/11. I was at your way crack San Francisco treat. Had just went to a 49ers game. Got stuck in San Fran for a week.
Yeah, because you couldn't travel. I remember.
Yeah, the flights for shit.
3 days.
And one of those flights were coming from going to San Francisco, if I'm not mistaken.
Boston.
Yeah, that's true. I remember that. Yeah, like yesterday.
What's funny was, I don't know if y'all remember, like the airports was closed for what, 2 to 3 days or whatever, and I believe on the 13th they opened up. Was it the 13th or the 15th? One of those days they opened up the airport again, and everybody thought it was another terrorist attack because a plane that was going to the Dominican Republic, I don't know if you guys remember this, had fell in Queens.
I think I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. That shit was nuts.
I remember where I was. I was a freshman in college, and my now wife's birthday was September 10. So we celebrated her birthday, and the next day I had a 3-hour biology lab. It was like 7 to 10. And they let us out early, but we didn't have like notifications. It was just the class let us out early. And I get back to the dorm and I walk through the front doors, and it's like a lobby area. And there's a big screen TV. Remember the big screen TVs that were like 3-4 feet deep?
Yeah.
Bro, heavy duty.
And the entire like grounds crew, like everybody that like takes out the trash and everybody that was working for the dorm was surrounded by the TV. And I was like, hey, you know, what's going on in the I thought it was like a, what do you call it? Like the telenovelas, like the drama shows that they showed during the day. I thought maybe something was going on, and I'm peeking over some dude's shoulder, and here I am, 18 years old, college student, probably stoned, and I'm like, what's going on? And that's when I saw the second plane hit, and they're showing it live, and I just sat back into the couch and just kind of sank. I was like, because growing up as a child, we watched Desert Storm go down live.
Yeah. I remember that, man.
And then, you know, I grew up in a military family. You know, everybody was retired at that time, but
bro, I know you were angry.
No, I didn't know what to think. I didn't know how it was going to affect me. I didn't believe it was real. Because it was like, oh, this is real life. Because everybody told me, oh, go to college and you're going to do this, you're going to do that, you're going to do the other. But then I'm watching this live, just mass destruction on TV, just like everybody else was watching it, and it didn't click.
What didn't click? You mean what was happening?
Yeah, it was like, this is, oh, okay, how does this affect me? This is superficial, but at the same time, I was recognizing that people are losing their lives as I'm watching, as they're putting it on the news, as they're spreading it live. And that clicked, but what it meant to me didn't click. It didn't click for a couple more years.
And so now that it's clicked, what does it mean to you? How does it affect you?
Man, I was tight.
Now that it's clicked, how does it affect you?
Me?
No. Who's this speaking? Chuck? Who's this speaking?
Untrackable.
Untrackable. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. My college career in that moment, I had found like being part of the social structure. Like I had never had such widespread exposure to people from different places. So I was all about making friends. I wasn't even about going to school at that point. And so I failed out of school. I don't blame that day. I blame the fact that, you know, I didn't want to be in school. Like, I wanted to meet people. That kind of was my gravitation. Was yeah, I could go to class, but if I can find somebody to hang out with, I'd rather do that. And that was my life at that time.
So what do you do now?
Well, I work.
Tell us what kind of work you do.
I do warehouse work.
Okay.
I used to work warehouse too.
Yeah, I worked it. That's tough work.
Logistics, use the machines, handle business. But I think it's very important. I think it's very important that that day and what it did to my surroundings when I went to go look for a job, having failed out of college. That's when I found myself in the military, because like Walmart wouldn't hire me. The local grocery store wasn't going to hire me.
Why wouldn't they hire you?
One was experience, I believe was an excuse that they had. And two was like, I was working at the grocery store and I was working at fast food when I was in high school, which means everybody that comes behind me in high school that's looking for these little 4-hour shifts, I couldn't go back to what I was doing before. I had to move forward. But when you fail out of college and you have nothing nothing behind your name, guess who was looking when they decided to start a war? The Army.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So that's where I found myself. And and I will take the Army education over over the grandiose stereotypical public education system any given day.
Facts.
Why do you say that?
I say that because I think the education system tries to point people towards what's marketable right now, which can change, which can change with the snap of the fingers. Now, the military education, yes, they're designing you to handle their purpose, but they also designed me to survive and adapt under everything, no matter what happens.
Person.
So when I separated myself from that structure, that's when I found myself more viable for application to, to do a normal, peaceful job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's interesting. I was in the military for a brief period of time. So I kind of, even in that short period of time, I could see what you're saying. In the military, I went in there and I went to Fort Leonard Wood or whatever. And, they look at it from the standpoint, well, rightfully so, that they're investing in you, right? They're going to teach you how to do something specific to what they need you to do. I think in public education, you are the investment. There's a big dollar sign on your head that they want to, get as much of that as possible. And so I think that's kind of the difference between the military and the public schools. The military is at least educating you for a particular purpose that may or may not be useful in the private sector, but the skills they teach you to go out and execute those functions probably, have some value in the private sector, but not so much just going to school for the sake of just learning stuff. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Well, I can tell you like this too. I joined when I was 20 after failing out of college for 2 years. And since I've been out, which it's been quite a long time now too. I can say that I joined as a 92 Golf, which is a food service specialist.
Okay. I was 92 Bravo.
92 Bravo?
Yeah.
I understand the 92 series, but would you say what you did?
I didn't serve, man. I was only there for a short period of time.
Well, thank you anyways.
I got an honorable discharge, by the way.
It's all good.
Even though I raised
But
holy hell in there, man, they still gave me honorable. Can you believe that?
But when I got out after being a food service specialist in the military, like people expected me to have that passion for that because it's what do they call it? It's that job training type of stuff. Like,
Right.
if you're gonna be a cook, you should have a passion for being a cook. If you're gonna be a mechanic, well, in the military they don't care. Like, you sign up for what you sign up for, and you either do the job or you don't. But when you get out, a lot of people expect you to go down that same vocation. I believe is the word, the vocation. So if I was in the food or if I was in the mechanics, they expect me to get out and smoothly transition. But I gotta say, I had zero passion for food service. Like, I'm no chef. I'm not gonna create you something delicious. I just know how to make food hot to standard. I'm not gonna, I don't know. I have nothing about seasoning. I have nothing about menu creation. I have none of that. What I was a teammate. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
when these guys would be so passionate about, hey, this, that, and the other, be like, well, I'll peel your potatoes. I'll stir your sauce while you go do, your chef thing. I was a teammate.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And so I took that's the stuff that I left with. I didn't leave with giving a shit about food and
Yeah. I mean, it's
and
not fine
preparations.
dining. You in the military, you're not doing fine dining anyway, so you're just cooking for the masses, I would imagine, right? Whatever you.
Well, I mean, I have competition experience, but at the same time, that's something that stuck with me, is that some of these people have extreme passion for the vocation in which they chose, and they're gonna use these 4 years to gain some credibility, and they're also going to get some financial backing when they get out, so they can get like a VA loan, a business loan, or something like that.
Yeah,
Whereas
I live
me,
in DC, man. I've seen it. I live in DC.
I got out, and I wanted to separate myself from the food industry altogether.
Gotcha.
But what led to my success was the fact that, hey, it doesn't matter what you're doing. Teach me how to be your teammate, and we're going to get along just fine.
There you go. That used to be one of the main things you see on job descriptions, the ability to work well with teams and stuff like that. And I think it's very important. I think people overlook it. And I think that's why you see so many people doing Uber and stuff like that, because they don't have to work with anyone else. They can just go, on their bike, in their car, their scooter, and work autonomously. And that works well as long as you can do it by yourself. But, the robots and things like that can come and replace you. And I think at some point, that social interaction, the ability to be a good teammate, I talk about it in sports all the time. I'm about to upload a clip. Last night we had a guy, Wody. I can't remember his full name, but Wody something. And he was driving Uber Eats throughout the city last night in Manhattan. And as a software developer, there's some empathy or sympathy. I'm not sure which word is appropriate for those type of people that are being ground down by the algorithms. And he talks about how New York City raised the minimum wage, and the Uber and DoorDash people are saying, well, now that the minimum wage has been raised, you can't drive as often as you like, or you can't ride your bike as often as you like to make money like you used to. You used to be able to work as many hours as you wanted. Now he's got to scout and search for areas that they'll let him drive, which costs him money and time. So anyway, very, very interesting. Yeah, you're definitely right about that. Definitely right. So how long were you in Wody Mac? That's his name, Wody Mac. We're gonna upload that clip at some point. How long you say you were in the military? A couple years?
Yeah, it was I was May 27th, 2003 to January 9th, 2009.
Okay, then about 6 years, give or take, right? Man, I was in there about 30 days. I've told the story before. Someone's asking, you in the military, John? Yeah, I was in there about 30 days. 30 good days or so I was in the military. So you familiar with boot camp? What did you go to boot camp?
I went to Fort Jackson, South Carolina.
South Carolina, yeah. I went to Fort Leonard Wood in Missouri. Man, that was my first time ever even getting on a plane. You know what I mean? Like, to go anywhere. 18 years old, they would take me to Missouri from Alabama. Like, what? Once I got on that plane, I said, what in the hell am I doing? Where am I going? I never left Alabama, I don't think. Unless I go with my mother or something. And so,
no, I was going to say too, like, something that helped me was, one, the fact that I grew up in a military family. Like, damn near everybody. My mother, my father, my aunts, my uncles. And my mom was Vietnam era.
Oh yeah.
And I never did the ROTC thing, but my brother and sister did, and I'm the youngest of three. So they did the ROTC thing in high school, and they joined to no avail. Like my sister got hurt, and my brother he took issue with it and raised his hand and stepped out, I guess you could say. So I was scared of it.
Oh really? Oh man.
And I didn't want, I didn't grow up like fighting in the streets. I grew up taking care of myself because I got beat up more by my siblings. Like, I think there was a conversation about bullying earlier. I got bullied more at home by my siblings than anybody could ever do to me out there.
That's a different kind of bullying. Yeah, it's a different kind of bullying for sure. Yeah.
So when I made my decision to join the military, it was 100% like I didn't do it because I was gonna help the country. I'm gonna solve this war. It's like I need a daggone job. You know what I mean?
Like most people, yeah. Like many people, I imagine. Let me look in these comments here. Anyone watching live in Atlanta want to help me with a project? What kind of project? Project is very generic. Probably need to be a little bit more specific so people can know if they can help you or not. Let's hear the story about John's discharge. Honorable discharge, by the way. Gotta correct that. Rewrite that in the chat and put honorable in there.
Oh my god.
Honorable John Galt.
How many times we gotta go over the same stories again and again on this?
Honorable, we probably have new people here. That Jay Boogie, he's been around for a while. He should have heard this story too. Honorable John Galt.
Hey,
John.
What's up?
I'll say this too. Don't feel too bad. Anybody can say anything they want about your service. You get to be the one to speak on your service. So like I just told you, like I served 5 years and 9 months on active duty as food service, but it's an 8-year contract. So when you get out, you have this option of inactive or National Guard. Well, I was like, screw it. I'll do the National Guard and finish out the rest of my time. But again, when it came to getting a job, Even the people that were in my local National Guard weren't pointing me in a direction of transition. So I'm like, I'm suffering over here. I want a job, and you guys only pay me. I just felt like I was free, and I smoked a bunch of weed, and I failed every piss test. And I'm telling you this honestly. They told me to stop, but I failed every piss test.
John,
And I took some ass chewings. I took some ass chewings for it. But at the same time, I had somebody that recognized what was going on. Somebody that had never been, even in 30 years of National Guard service, had never done some of the shit that I had to go through. And he told me, he was like, hey, stop showing up. Stop showing up. Because every time you show up, there's going to be a piss test and you're going to fail it. Just stop showing up.
There you go. That worked for you.
So,
Latino, go
John,
ahead. Yeah, Latino, you about to say
John,
something? What you about to say?
You got discharged, man, and I find it funny that Forrest Gump and Bubba managed to go through it all the way, man. What's up with that?
Man, when I got there, I realized I didn't want to do that shit. I was like, man, this ain't for me.
I feel you.
You know, listen, when I say literally, when I got there, I mean literally the first day, like, what the fuck am I doing here? What am I doing here? I was like, man, I gotta get the hell out of here. And so, the first week is MEPS or whatever, and, blah, blah, blah. Then you get on the cattle car and you go to wherever you start basic training, I've told the story before. Maybe I'll tell it again one day. But yeah, they gave me an honorable discharge, man. Honorable.
John,
when
you
I look
said
back on
that was
when
your
I look
first
back
flight.
on it, man,
And your second flight back.
man, hey, yeah, man, shit. On my flight back, they left my ass in Birmingham, man. With nothing but the clothes on my. They didn't even let me eat the last day. I raised so much hell in that motherfucker. They didn't even let me eat, man. And they
Like,
me
get
back
out
to
of
Birmingham.
here.
You know how you eating, right? I'm in my big club. They were like, man, we want to
Yo, what's the name of that food that they be having that be pre-packed and shit? They call it. I know they got a name for them.
MREs. But hey, man, that
Yeah,
food
the
based training.
MREs, bro. They ain't even
I remember that food based training being damn good, man. Like I remember that shit being damn good, right? I don't remember the food being bad. At least
They
not
sell
food.
MREs now online. People want them. They can
I
get
never
that
had one of
shit.
them. I never ate an MRE before, but
There's a video on my channel where the father forces a son to eat it because he wanted to see what it would taste like. I don't know if you've seen this video. It's on my channel. Shit is hilarious, dude. The kid is like, but it's so horrible. Why are you making me eat this?
Too bad.
then DSB said I served 8 years for a year and 8 years. I served 8 years for a year and for a year and 6 months. I got bombed on and shot at by the same people out there. There, boy. There you go. There you go.
Soldier died from the Cardinals, the one that was supposed to play. And he ended up going to Afghanistan. I don't know if you guys remember this. Back in 2003, I believe it was. There's an award and everything, and they gave it to who they gave it to this year that the parents were so pissed off that this person got. Oh, they gave it to Prince Harry.
You're talking about Pat Tillman.
Yeah, Pat Tillman. Yeah, that's what happened to him. I mean, people don't really say the story, but he got shot by friendly fire.
Yeah, he sure did. Yeah, they tried to cover that shit up for a minute. The White John Galt, glad you're here, as always. I was in the military for 30 days, man.
He's ready to hate. He's ready to hate.
Yeah.
The white John Galt, ready to hate on the black John
I got an
Galt.
honorable discharge. I know they probably killed you
What's
dead
the
up.
name of this? Like Flash, you know how Flash has the black Flash that don't like him?
Yeah. For real, man.
That's an honorable discharge to you, the White John Galt. You should rewrite that comment, put in honorable. The honorable John Galt. I like the ring of that. What
Oh
you
yeah, I
doing?
do too. The Honorable John Galt.
From now on out, White John Galt. Man, look, I got this. He been texting me for about 2 days, man.
About what?
I got food stamp for sale, man. $500, $400, some shit like that. Food stamp, man. And then I tell you, I got the guy. He just extended another day. Every day extends one more day, day by day. Imagine living like that, day by day. You don't know where you're gonna live. You gotta extend your reservation, like living in a extended stay motel without the kitchen, by the way.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish up.
Go right ahead.
What I was saying about how my National Guard went.
Yeah.
So I got an honorable out of active duty, but I gave 0 fucks about the National Guard and the way that they conducted themselves. And you know, I may not have done the best that I could have done, but they gave me an other. It's not a negative, but it's an other.
Yeah. And not like a full discharge of the other. Yeah, I got you.
and I'll sit on that because you know what? They treated me a certain type of way.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck what they say about me.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you on that. You know, when I think of the military now, I think of when I saw them during January 6th. Man, that's really all I remember these days. January 6th. Seeing all those military soldiers outside the Capitol pointing guns at American citizens, and like the military has been co-opted, by political people that want to use the military for their own means. And that's what I think. Yeah, I wouldn't tell anyone to join it today. I wouldn't tell you not to, but I wouldn't encourage you to join it. It's just my thoughts. What do you think, Crack? Did you join the military when you were younger, Crack?
What the heck? I never do that, man.
You Asians join the military.
I'm anti-authoritarian. If I went in there, I would be like, "Fuck you, fuck this. You guys are all brainwashed."
Hey man, that's what I get. Man. Crack. If you go in there like that, they will put your ass out of there quick. It's very difficult to get out of there.
I mean, I respect like the idea of learning discipline and all that, but it's like, nah, I just can't.
Yeah.
I just can't be.
Yeah.
I mean,
when I was young, the recruiters all came to my house because I signed up for selective service like you're supposed to when you're 18 or something. So I remember the recruiters calling me, and I wasn't sure. I had a friend that was in the Marines, or he went in later and ended up in Desert Storm. But they were calling my house, asked me if they could come over, and I was not sure whether I wanted to go in or not. I just didn't know anything about it, so I wanted to hear what they had to say. So I let all the recruiters come over, and they started asking me these questions, and inevitably the question of, have you ever done this drug or that drug or this drug came up. And I'd done almost all the drugs except like heroin at that point already in high school. And they were like, cocaine, yes. Marijuana, yes. As soon as they got to like the hallucinogens like LSD or magic mushrooms, I forget what it was, I was like, yes. And immediately the guy stood up and started packing his shit and walked out. Like that was it. Like, and I was like, wait, what's going on? You're leaving all of a sudden? And he's like, yes, if you've ever done a psychedelic, you're ineligible for military. And I thought that was interesting because they tested LSD on military. Like there's video of them being dosed on LSD, wandering around and hugging trees and shit, in uniform, and they did the tests on them and stuff.
Yeah, no, I can see that. Damn, it's interesting. Yeah, no, I didn't stay in there long enough to get but one drug test, I don't think.
I mean, I'll tell you this. Like, I had a Marine friend. He wanted to get into the FBI, and they asked him a bunch of questions in his interview. One of the questions was, ever smoked any weed? And he was, he said no or yes. I forgot which one. It didn't matter. It wasn't like the answer that bothered them. It was like he paused too long when he answered.
Yeah.
Like they didn't like that because they said that's a sign that you're trying to make up a lie or you're trying to be imaginative in a way they don't like. Like you are. So they don't want you to be too creative, out there when you're working for the man. Let's put it that way. They don't want people to maybe second guess what their orders are, right? If you're doing something and they tell you to do something that you believe is evil or wrong or whatever the case may be, they're not going to want you there. That's why I said a lot of the feds are mostly Mormons, they're real good rule followers.
Yeah,
let's put it
now,
that way.
yep. Because
That's what made me.
what it says.
You were
That's what
talking
it
about.
says in the Bible, that the woman will be the sheep.
You're talking about Pat Tillman. He was like a professional football player before he went into the military. And I think at the time he was pretty vocal against going into Afghanistan. We're already in Iraq, I think, or vice versa. I forget. I think, what were he? I forget which one we're in first. He was vocal against going to the next country. And he was famous, and being vocal and famous, it's like,
Then
I don't know. I saw
he
this.
gets sent out and then he gets killed. Like,
Yeah, I saw this documentary that was speculating maybe the friendly fire wasn't so friendly. Maybe they had him.
It's the same thing with that sniper dude. Like, I feel the same thing with that guy. It's like that was a guy that was very vocal, helping people that are suffering through some PTSD, through some mental, stuff.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy.
And all of a sudden, some guy that he gives a ride to that is also, from the place that he's helping, ends up killing him. And I'm just like, I find the story not to be like, come on. Like, I get it that the guy might be crazy or whatever.
Yeah, it was tragic, right?
Yeah, but I was just like, this doesn't make any sense to me. Now he doesn't talk
Yeah, that
anymore.
was tragic.
Now we don't talk anymore,
When 9/11 happened, I didn't have a TV. My friend called me, and he's like, a plane just hit the World Trade Center. And I assumed he's talking about like a private plane. And I was like, that probably happens once in a while. It's no big deal for a building built like that. He's like, no, a passenger jet. I'm like, what the hell? So I didn't have a TV. And I lived in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, where there's a war college. I live right near it, like where the courthouse is, center of the town. So I went to this bar that I knew had TVs. And it's like, until 9/11, it was like as constant peacetime as you can imagine. So like all these military people are in there, and you could just see them like thinking like, oh boy, here it is. Now we're going to go do something. Where are we going to go? What are we going to do next? And they had these two TVs and the sound was off on both of them. And we hadn't seen like the president, who was George Bush Jr., say anything about it yet. And like, people were talking, and I was looking at the TVs because I didn't have one. That's the reason I went there, to see the TVs. And all of a sudden, George Bush comes on, and the TV sound is off. So I look at the other TV, hoping like I can see something on that. And they saw my head whipping around, and the bartender, like Kendris, like ran up, grabbed the remote, and turned the sound up on it. And then George Bush Jr. made his official statement on it, which is kind of like funny that I thought that was so important, because like he doesn't even know what's going on. George Bush Jr. It's like,
either you with us, or you against us. It's like, what? It's like living in your neighborhood, and it tells you like, you a blood or a crib. There's no in between, and you're just like, why? That's how I felt when Bush made that statement.
See, remember that he was in that classroom reading that book upside down when the people came and whispered in his ear, like, this happened, and he has this book in his hand upside down reading to these kids.
Actually, that part that you're mentioning, the part that the kids were reading, which was very interesting to me. It goes like, 2 planes. Look it up, man. It's crazy, bro. The things that the kids were reading while he was there, like, it's nuts. Like, look it up, man.
I can believe it. What was I about to say here? Oh, coming on the screen. DSP, if you don't want nobody right up in your face, the military is definitely not the place. Those drill sergeants are not looking for a friend. DSP, I've told the story before. I made a drill sergeant cry, man, right there in boot camp. So No
Man, you
bullshit.
can't mess with
No
the John
way.
Galt.
No
Oh
way.
man, the army is afraid of John Galt.
What year was this, John?
1997.
Jesus Christ. Was this the beginning of people losing teeth?
Yes, you question me. Mama dressing in the morning.
Say that one more time.
Was this the year where men were starting to lose teeth? I mean, it's like the guy was crying because you said some word.
I ain't said shit. I ain't said shit.
You just didn't follow orders. He's like, you
I didn't follow no motherfucking orders at all, man. And I knew what not to do, and that's what burned that nigga ass up. He wanted to fire my ass up.
Why can't you?
He wanted to fire my ass up, man. But I knew that he couldn't touch me if I kept my hands behind my back. You know what that parade position, whatever the fuck you supposed to be in.
This is why we can't have liberals be sergeants.
So as long as you kept your hand behind your back and touch it, if the motherfucker hit me, I was gonna fall straight back on the ground.
That's crazy.
And I drove that motherfucker crazy, man. All of them. But that one, he was a black drill sergeant. He was going through a divorce.
That's
And,
why.
you know, they're not like full-time drill sergeants. They don't do that shit full-time. You know what I'm saying? They do that shit for 2 weeks. And then they go back home and deal with the bullshit they're going through. And when they're going to do it, they might be having all kinds of troubles at home. And I realized that shit.
Oh, of course, bro. I told you.
I tore his ass up. I moved that nigga mentally. I didn't have to put a hand on him. He didn't even put a hand on me, and I didn't even put a hand on him. He gave up the ghost, man, cried out there in front of all them.
Like I said, the people in the bodegas, I told you, people in the bodegas, nurses, doctors, people in the military. These are people I gotta watch out if they got a wife or a husband.
Yeah, man. Listen, when I was leaving,
I'm telling you,
it was a white man drill sergeant. That motherfucker was from Georgia somewhere. He told me, he said, either you the stupidest motherfucker or you a genius. I said, well, I ain't no stupid motherfucker. And I got the hell up out of there, man. Never look back. I do look back on it and say, man, that shit was easy, man. You know, it was easy, but, you know, it just wasn't for me. You know, it's just a mental play. You know, just got to run everywhere. And
I had two friends, twins at that, twins, but they were stationed. They both did different things. One was infantry, and then the other one I forgot what he did. But yeah, dude, the youngest out of the twins went to Fallujah twice, man. I pray for this kid every day. I mean, he's good, in one piece and everything, but yeah, shit's nuts, man.
boy, I don't think I would have gone there for real. I'm like, you know what? Fuck that, man. I'm not going over there for real.
They signed up right after 9/11, man. They was just pissed off, just like me. I was so mad, dude. I'm telling you, man, because it's like, even though my family may come from a third world country over here, or whatever, I mean, I've been here since I was 5, dude. So to me, I don't see any place like my home but here. You know what I mean? So if any messed up thing happens, Alabama, California, anywhere, I feel pissed off, man. Just like how that kid did that shit in that Buffalo supermarket. Like, it's like, it gets you mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like, damn, that could be you one day walking with your family, minding your own business.
You know, the thing is, I think you can't internalize all that shit, man. You just have to live your life to the fullest.
No,
you know?
I know. I mean, you can't stop living, but that's my whole point is it's like, damn, man, like these people ruin it for everybody else. You understand?
Yeah, you know, I heard you the other day. You were talking about the migrants being sent to a small town, I guess close to your hometown,
Yeah,
something like that.
Norfolk, man. Like, I was telling Portia that prison. And actually, after that chat, I called my friend just to verify it. I'm like, yo, you don't remember the time we went to visit? I'm not going to mention his name. Let's just say Soso. Where we went to visit Soso, and he goes like, yeah. I'm like, do you remember that prison? He goes like, yeah, I do. And he goes like, do you remember that prison being split into 2, right? And he goes like, yeah, I remember the prison being one side, which was the right side for ICE, and then the left side was for like regular prisoners that are from the state. And we went to visit him on the ICE side, and I'm like, come to find out, when Portia puts that video, she says that prison has been closed and it's been reopened. And I'm like, damn, I didn't even know that happened.
You're gonna see a lot of these things that, you know, they're right under your nose. That, you know, so I saw you in the stream that I did about the small town close to my hometown. Man, I've been to that town many, many times. And just think that they would put Haitians of all people in a town of 12,000
They're not giving us the
old
best,
white people.
John, they're not giving us the best.
You know,
Because I don't know if you noticed,
you know, I don't know if
they get Russians, they get all the good people over there.
man, you know, I was thinking all the good
It's
people.
like Abbott sending it all the negative motherfuckers to us, man. And it's just like, damn, dog, like Jesus.
You know, I've been thinking about this more and more, man, and the more and more I think about it, you know, when I first moved to DC, I'm in the ghetto right now, but this wasn't always the ghetto. These were, you know, Mexicans been over here that you can just tell the structure of these homes were not built for poor people, right? And if you're from Boston, you probably heard of a triple decker. You heard of triple decker, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get next.
Yeah, it's like an apartment building, but it's like one big
3 houses, and you can sell them.
Yeah.
You can sell them as condominiums if you want, or you can rent them out as simple apartments.
And I think you know, you look at Harlem, the housing stock changed over the years. They cut the apartments up into smaller and smaller pieces, the triple deckers, things like that. And you know, I imagine that the housing stock in America is going to change to represent the changing population. It only makes sense, right? It only makes sense. And so you'll see, say, a house that used to be designed for one family will now be rezoned where you can make two in there. Or maybe people just do it anyway. You don't give a damn what the law says. And so when you see these people coming in Springfield, Ohio, and things like that, they're not going to live by normal American living standards. They'll pack 10 people in a house and things like that. And, you know, I get messages all day of people willing to live like that. And I don't know what you can do about that, man, other than just
look. That's always been, but now it's just worse. Okay, this is gonna start a whole bunch of diseases, a whole bunch of bacteria and nasty things. You understand? Because now it's going to be more of it. Back then, it existed, you know, with the Asians, with the Indians, even with the Mexicans. You know, they would come over here illegally, let's say. They'll live 10 in an apartment. And so they get, you know, situated with their papers and all that. And then they'll actually end up buying the place that they rented out. Because there's 10 of them working. But now it's different in the sense that they don't really got to do shit. The government is going to take care of them. The government is going to provide for them, no matter how they live.
You know, I think I was watching a documentary in Britain about old people living in Britain and how they wake up one day and the neighborhood is like totally changed. It's like an Arab neighborhood or something like that, right? And they be like, damn, like this is an old white woman, old British woman living in Britain. And now her neighborhood is like totally Arab or something like that. And they're hostile toward her, partly because they want her house, right? They can make much more money off her house rented up into pieces as opposed to someone buying and living there. No one's going to buy it and live there anyway. They're just going to rent it and sell it in pieces. You know, rent it out, buy it and rent it and sell it, you know, rent it in pieces. And so
John, I want to ask you a question because now you just gave me an idea.
Yeah.
You see how you said you could rent it out in pieces. Let's say I have an apartment with 5 rooms, right?
Yeah.
And I make each person that wants to rent out a room sign a lease. And let's say in the near future, one of those people is having a situation where they don't want to leave or they don't want to move or whatever the case is. Can those other 4 people that live there get them out through the courts and stuff now? Because it's, you get what I'm saying, right?
I think if you find yourself depending on the courts, man, you're in trouble. You already lost.
Yeah, I know, but this is the thing. It's like you can't depend on yourself either, because then you end up being part of the problem too. I mean,
Well, you don't get yourself in court. Well, you don't go to court. That's for sure.
Thing, man. If I handle it my way,
I ain't never been to court, and you just gotta figure out a way around that, you know. And that doesn't mean you're gonna win every time, but you guaranteed of losing if you go to court. So don't go to court. is my suggestion to you.
What you talking about? You went to court, John. What are you talking about?
I mean,
You
you know,
won?
not for landlord tenant shit. You don't
try
go
to
there. For
Oh, the tenant shit. All right, all
you don't go there.
That's
You
what I
know what I
mean for tenants, bro. Because, dude, I know a woman still that at 3 years. In 3 years, this girl still been living there since COVID, bro. She
Oh, yeah,
hasn't
like-
paid not $1.
Hell yeah, no, they ain't gonna pay anything. So you don't want to go there. It's like home field advantage. You giving up home field advantage if you go to court because that's where they want you. And the only way you can get there is if you take them. They can't take you to court. They're not going to take you to court because they owe you money. So the only way they can get
There's a
to court
way
is-
of kicking these people out, though.
yeah, a lot of ways.
So all you gotta do is sell the property.
Yeah, but
And you
in
basically
America,
sell it to a family member of yours. Have
yeah,
them sell
the
it
thing
back.
about, like, you know, the thing is, like, you know, short of that, man, you know, in America, no one. It's been my experience, man. Very few people are buying homes that somebody lives in. At least in these inner cities, like DC, for
Well, they
instance.
do here, bro.
Yeah, oh,
They
yeah.
do
Right here, man, like
you
everybody
get
want
2 months to leave.
everybody want brand new right here, man. Like if somebody's taking the shit in the toilet, they don't want the house, man. You know, they want that shit brand new. Yeah.
They give you 60 days to get your shit in order. Whoever lives in the new whatever you bought. If you bought a house and there's a tenant there, either you can sign a new contract with them or they got 60 days to move out.
Crack looking at this government.
So HB should be happy with this one. Let's start our stock
Yeah,
update for the day.
Get cracked. Wake up, motherfucker.
Get cracked.
All right. So did you know that last week, towards the end of the last week, they announced that Palantir is now joining the S&P 500.
Yep, I knew that was going to happen eventually here.
So, what is the only stock we've been actively promoting on this channel since the very start, John? Palantir. It's up 13% today. And, you know, unlike the rest of the stock market, which is like shitting, pooping all the time, going up and down like a yo-yo, hey, we got some latitude on this guy. I mean, I'm not gonna say it won't drop back down like later in the month, but it's at a higher position than most other stocks right now.
I've been waiting to buy more. I missed my last chance.
You missed this one, but HB hit the dip, man. He went right for that. I was like, wow, you a risk taker.
Craig, wait a minute. Now I got 2 questions, Craig. Would you be selling now if you're HB? And why do you say he was a risk taker buying down there at the bottom?
Because this was when the whole stock market was crashing and it was right before earnings. So I was buying stocks at that time, but then you have earnings. Earnings, you don't know what's going to happen after earnings.
Is it him or is it us?
What is that period right there with that big jump, Craig?
This one? Today?
Yeah.
That's today.
That's today?
Yeah, 13%.
13% jump right there. Okay.
Yeah, because we got new announcement. Palantir is joining up with BP, British Petroleum. They have announced an enterprise agreement which will extend their strategic relationship and introduce new artificial intelligence capabilities with Palantir's AIP software. The new contract will build on a decade of deep collaboration that has created a firm foundation for BP's oil and gas production operations using Palantir's industry-leading software. All right, guys.
What do you think AI would be used in the oil exploration industry for?
Oh man, I told you, you have to know Palantir. Palantir does so many things.
Map out the bottom of the sea.
So that's why they picked the name Palantir, man. If you watch Lord of the Rings, you know the whole thing is like you're supposed to look through the magic crystal ball and you're supposed to see whatever the future is. I think that's Palantir's kind of mission. They want to predict, adapt, and manage like whatever you're doing as a company. It doesn't matter what it is. It's abstracted, right? So Palantir is like mainly famous for like, okay, killing terrorists and whatever, because they can manage like drones and field like armies on the ground and tanks and whatever. But this, you know, you can see it can be adapted to any kind of application now. That's what they want to do.
Britain's health system, the national health system.
That's right. They have a contract with the NIH.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
right.
I saw that. Yeah. Now, what do you think that would be for?
Probably to manage people, resources, doctors, hospitals, maybe even like
Waste, cost.
how, yeah,
All that
how the
technical, how much medicine, how much food these patients
Yep.
get, how many
Yep,
beds, you know, all
exactly,
those.
man. Why do I need to talk
Due
to any
dates on
experts? I
medicine.
talk to
Due dates
Palantir.
on medicine, which is very important. Due dates on medicine. Sometimes people don't look at the dates on the medicine and give the vaccine to people, and that could cause a lot of problems. It's happened before.
Damn, that is interesting. That is interesting.
And you got that stock tip how many years ago, John?
Oh man,
At a bar.
Yeah, before they went public, or right when they went public.
Bro, we all
Oh,
have stories with stocks. You already know mines get cracked.
Oh, you bought it when it went public, John. Palantir.
Man, I bought calls on it. I don't buy stock, man. I buy calls, you know. And so yeah, I bought calls on it. Yeah.
I have like 200 something shares, all under $14 or under $15.
Yeah.
So
It's pretty good.
Time to get
when
out
I
of there.
when I told people to buy Palantir was around here in 2022 when it hit this area, because that was kind of like below the IPO initial price here, and then this is a nice base. When you look at this chart, it's like forming a nice base. So you could have bought like anywhere around this area, and then
Damn,
wait for that.
that's the one I missed.
Yeah,
Hey, but Craig, what would you tell a guy was sitting on 200 shares? What you say, 200 shares at 14 bases? Damn, is it time to get out of there, Craig?
We'll wait for Powell. Wednesday will be inflation, and Powell will be the Wednesday after. Yeah, so if it does drop, if the stock market does really collapse, like for a little while into elections, that'll be the time to buy the dip. But if you want to get out like before then, I guess. I mean, I'm a long-term holder of this stock since here. I don't.
Yeah, I just want to buy more. That's all.
Yeah, somebody buying up here would definitely should like HB. He bought here, right? He probably should start thinking of getting out. Yeah.
You a long-term believer in Palantir, Craig?
Yeah.
Yep. That's probably my last big play. So I did Apple, I did AMD, I did Tesla. So this one will probably be my last one until like for the next.
I think
10
eventually
years.
they'll be up there like the Nvidia and stuff.
I was about to ask you that. Yeah, I was about to ask you that. Do you think Palantir will go to like Nvidia type heights?
Yeah,
Then
I think
why
so.
ask you
Yeah,
that.
because
The
the
reason-
CEO. I look at the CEO. He's the right guy for it, man. The CEO.
reason why I asked you
How
that,
much is the stock right now?
34.
what's the market cap though?
Don't be surprised.
That's a better
if your
question. What's the
stock in
market
the
cap?
next like 2 years ends up hitting $70 or $90. Dude.
What's the market cap though?
Yeah, let me look.
You know what the market cap is in Palantir. But that's really what matters. The stock price is kind of inconsequential. But the
Probably
market cap is really what's most important there.
Damn, John, I had a tip on a stock when it first came out called Ether, I think it was, or it was a basically a digital coin.
67 billion.
67 billion. You think that can triple, Craig? What do you think that
Yeah,
can go to?
yeah.
For sure, dude. For
Yeah.
sure.
So that's
For
like
sure.
a tripling of the stock price then. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. That's interesting.
I mean, and not only that, they like continuing to work with other new people to make new contracts. And
That's the whole problem. Yeah, because they're
that's the
moving
thing.
from the
It's gonna
public to
be-
the
it's
private.
gonna
Yeah,
grow.
and they're
It's gonna
gonna try to get more and more
Yeah, it's
private
gonna grow.
customers. Yeah, it's done, man. They can just absorb
That's
everything.
don't be surprised that in the next 2 years that ends up being between $90.
Yeah, that would be basically what a triple, right? So it's make it about a $200 billion company.
Not too long ago, all these analysts not too long ago weren't even taking it seriously, and then so now it's in the S&P 500. All the 401ks and everything have to automatically invest in it. Even people who never thought of it before.
Exactly.
Go into it.
Yeah, but you can't. This is the thing about the. Oh Lord, the thing about the people that tell you, oh, these stocks are not going to be great or whatever on the TV. Most of the time, bro, they just trying to have you not be part of the. Literally, that's what they do, bro.
But yeah, they're trying to fake you
You
out.
know what I'm saying? If they tell you if the stock is good, that's for you to buy, and then they
Or just keep the price low so they can get more.
Yeah,
That's
and then the other end, they good, and then you know what I mean. That's what they do. That's what they try to do with GameStop, with EB Games, whatever you call it, GameStop, EB Games. I don't know what you guys call it, but yeah,
So I'm gonna talk about this one, ASTS. Like Rashu knew about this stock. Actually, I knew about this stock also pretty early on, but I never really took it any too seriously. But Rashu actually had a contract working for them, like through his company. And the funny thing is, like, I tell you guys, a lot of you guys experience things through life. You see products, you work on products. Make note of it. See if there's a stock and pay attention to that stock, and he could have bought it way earlier. And look at this thing. This is a goddamn rocket ship, man. So this thing builds satellites basically.
I think I was
And
just looking at that. Wonder if I
look,
bought a
it's at
share.
it's 2 and it jumped up to 36. And it's like, come on. Like if you're working on something, something, yeah, you should make note of it. There's always like San Jose girl. She was talking about like Sprott's Farmers Market, and that I knew it. It's a stock. I know that's a stock because I've looked at it before. I recognize the name. I don't shop there, but that's why look at this nice stock. This stock is amazing. It's more beautiful than S&P 500. It's so clean. It just goes up cleanly. There's no big dips. If you held that long term, you'd be pretty happy. So it's like boring companies, exciting companies. It doesn't matter. Like pay attention to the products you buy, places you shop, where you work at. Like if you think it's a good product, if you're thinking you're working at a good company doing good projects, there's something coming down, right? You look at the stock and it will verify what you're seeing because it's a good company. Yeah. Anyway.
I have 2 shares of ASTS. Somehow I'm down $10 on them. But,
what?
Yeah, I don't know when I bought it.
Oh boy! See, this is what I'm trying to fix in this channel. Like, don't buy it yeah. How are you down? Wait a minute. Did you buy up here?
No, I remember buying it just maybe a week ago. I don't know, man. It was.
Oh yeah,
was
you're
recent,
just buying.
yeah.
It's too late now. No, dude, you don't buy. You're gonna have to wait until it comes back down here to buy it again. Yeah. Yeah, probably around. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But the reason I say like the sell stuff is because you gotta sell before around the Jewish New Year's and then buy back around Yom Kippur or Sukkot, whichever Jewish holiday it is. So that's that's the rule of thumb, guys. So follow the Jewish holiday. We run on lunar calendars. Yeah, we run on lunar calendars.
We own everything. We smoke. I like my booster.
Hey, did y'all ever see that movie Pie by Darren Aronofsky?
Yes, I've seen that one. Yeah,
it's crazy. They had the stock market people after this guy because of his mathematical ability, and the what was the other group that was after him? Like there's the small hats were after him for the mess. Yeah, they thought his mathematical calculations could figure out the messianic age trigger date or something, and then the stock market people thought they could like win the whole stock market based on his calculations. That was a crazy ass movie, though, man.
We think he's the Messiah.
Oh Lord! Oh Lord! I'll say Momo confirms Sprouts is great. See, take note of that. Actually, look at your trucking company too. What trucking company is the best? You like JB Hunt? Do you like somebody else? Like you guys work for trucking. Look at their stock too. Which one's gonna go up or down? Which one you think? Well, you work in those companies. You can tell us. So that's about it, man. JB Hunt has a ticker. Anyway, yeah, we'll see. I don't know where John went. Let me see what else I got to update you guys on. So this is the Nasdaq, the QQQ. We're at the bottom of this red range here. This box here. Not the lower red one. This one with the yellowish paint inside. So Wednesday we have to watch for inflation. We'll see if we get back on top to above this area to get back to this purplish blue area here.
What day you said?
Wednesday. So 5:30 my time. 5:30 my time. The data will be released. So that's about 8:30.
It's crazy that they pick
Eastern.
Wednesday out of all the days, isn't it? Right after the
Yeah,
debate.
you gotta keep a calendar. You gotta keep track of that. Yeah.
Right after the debate, though.
So anyway, watch that. We'll see what happens.
Tomorrow's a debate between Kamala and Trump.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Isn't it funny that the numbers come out the next day though? Like maybe they're probably like trying to see what happens in the debate before they release the numbers. That's what I'm saying.
That's going to be a wild
Because
event.
it gives you a great indication how the markets might go in the future. You understand?
Yeah, I just wonder how normal this debate is going to be. If they're going to have all kinds of tricks.
Trump
like
already
cutting the
said
mic
it. Like he said that he's going to be respectful. He's not going to cut her over. He's not going to be whatever. All the things that she's looking for him to do, he's not going to give.
Yeah,
her.
they have all these one-sided rules. You can't do this, can't do that, and they cut the mic off and stuff on people. So even if he was going to do that, they just silence the mic.
I'm glad that there's people going to be there though. That's what I'm glad about.
Any of you guys have any precious metals, silver, gold?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a lot of physical silver in a vault, and I bought some like GDL gold stock.
Oh, why you buy GDL?
Or wait, is that the one? Let's see here. GLD.
No. Why you
I
don't
have
buy the
Fizz.
Sprott?
Oh, I have some of that
yeah,
too.
Fizz is
Fizz.
the right one. Okay, so explain to us why you use Fizz as instead of the other one, because that's important to tell people. There's a reason why.
Oh, I just knew gold was going to go up, so I got Fizz, GDL, and Sprott. Like I've had them for a while. I just try to.
No, there's a difference, man. There's a big difference. Do you know
sure
that?
there is.
Do you know that taxation for precious metals is different from normal capital gains? You pay more in capital, so that's why you got to buy Fizz. You have to buy Fizz. You don't buy the other ones.
Well, I'm up on a little bit on these. I can sell a couple shares of this GLD here. GLD is what I was talking. Yeah, I'll sell a couple shares of this here.
So if you have Fizz, you have to fill out a form to the IRS to declare that you can't be taxed the normal way. Because if you buy anything that tracks gold or silver, even on the stock market, it's not real gold or silver. You still get taxed as if it's gold or silver. That's the problem. Gold and silver taxation is very high. It's the same category as art. So that's why rich people, when they sell and buy and sell art in Sotheby's or antiques or anything like that, they get taxed in this special bracket. So, so this is why you got to use I mean, unless you're doing short-term trading, it doesn't matter. But if you want to hold long-term, the long-term gains for a physical collect or Pokemon cards too, baseball cards, same thing. You'll get taxed differently. You know.
Yeah, I'm pretty short-term with this gold stuff. I like buy and sell it all the time. Yeah.
For selling stuff like that, dude.
Yeah, you get taxed a lot more than normal. Yeah, stocks are way better
Like if
than
I
that.
had a Babe Ruth card, let's say, and I was going to
Mhm.
sell it for millions, I have to pay taxes on that.
If it's reported, yeah. If you can tell the guy to not report it, yeah, then you're
What
fine.
the hell?
Yep.
No.
Yep. Sorry, man. That's a collectibles tax. Form 10, like Schedule D, Form F8484, something like that. Blah 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 blah. That's why the tax code is huge, motherfucker. They tax everything, man.
I have a CPA that does it, man. I trade so much. My CPA is like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah. Yeah. So just use if you're holding long term, guys, use Fizz, PHYS instead of the other ETFs
Right.
because
You said
what happens?
Sprott's good too for holding long term.
I think all the Sprott ETFs should be good. Yeah, like they're all Sprott. Fizz is Sprott.
Okay.
There's a silver one that's similar. I think it's P Silver, PSLV. So they avoid the taxes because the reason why is a Canadian shell company that hides all the gold in there, and you're buying the company, so they can technically tell the IRS, nah, bitch, we're just holding the gold in a way where you cannot say the appreciation and value of the gold or silver is actual. I don't know what they do. You know how it is. These lawyers come up with all kinds of schemes.
Yeah.
They know how to tell the IRS fuck off. So that's basically what's going on. Yeah. So you get taxed the normal way, like a normal stock would, but you have to fill out a form. But we can discuss that some other time too, because the taxing things with gold and silver is very interesting, man. And yeah, the Babe Ruth card, like a theoretical example, hypothetical example. Yeah, this is like, yep. But I knew somebody, you know, he knew this widower, this old French woman, and she basically would lie to the IRS. She would write down like add zeros to her receipt so it didn't make it look like she made money, like a lot of money on her paintings and things like that. Yeah. So yeah, that's how that's how the rich people have to play it. They
Hey,
just get
Crack, do
paid.
you know anybody? Do you know anybody who bought those NFTs, like Bored Ape pictures and shit like that?
No. You could talk to Rashu about that. See if he knows any young guys that did that crap. So
Yeah, I couldn't even understand it when it was happening. I was like, what the fuck are people buying here? Like, what is this?
mhm. No, it's just a
I think
I
that's
don't
a
know.
Ponzi scheme.
I think it was
It's
just
like
for fun, man.
the meme stocks, like that GameStop and stuff like that. People like, if you can get in and out in a flash of a frick blink of an eye, I guess you can make some money. But I'm afraid to even touch shit like that, like, because it's like, what the GameStop is like just floating around at like whatever it is, like whatever, like just not worth nothing. It looks like it's gonna go out of business. All of a sudden, that one dude, what's his face, Sleepy Cat or whatever, he says something. All of a sudden, shoots up. And it shoots up like to 100,000.
He's like 2-3 towns over from me.
Well, anyway, you know, those are not special. Like you could have bought this silver miner. So I would recommend a lot of people to look at mining stocks. That's another way to avoid the taxation because mining stocks are actual companies. It's not holding any
have some mining stocks too.
So you can get taxed normally like any other stock. Do that, and they go up a lot more during a move. So and if you're even more risky, I guess you could take options on them. Like this
I just started trading stocks like 3 years ago because I had ETFs for a long time, and then I panic sold like near the bottom, around not COVID, but the next big dip after that. Then I realized, oh shit, I just sold at the bottom, so I immediately reinvested. And I happened to reinvest exactly when the AI mania started. So when I bought back into the market, I got all into like chip stocks and everything. And then so I have a bunch of Nvidia and Palantir and like all kinds of different tech shit, Apple, Microsoft, all that kind of stuff. And then but then I was like, okay, that's going well. So I just started getting all this other weird shit. I was like, oh, I want to diversify, get into like physical materials, commodities. Like I got, one of my best performing stocks over the 3 years has been this cosmetics company called Elf, Eyes, Lips, and Face Cosmetics. And man, they're going down now. I might buy more in the dip, but I mean, shit, like
a lot of the beauty stocks are killed right now because Ulta, and we were talking about like, you know, you could tell how economy might be going. Ulta actually recovered because they had earnings, I think, just recently, and I said watch that stock. So it's doing fine, recovering. So it might be done. It might be done making this bottom here. So if it does, that's probably a good buy. But you know, if you look at these stocks, you kind of like, oh man, women aren't buying much makeup these days anymore. Or something.
I once looked up on the internet what was one of the least suffering sectors during the Great Depression, and it said cosmetics. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Even when people are poor, women still want to look good. So
that's true.
Got time for that. Everybody broke. The whole reason why they want to look good is,
and that's the thing with Elf. They have good quality makeup for pretty cheap. Elf does, and they don't test on animals. And there's these certain things. So it's like, but then again, I guess people could steal the shit out of it. They run in a store 30 at a time and just fill like trash bags full of it. I try to avoid stuff like that normally, but I'm like, okay, are these people really stealing cheap cosmetics? Not yet. I've heard of.
I don't know. They'll steal anything, man. Yeah, they'll steal anything now. They steal like freaking toothpaste and toothbrushes and shit.
Whenever someone's like, when somebody's like, buy Nike stock, that's the first thing I think of. I'm like, I don't hold any Nike stock, but whenever they say that, first thing I think of is people running in a shoe store and stealing all the
Wait, you pronounce it Nike? You don't say Nike like.
I
say it both ways. Just depends on the day. I don't know.
When I used to work at Boston University, I knew that Ralph Lauren was going to sell his company, and at that time, I saw that the stock went down, and I was like, "Shit! If I had the money, because it was $60 a share, if I had the money, man, And come to find out, boom, once he sold it, the shit went up to $90.
Yeah, you gotta start somewhere, man. But even if you don't have the money, you should be paying attention. So a lot of these people now, that's how I started. I didn't have money, but I was paying attention, watching how things move and understanding it. So when I did have the money, I wasn't stupid, right? Oh, I bought the top, sold the bottom, like a retard. Like most retards, they just chase whatever's on the news or something, like a retard. You
Yup.
want to go get behind the news. You want to
Yup.
like when people talk
You
shit
want to see
about a
what's really
stock.
going on.
Yeah, you going like, they're talking
Yeah, like I'm
mad
telling
shit.
you, like that company, Ephraim, bro. And
Mhm.
when Franny came through, I remind you, he's Vietnamese. He
Mhm.
came through. He gave me valid points. He's like, yo, Harold, you have to understand that this company is right now starting is gonna the challenge that it wants to do. It wants to compete against Bitcoin and this and this and that and da da da
Right.
da. And I was like, and he was like, dude, it's $7 right now.
Yeah.
Man, you put it up right now. Get crack on. Look for
Oh yeah,
Ephraim and see
we
how
know
much
it's
it is.
like it's probably 2,000 or something at this point. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So I could have
Yeah,
bought
yeah.
in that at $7, at least with maybe $2,000 putting for $7. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I used to work at UPS for years before their stock went public, and I was just thinking, shit, if I bought stock when I worked or bought stock immediately when it IPO'd, I guess, man, that would have been worth a lot since then.
Yeah, so Lululemon's another like woman stock. So a lot of you look at these female oriented stocks, you can see the same trend. Like they pretty much peaked out in buying early 2024, late 2023. I think a lot of the stimulus checks bump is totally gone. Savings accounts are probably been drained. They're all on credit cards at this point. So credit card
Nobody's
companies,
spending like that, and everybody's
yeah.
spending on credit.
Yeah, credit. Let's see what the credit card solution. I mean, like Visa's doing. Yeah, Visa's doing good. So credit cards definitely still got a lot of power here.
Yeah, I put limit orders way low, hoping I'll just catch it when it goes back down eventually. Because I was like, these are high now. I don't want to buy yet now. I mean,
So another semiconductor stock was SMCI. This one I recommended to wait until about 350-ish. It hit like 383 yesterday. Did you buy that stock, All Seeing Guy, when you were buying all the AI related stocks?
yeah, I'm upside down in that pretty bad, man. I
When did you
bought
get
it
in?
I bought it too high, man, because it went
Yeah.
really.
It
Yeah,
rocket shipped. It rocket shipped in the first quarter of this year. It was a
So I have
rocket
some
ship.
limit orders, like just way low, and hopefully I'll catch them, and then as it goes back up, sell.
Yeah, because I got in around maybe here, like May, April 2023. I've been talking about this stock to people for a while, and then
Damn, you're doing
but
good, man.
yeah, but I never knew this would happen. When they started doing more announcements with Nvidia, it was just chasing Nvidia up here. I was like, oh my god, this is overvalued. This is so overvalued. This is crazy. I mean, I sold way too early though. I just sold up here. I was like, nah, it ain't gonna go up anymore. I guess I was wrong. It just like kept going. I was like, what the fuck? You people are insane. Yeah. So you have to remember, fear is powerful, greed is powerful, and most people make money on that, not really the actual value of a company. The actual value of a company doesn't matter. So that's why I do not like fundamentals. I never look into them. I never make real good money off of just looking because I don't care about it. I just care about emotions.
Isn't that the Warren Buffett saying? Be greedy when others are fearful.
Yeah, that's a common. Yeah, that's a common saying. Yeah, that's bandied about so many times in the damn.
Who
But then
said that? Is that Warren Buffett that came up with that?
It might have been. It might have been anybody. But like another thing is like buy low, sell high, and like those things you can say all day long. But what does it mean low? What does it mean by high? You don't really know until the whole move is
You got to
completed.
get the lowest or the
Yeah, you don't need to be the lowest though. You don't even need to be the highest.
Yeah,
all you need to recognize is there's a pattern being built, and you want to catch the waves. So think of it like that. There's a wave that's going to happen, and it's going to come.
Yeah,
so.
but when I'm like trading and like focused on one stock and it's doing a nice up and down like that, then it's easy to figure out buy low, sell high. It's
right. But anyway, so this is the silver mining stock EXK, okay, ticker EXK. So I I told HB to watch this one, so keep it on your watch list, guys. When I feel like silver and gold are ready to make the next move up, silver I think can really break out really strong above $50 an ounce next year. So it could go up maybe, because commodities are very crazy. They can move very quickly, very fast. So you never know when they have have like a 1 month where it's just shooting up like so it could hit 50, and then all of a sudden people are like rushing in to buy more, and all of a sudden
that's a place where people
100.
flee into in the equities, like all the tech stocks and everything. If everything crashes, like people just flee into commodities to a certain extent because it's like they're
That's the problem. You know, gold and silver can go up when the stock market goes up. You know, that doesn't necessarily mean like it's an inverse relationship or anything like that. What it would mean is that there's a lot of activity in China, because China, you know, you have to look at the copper market. If we look at the copper market, it's not doing too well right now. That's why I would say, like, don't be rushing to buy a lot of gold and silver just yet. Wait until copper confirms. If copper confirms, then we can say the other commodities will rise with it. Yeah. And later on, I'll talk about palladium, platinum. Those things will be important. So around December, I'll be talking about that more, because maybe it's a good time to buy. They've been crashing for a while. Same thing with lithium too. People were interested in lithium. I would say same thing. Yeah. Sometime around late this year, I'll start talking more about that.
How's Cameco doing right now? Like I'm up on it. Like at one time I had a lot of shares of making a ton of money. Then it just dipped.
Wait, which one's that?
CJ. It's natural gas and stuff like that.
CJ. So the ticker CJ? I think I heard of it.
CCJ. Cameco Corp. CCJ.
No, this is nuclear.
Oh, it's oil, gas, consumable fuels.
I think it's nuclear.
I'm looking at my shares right here. It says oil, gas, and consumable fuels.
Thought this was a nuclear stock, man. Yeah, it's a uranium stock, bro.
Yeah, I guess that's the consumable fuels part of it. It doesn't say uranium in the.
Yeah, it's uranium.
Yeah. That's why I bought it, because I was thinking I gotta buy uranium.
Yeah, the problem is uranium hit a peak. If you asked me back in the summer, I would say get out of uranium. I was out of that right here in May. Uranium stuff.
Yeah, that's where I probably saw it like dip, and I lost shares.
This is it. This is where I said get out, because you see this double. This I use the uranium E miners.
Oh wait, let me see. I'm looking.
URNM is the uranium miners ETF. Yeah, I saw this double top, and I was like, man, look at that.
Oh, okay, so now it's back down here. How much farther do you think it'll go down? Let's see.
I'll have to get back to you on that. I'll have to check the cycles, man. Yeah,
maybe I'll sell a couple shares of that here.
I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like you're selling it here. It's kind of like,
just maybe wait, buy some even cheaper when it goes lower.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought the world was finally like looking again at nuclear energy and realizing that, hey, it's probably an answer to a lot of our problems.
You know, the Europeans don't like it. The Germans.
I thought they were kind of like getting out of that fear about it, like sort of. Because
not really. Japan is getting out of its fear, though. Japan likes it again because they have no choice.
When those fuel pipelines, whatever, during the beginning of all this like war-like shit, like the gas pipelines that somebody blew up, Russia was supplying to Europe and stuff like that. Then people in Europe were burning park benches for warmth and shit like that because they didn't have
but the problem is they're so retarded because even they need the natural gas. You know, even Biden stopped the plans for expanding natural gas export terminals in Louisiana. So it's like we're doing everything we can to help Russia for some reason.
Natural gas. Do you know natural gas is necessary for global food production? Like
the fertilizer stocks. There's fertilizer stocks too. Have you looked at those? I think they're pretty low.
That's what's important. The fertilizer.
Yeah, fertilizer. There's a fertilizer shortage to the point there might be famines in some of the world. Like, dude,
Ukraine, bro.
Yeah.
Ukraine used to produce most of the.
They did. They produced a nitrate. Yeah, a lot of nitrate came from and potassium.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
tell you,
potash. Yeah.
all this is intentional, man.
Intentional.
Of course, man. Why
Oh
we got
no!
Bill
Here
Gates-
comes a conspiracy. No, Monsanto. You gotta bring Monsanto up again.
Why we got Bill Gates buying farmland? He ain't
Oh
taking care of
no!
cows.
Oh.
Yeah, I believe some of that. It's like I
He
mean,
ain't taking care of no cows, so why you need that farmland? For what reason?
that's how we control people with food. I mean, starvation is a hell of a control mechanism.
But then again, he's working with chemicals and stuff to make us a fake burger. Oh, no, these burgers are gonna be delicious, and people are gonna
Jesus,
enjoy
man,
these burgers.
that fake
And it's
meat.
like,
There's
no,
a
man.
there's an insulin shortage because they use the same insulin for medicine to make fake meat. To the point there was like an insulin shortage not too long ago.
Come on, dude.
They're using it to make fake
No,
meat.
because this meat is whatever. No. It's like, bro, no. I know what a steak does to me. Like, if I go to top, like if I eat some steak, I know what I'm going to feel the next day. If I eat one of your chemical induced burgers, I don't know what's going to happen to me in the next 20 to 30 years.
Yeah, man. God damn. They're pushing that shit though, man. It's like
Yeah, it's all the goddamn libs, man.
it's like whether people like it or not.
Grass burger.
I have this
Yeah,
bargain
grass
grocery
burger.
outlet that sells all kinds of random food. It's like
Look at this
more and more of
burger.
that
It's made out
fake
of grass,
plant
honey.
meat is in there every day, man.
Look at this burger, honey. It's made out of grass. It's so healthy. Like, who the hell wants
That
to eat
Burger
grass
King. What's that
between
Burger King? There's a Burger King burger that's not real meat. It's called like the ultimate, whatever the hell it is. It's a
Impossible burger. Yeah,
and they
impossible.
yeah,
to eat.
impossible. They tested that. It had like fucking 20 times the safe level of estrogen in it or some shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, get cracked. What did I say earlier? Pistachios, remember?
Oh yeah, pistachios. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know that, man. I like pistachios. I ate some last night. Damn, I didn't know that.
Middle Easterns be out of pocket sometimes. They get too angry and shit for dumb shit. And this is
So they
why
gotta eat the
they love-
pistachios to calm
they love
down.
The pistachios. They be feeling all feminine and shit. And that's how they go.
Them and cashews are my favorite nuts.
Hey, we're gonna get struck down, man. We're gonna get reported for hate
Hey,
speech,
Latino
man.
for Trump. How about cashews? How about cashews? Are they like estrogen producing cashews? Do you know?
Cashews. I don't know about cashews, but I know that pistachios are. They're
Yeah,
high on
they're my
estrogen.
favorite nuts though. Cashews and pistachios. It's like I
High
don't
on
really like
estrogen,
many other
man.
nuts.
It sucks, dude. Like you gotta like really look. This like a site. I don't know what's the site name, but you can look it up. Like foods that have estrogen in it.
Oh yeah, okay, I will do that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. There's a lot of foods you'd be surprised. You'd be like, damn, I used to like that. No wonder I always felt gay every time I ate this.
Yeah, sweet
Yeah.
potatoes are the opposite. Sweet potatoes are like testosterone
Cry when
producing
you
or
watch a
something like.
movie and shit, eating something.
So these fertilizer stocks, I got MOS here for Mosaic and NTR for Nutrien. I don't know. So yeah, I mean, I'll keep a watch on them. They're still going down though. They're still in a downtrend. So
Oh, good. Then I can buy some maybe.
Definitely should keep an eye on these. Yeah. So I knew about these stocks for a while because they were climbing up here. Yeah, because they were doing really well in the 2022, 2021 era, and then after that, it just broke down. Yeah. So.
Yeah, because of the war, man.
So anyway, very
I'm
good.
telling you, we had a Mercedes here, man, and we needed some coils. We went to the dealership, and it was like, yo, there's no coils.
Yeah, you got no parts, right?
Yeah, because
the shortage.
all the
There's still a
parts came from
shortage.
over there, bro.
Yeah, they do.
We had to get rid of that shit.
Can't make nothing no more, man.
Like, come on, man, this is some bullshit. Remember, this is what you liberals voted for.
So cannabis is also something, look into these stocks. I think Trump was like supporting the Florida legislation on cannabis, so it's popping today. Some cannabis stocks are popping
Yeah,
today.
but
like
why that roller coaster?
Oh, it's just how it is, dude. These stocks are just they're just for
went high on
traders.
the day that it came out, and then it was just.
I got one share of a cannabis stock that popped up on my portfolio because I set a limit order for
What's
it.
the name of it? Canopy.
Looking MSOS, and
That's
I'm
the
down.
ETF.
There's also
That's the
one named
ETF.
Canopy too. That's
Yeah,
pretty
Canopy
good.
I'm looking at right now, CGC. So this is the one right now.
Oh, this one, yeah, it looks nice and down, like it might go up soon. I don't know.
So,
Yeah, but canopy always goes up and then it goes down.
but you look
I
at
had
this. Yeah, but you look at this. It has a nice downtrend from the peak here, and it's building some kind of base because each time it goes up and down like this,
Yeah,
it's forming
it's
something.
it's floating around, consolidating, or whatever they call it. Yeah,
Yep, that's right. So we're gonna look. It's just volatile. That's the price you pay for trying
that's
to fish this guy.
CGC, right?
I was playing cannabis stocks in like 2018, I believe. That's the last time I played them. That was the first hype. Yeah. CGC. Yeah.
I'm surprised Trump is on that. It's funny, man.
It's a real easy political football, man, because that's just how it is.
Yeah. I mean, plus, goddamn, it's like hard to argue against at this point. There's so many potheads and people need a distraction. And
Yeah, question, Get Crowd. I know you don't know too much about NFTs, but how the hell does that work, dude? Like you buy digital art. If anybody uses your digital art, do they have to pay you, or you can sue them?
Yeah, I don't know much about it either, man. They say it's non-fungible and all that. Like, okay, you bought it and you have the actual digital code. So, oh man, you own it technically, but yeah, I don't know how you actually enforce it, right?
Yeah,
I don't know. Like, you ask Rashu, man. He probably knows.
people think of that as art. Is that like
bro, that's not
process with that, or what?
Stop playing. Art stopped being made ever since the Greeks shit went down. Stop playing. There's never been art ever again, man. Art don't exist, man. People need to stop lying to themselves, man.
It's like a picture you can't see unless you go online. It's like not a physical thing, and it's like it's just a weird concept.
My kids make drawings, and I say it's nice and stuff, but let's be realistic. That's not art.
Like, I think the thing is too is that the thing too about an NFT is that like it's tied to something real, but it's like let's say I have a physical painting, I'll tie it to my NFT, but how do you enforce that either? Like, doesn't make any sense, right? So I don't know what that means.
Weird, bro.
But that's why I want to make a John Galt coin. We can tokenize his properties. So every token is tied to his properties, and I pay you a dividend, just like a stock would. Yeah, just like a stock would. I think it's easy. I'll just have to look it up, man. It shouldn't be that hard to figure out. Yeah.
Well, how much money you would need to start something like that, or that's
Very
just
little,
something
very little. You just get the code, you make it run, and then you put it on the exchanges, and you'll be like, here you go, John Galt coin.
Let's make it
Yeah,
happen.
people do those rug pulls all the time. They'll like set up, invent a coin. You get all their friends to buy it, and then they popularize it in chat rooms and everything. And then
man, I got friends that are the best, bro.
Yeah, some Martin Scully's friend like rug pulled on him. Like, he gave that guy early access to the coins, and that fool just like rug pulled his ass.
Dude, I had a dream.
Oh, man, I saw this show. These white dudes that live in Dubai, because they made up this coin, and they got all their friends in chat rooms and under videos to say, buy this. This is great. It's going up. It's going up. And they all bought into it. And they sold all at the same time. When it got high, they rug pulled it. And now they're all rich living in Dubai, and everyone else just like lost everything.
I'm telling you, but I know that we wouldn't do that. We will start a network. We will
No, because you know what we're doing, because we want actually to provide a service.
Yeah,
like,
we want
so
growth for everybody.
Yeah,
man.
because long-term
This is
growth
the
is
thing.
so good. And this is the early days, man, of actually like doing something outside the stock market. If John had to go to the stock market and do the same thing, like tokenize his properties,
the way you think,
turn it into a stock, it will cost too much. You have overhead. He has to have CPAs. He has to go through regulations with the SEC. Blah blah blah. Fill out all these
you
things.
just make a coin.
Yeah, you just here. We just make a coin. So every time he has a room, like, oh, this room,
Sure,
like,
we'll be
you want
decimals until we get to
yeah. And you know, people could pay rent in the John Galt coin. That will create demand, right?
Bro,
it just
man.
it just perpetuates the
We
machine.
can even start a
business
network
model
with
would
the
be
money
like
that's coming
transparent,
in.
right?
Listen, with the money that you're bringing in, you can even start an actual network, bro. Like an actual channel. You know what I mean? And then
Yeah.
you can have
a property-backed coin.
You know what I
Is
mean?
it-
You can have me
was
there at 2 in.
Yeah, it's done
12
before,
at
man.
12
All
at
seeing
12.
guy.
No,
You
it's
can
been
have me
done
there at
before.
12 and
Yeah.
2 in, with Angel, bro. You feel me?
Yeah,
I'm
Angel.
next
We can
to
pay Angel
all
with
of the
we can
late
pay
night.
Angel with John Galt coins.
Damn right.
It's like we're not paying you in dollars anymore, bro. Dollars are trash.
Okay, I'll take it.
Oh shit,
Why?
shit.
Can you buy Subway with Bitcoin or with crypto? I mean, Angel would freaking
Then
spend all his
fucking
money
say,
on
don't
Subway.
say, just like Scary Movie. I said $1, bitch.
I don't know how he eats that crap. Subway is the worst, man.
Yo, dude, it's so horrible. I don't like it. I'd rather
like
just buy from a
cardboard.
mom and pop shop.
Nah, people are like really stuck on their fast foods in America, dude. Once they
Dude,
get like a liking to something,
I don't know.
it's like
I hate
crack or
McDonald's.
something.
I hate
I
Some
never
McDonald's.
kind
liked
of
Subway. I was like, what the hell
Like
is
my
this?
kids love McDonald's ice.
Subway is like
Hate it.
it tastes like cardboard, even when it was brand new.
The
opened up
chicken
for-
nuggets definitely don't taste natural. I'll tell you that.
Dude, I don't like McDonald's. I'd rather make my own chicken nuggets.
And they don't even
Right.
put enough fillings in the bread. It's like a couple slices of meat. It's like thin meat and cheese and
Arby's is
big
disgusting too.
shitty roll or whatever. It's
Ooh,
like,
I haven't been there in a long time. Ooh.
oh man, yeah, I hate
So
that.
gross. We got the
Yeah, we got the meats. That's right.
they got sued for saying that, and so now they don't say it.
I used to think Wendy's had the best fast food burgers, and I heard they almost went out of business for some reason.
So I'll put this link in the back chat. You can read it, guys, and I'll put it in the front chat too. This is like they tokenize a real property, man. So you can use crypto to do the same thing with the stock market equivalent. You know, a REIT, a real estate investment trust. You know that, right? All seeing guy. You have any
Yeah.
stocks in?
Yeah,
REITs?
I have one REIT. It's called Visi. It has to do with the MGM Grand Royal, all the Vegas properties on the Strip where they hold the heavyweight boxing and shit like that. That's the only REIT I'm not afraid of.
I never heard of that one.
Yeah,
Huh.
and it's like REITs were like a no-no for a while. It's like all the damn banks had all their money in that, and that's why they're all going under and everything.
Right.
But this one REIT, it's almost like foolproof because what are they going to do with the Vegas Strip? They're not going to close that down. There's nothing else like it in the world. It's like
So it's a VICI.
yeah,
VICI.
VICI, yeah. Or maybe
Ah,
it's
wow, it's performing not bad. What? Let's see the dividend, 5% yield. Hey, not bad. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I can't even find that right now. Let me see if I hope I didn't sell.
Damn. Okay, not bad. Oh, but yeah, we want to make a version of that for John.
Still
All
probably
right.
wouldn't been driving to me. Oh, what had going? Oh, my bad, guys. I was talking to my wife.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Do you have any news on the Stanley Morgan situation?
Oh, there's a Stanley Morgan situation. I didn't know
Yeah, I was
that.
hearing on the news.
2
about
shares
some
of Visi. Okay.
some insider, whatever the hell.
Oh, they got caught again. Some trader got caught.
I don't know if it was a trader, but
But
something
Morgan
about-
Stanley.
Yeah.
They always squirm out of it though somehow, or they pay like a
Yeah, they do.
fine.
They got
It's,
good lawyers.
it's like a slap on the wrist. It's like millions or a billion, and it's like, oh yeah, here you go, no big deal. We won't do it again. Then they do it again, then pay another billion or a couple million. It's
nothing. That's stripping money. Stripping money for them.
oh, Trump might hire what's his face, Jamie Dimon. I think Trump's thinking about making Jamie Dimon some like with the position like the head
Yeah,
of.
I heard.
He
It's like
might as well. He's already is technically that
And he's
Jamie
also
Dimon. Yeah.
He's gonna get JD Diamond. He's
Jesus,
also
man.
gonna get Elon Musk to be the guy to like to
They
see what we need to
manipulate
cut, what we need to
silver
cut
in
in
the
government.
paper, like they manipulate the real price of silver via the paper market places like J.P. Morgan and shit like that. That's why silver has like been kept down so long. People like J.P. Morgan or Jamie Dimon, people like that.
So wait, Elon Musk is gonna do what for his administration? What's he gonna do? Let him do?
I don't know what his position is going to be. Yeah, it's like he's considering him for something. I don't know if that's going to be good for Tesla or not, because some people are like anytime Elon Musk says something out of pocket, they're like, "Oh no, sell all the Tesla." But I'm the opposite. I like Elon Musk when he's like saying this crazy shit, but it's like the stock doesn't when that happens.
So it says he'll lead the Government Efficiency Commission. Okay.
Huh.
Well, we saw what happened with Boeing and their rockets, so maybe we do need an efficiency commission.
Oh, they're
Yeah,
going to try to
efficiency
get
commission, man.
SpaceX is going to try to save those astronauts in the space station, right? Are they
and-
involving Elon and trying to get those astronauts back home? Okay.
He has an
Wonder-
efficiency
Shit.
commission because he's gonna. You see how he came to Twitter with the toilet?
Yeah, he did. Oh, I remember that. That was
Yeah,
funny.
that's how he gonna come to the White House. He's gonna be like, "We don't need no diversity bullshit. It's unnecessary. We don't need this thing. This is unnecessary." Just like how that president from Argentina, he's like,
Yeah,
just knocking
Melee
shit
or
out the
whatever. Yeah,
board.
he
Yep.
cut all the pork, man. All that
Yeah,
pork
man,
spending, he
we
just
don't need
chopped it all off.
All that social bullshit.
And it was
man.
all
Get
a
it
bunch
on
of
your
that
own.
woke shit.
Stop
It was
put-
all the
He's
woke
like,
shit. He said, we
"Afuera."
don't
The
need,
government.
we don't need
I'll
it.
take care of you. Oh, no, I'm sick and tired of
Public
this,
Works,
dog.
afuera.
All these people bickering,
Lesbian,
grinding,
homosexual association. Afuera. Dude, he was chopping it up. I love that guy.
Elon,
Malay.
right? He came in with that
Yes.
toilet. He said we flushing all the crap.
All that crap down the toilet.
My
All the
Argentina's
crap.
stock is doing good because of
He
that
cut-
guy
he
right now.
He cut. What was it? He cut 45% of his employees. He gave him a check out the door and said, "See you later."
ARGT Global XMSCI Argentina ETF. That's one I got four
Actually,
shares.
if you should look into Mexico
have to do.
too.
Yeah, I got a Mexican one. I think it's not. I'm down $3 on that. I got 2 shares. The
Man,
EWW.
we should bet against Mexico. Mexico got a socialist president.
Yeah,
man.
but the problem now is that we need the nearshoring. So if we're going to continue
Yeah.
on the path, it's going to go up
They're
regardless.
building everything in Mexico. Everything.
Yeah.
All manufacturing's going there.
Yeah, I know, man. And I hope this guy comes and puts tariffs on these people.
I
to
hope
make
she
them run
doesn't
back.
nationalize our shit, man, and make it theirs. Like just steal our freaking companies that go there.
Well, it's very possible.
It's
I
possible.
don't think that they're going to do
She's
that.
a communist. I mean, that's what they do.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to be that drastic in the short
You
run.
think?
No, in the short run, absolutely not.
Maybe her second. Yeah, you're right.
In the long run, absolutely she will. She'll get reelected in the next. I forgot how long Mexican presidents.
I think
10 years
five.
ago.
I think
Isn't it
5
6 years
years.
or some
Yeah.
shit?
Either 5 or
Yeah.
6. It's 5 or
She
6.
will get reelected.
Oh,
Off GP just because she's a woman.
yeah.
And
We need
a
to stop
Jew.
with this.
And then
Cartels love her.
yeah.
Oh, I know they
because she employed them. That's why.
Yeah, they're soft on hard crime. Commies go soft on
Yeah,
hard crime and hard on
always,
soft crime.
always. What else? Also, I've been buying a lot of silver, like hard silver. I've been buying
like physical silver,
old 50-cent pieces.
Yeah, I feel safe with silver, man. The
Before
real stuff.
1972, I've been buying those. Just because they need silver. They need silver in all this stupid electrical crap.
Yeah, they do.
Also, if society shits itself just for bartering, you can like buy food from the Amish for silver. They'll sell you lumber, food, whatever for silver. And if you go to Lancaster County or something for Amish people,
Gold's too expensive for me. I'm not about to spend $3,000 on 1 ounce of gold. So yeah.
And black can't let the the homeboys know he got gold.
Mexico is where most of the silver comes from anyway. That's something I wonder about with Mexico, the cartels, the communist president, all the silver mines are down there. Like most of the silver in the world comes from Mexico, I think.
I don't know. I don't know exactly where
I don't
all
own
of
any
the silver
silver
comes
mines
from.
in Mexico, but
I know that. Yeah, I do know that they have them there. I don't know if the majority of our silver comes from there.
Yeah,
but it's just
I
we
think
need
they're one of
silver.
the biggest producers in the world of silver, though. They have a lot of silver in the ground there.
In a minute, I'm gonna start buying zinc.
Zinc.
It's another metal, semi-precious metal that we need. Yeah. So.
Yeah, all those commodities. Yeah, I got to look more into that kind of stuff because I follow like gold and silver, but I don't know anything about palladium and platinum and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
In Afghanistan, we took a lot of. We were there. We took a lot of. What was the lithium?
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably we probably dried them out. That's why we did.
And thank you, Give Crack to me, for putting up my Cash App. It's always welcome. I am a greedy bastard.
Hey, we live in a capitalist society.
Yeah.
We all gotta eat.
My own electric company that's ripping me off for utility bills is, at least my stock's up, PP&L Corporation. It's over Pennsylvania. It's our electric company in Pennsylvania.
Hey, we're all getting ripped off.
Companies making right now because, dude, them motherfuckers is charging me an arm and a leg.
Because and their excuse is always threefold. They'll either say you use too much power, and then you can prove you haven't. Then they'll say, oh well, our sourcing agent where we source the electricity has gone up. Then you prove that that's not true. Then it's just basically supply and demand. They'll say, oh well, you know, we're the only people in town, so you have to deal with us. And then they start telling.
It's basically the same thing here.
I had to replace my central air not too long ago, and I was like, I want the least smart system possible. And because they want to freaking control it without you controlling it eventually.
Yes.
Like, save energy. You're going to have to deal with 75 degrees, not 70, because you can
What's
live
that Google
through 70.
thing? What's that Google thermostat? Is it Nest? It might be Nest.
So hard.
Where you can, it's a screen and it's circular. Everybody was buying those during
man,
the
all that
ERCOT.
smart shit, man. People just commandeered from
People
you.
are dumb, man. I'm like, man, you want it as analog as possible to make it harder for them to do anything to your system. You know, getting a regular LED screened thermostat is bad enough, but to get these ultra super colored, I can control it through Google thermostats is an fool's errand.
We didn't get a choice in Pennsylvania. With the smart meters, I had to get a smart meter. I couldn't opt out of it. There was no choice in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they're making it. They're doing that country.
Yeah, because in there was I don't know, you can look it up, but there was a story in California. The government was actually controlling these things and putting up the thermometer.
Yeah, during the brownouts.
Yeah,
yes.
dude.
Where they were turning up the thermostats and making them stay there artificially. And you're like, what's going on? I turned it down to 74 and they have it up on 81 to conserve energy.
So it's recharging.
And so you're burning up in your house when
you don't even know it.
Yeah. And you're like, what's going on? And you during the ERCOT, that was another thing. I remember a gentleman came up here talking about it doesn't work the way I was saying it worked when it came to those smart walls, where smart battery walls that Tesla was selling, and how people were purchasing those battery walls, and the power companies were still able to turn off their electricity, and how they were going and calling these solar panel companies and cursing them out, trying to get to these reps because they had sold them a lemon, pretty much saying that in event that, or a cataclysmic event where you weren't able to have power from the system, from the grid, you should be able to use that battery wall, and it didn't work that way at all. They were able to turn it off because it's still connected to the system. And you know, even though there's a hard switch, they still can shut your shit off. And that's what was happening because you're feeding that power, all the power that you don't think about a system. You know, I'm not an electrician, but a system is a system. If you have electrical energy coming in, okay, and you have a capacity, you have a capacitor and you have a battery, your battery can only hold so much of the load.
Yeah.
All the other energy has to go somewhere
else.
So it is connected to the system and it feeds back to the system. they can turn that off, because if they're working on wires, etc., they have to have access to your system. Unless, and I know in theory, having a hard switch where you hard turn it off at your box, and then still, and then you're able to use your own system. It's still connected to the city.
Yeah, to the
Unless
grid.
you are
Yeah, yeah.
completely disconnected to the city, from the city, it doesn't matter. None of that matters.
That's
And-
crazy, bro.
and they will turn the shit off. Yeah.
It's like they have you in the clutch, man.
Well, they
That's
do.
nuts.
They have you by your balls. They have you by your balls when
Oh,
you
Lord.
came out of your mother's womb.
Yeah, because I
And
remember when I was
California's not
growing up.
shy about harvesting people any which way. They openly do it, like through taxation and everything else. They're like, we'll just
And
take it out of
guess-
the period.
And guess who owns all your DNA now? If you use 23andMe.
Oh, I never do.
Yeah, I
Thank
never got a
God.
DNA test, even though
Yeah,
it's curious.
I'm saying, guess
The
who
Mormon.
owns it now?
The Mormon.
A Google or somebody? Or
Google,
BlackRock.
Google.
BlackRock.
Gotta be Google.
Yeah,
BlackRock.
yeah.
Oh
BlackRock
no! Oh no!
So I was telling people, even my family members, I'm like, man, do not use 23andMe. It's bad enough that the FBI can just ask them for the information. That's how they
Mhm.
caught that Golden Gate Killer,
Yep.
because his brother had done it, and then they went to I just want to let you guys know, if you have a brother, sister, sibling, you are 100% their DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Okay.
can make a bioweapon out of it too. Like,
Yes.
within it's like, oh, you're a Hungarian, whatever. We can know exactly what kind of bioweapon if
Utilizing
if we ever-
CRISPR-9 technology.
Cool,
And so they found him through his brother, who was on the other side of the country. They're like, well, the DNA says it's you. And he was like, hell no. I got a sibling in San Fran or wherever he was. And that's how they
Come
found
to
him.
find out, it was a cop.
Yep. It's insane. They caught him through 23andMe, and he hadn't even used
Never
23andMe.
been caught. Never had a DNA in his life.
So guess what? If any of you utilize 23, or I'm sorry, if you have siblings or cousins who utilized 23andMe and you've murdered somebody, it's a matter of time.
It's a wrap.
How about all those other companies? Are they all like that? All those DNA tests? Yeah, I bet they are. Yeah.
That's how they caught.
everyone,
That's how they
man.
caught some dude here too. And
Yeah,
in
what's up,
Boston.
laughing
Killed
like
somebody.
cigar? Salute to you, brother.
He killed somebody here in Blue Hill, and ended up going to Chicago, and they ended up getting his DNA off of one of those things, and it was like they wanted to be sure.
See,
So it was like, yeah, it was like, hey, you won such and such thing, but you got to come here and pick it up. This dude took a flight from Chicago. They made him, and then they caught his ass, and it was like, nah, man, you committed this murder, such and such. You buried the body in the back. Yup.
Stupid, man. Stupid. Listen,
And I don't believe any of that. None of that actually tells you what your
doesn't.
ancestry really is. Like the only people that will actually tell you this is your grandparents.
Here's a little known fact about 23andMe and all those others. They can only sample living DNA. So they're not going to the grave and getting a mummified remain and saying, hey, you're connected through this mummified remain. They only know the people who are currently inhabiting the land that you are prospectively from. Okay. So they don't know truly what you're made of. It's only referenced by what they know of the current regions. So
living people. You mean
yeah.
people alive at this time?
Yes, it's erroneous.
Shit. Yeah, it's worthless then. Really, I mean, like if you want to find out if an ancient ancestor of yours, you can't.
No, you can't. It's kind of like what was her name? The one who modeled herself after the Apple owner. Who created Apple? What was his name? I can't think right now.
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs. What was the name of the lady who created the box that supposedly read blood tests? Theranos. Kind of like that Theranos hoax, where she was selling snake oil, quite literally. And
yeah, I heard about that. I didn't look into.
She's serving time and all that. It's pretty much it. It's snake oil. The only reason why these 23andMe people aren't behind bars is because it works for living ancestry. And then they do a deep dive into information that's online. Thank you, Shabako Drama, for that act that expedited online information. I can't remember what that act was, where he made sure that they digitized not only historical archives, but our power grid, water, natural gas, and that leaves us susceptible to hackers. Untrackable. Stay vigilant. What's up, man?
Yeah. Thank you for having me back. I'm just getting into the mix. I'm not sure what's
Oh
the
man, dude,
convo
we're
is.
just talking about a litany of things. We're talking about Barack Hussein Obama.
Somebody
We're talking
said
about
blood orange Elizabeth Holmes. You know,
Yeah,
you want to know a fun fact about her? What I found out just recently.
yeah, go ahead.
Her uncle apparently is Madoff.
Bernie, really?
Yeah, that's what I was watching something and they mentioned that. It's like I'm like, oh,
Bro,
now it all makes sense.
Nothing is coincidence, man. Nothing.
I'm like, now it all makes
paid
sense.
off with a bunch of people's money.
Yeah, nepotism is real. People are, and listen, I don't begrudge nepotism in a sense. If I have a child, I'm going to try and put them in the best possible situation to succeed as well. But sometimes it just comes and bites us all in the ass, especially when it comes to things, power brokers, people who work with billions of dollars. Yeah, it just has far-reaching ramification on us all, man.
Nepotism is why we're involved in Ukraine to a large extent. All those deals, Hunter, freaking Biden and Burisma and all that shit through Ukraine. It's like,
man, it's
Biden. It's like, how's he run this stuff? He's an idiot.
He's an idiot. His artwork catches like half a million. The artwork he does.
Not even Basquiat.
That's a good.
Not even
that's a
Basquiat's
good
work cost that much when he was alive.
Hey, look, Basquiat's work was shit. Andy Warhol's work was shit. Jackson Pollock's work was quite literally shit, thanks to the CIA.
It's like I told Get Cracked.
Huh?
The only artwork, like it's like from the Roman time, when like the Roman Empire.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That was artwork. Like none of that exists anymore.
No, listen. Don't get me wrong. I like to go see the Celestial Gate in Chicago, aka the Bean. I remember when they put that thing up when I was living in Chicago, born and raised, by the way.
I like some of that modern art. Like I like some of Basquiat's shit in the way I like children's paintings, because it reminds me of like a children's artwork in a good way, but it's like has this kind of like.
Well, he was a fey homosexual crackhead.
Yeah, he's in the Blondie video. Do you ever see him in the Blondie video?
Yes. And this guy, who models their look after him?
Jay-Z.
Damn right. Jay-Z models his look after Basquiat. Mm-hmm. And like I said, Jackson Pollock was the real crime because his shit was quite literally garbage. Even the Russians who had entered the realm of artwork, of modern art, to usurp and to subvert American whatever. The CIA picked up on that, and then they just hired him. They hired him. Hey, look, create bullshit, and we'll pay you hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then Russia was like, man, we just can't understand why people are buying this garbage. And came out that's exactly what
convenient for him. He was an alcoholic too, so I mean, he get paid
alcoholic, drug
addict, thousands of dollars for being drunk all the time, just splashing paint.
But that's all of them, man. That's
the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yes,
I can do it.
Yes,
I can do modern art. I just throw stuff on the wall.
It's modern art is who you know.
It's like mod. Big Lebowski. Remember the comedy, The Big Lebowski?
Yes.
Juliet Moore's character.
Yes.
She's like flies down naked, hanging from this like swinging thing, splashing paint. She's like, ah.
Like, how much money do you need me to wash? How much money do you need me to clean?
It's money laundering incarnate.
It's like,
Yes.
Okay, we'll give you a name.
It really is.
And now, once I give you a name and you're a big known artist, now everybody's gonna know what you're known for. Like the whole word that you're a big known artist is just basically a resume for, hey, you rich? I can wash you your money. That's all that is, dude.
It is. Like there's a guy. A video that's gone viral. It's like an amalgamation of different modern artists doing stupid shit. And there's this one guy who built like this stainless steel pool where he is kayaking through it, going nowhere. Then his second work of art was a whole bunch of red buckets filled to the brim with sand up to the ceiling. He pulled a string, they all fell over, and he was like, ta-da.
I used to work at the Philadelphia Museum of Art, and we looked at the art in there. They had this fucking modern art thing. It was a red square and a white background. It was a one-dimensional picture, like a white border in a frame with a big red square in the center of it, and that's it. That was art, supposedly.
You know,
the litmus test for art is if a common clown, such as myself, can do it, it's not art.
I agree with
that.
that.
I have no artistic. And if the commoner can do it, it's not art, right? If the common man, who's not artistically inclined, like most of the population, if they can do it freehand, it's not art. It's a joke, right?
They had what they called an outsider art exhibition once at the Philadelphia Museum of Art when I was a waiter there. And they had the outsider artists sitting at a table eating with these highfalutin, like these women that would like fund the art museum and shit like that. And they were trying to make conversation with these guys who looked like homeless and on drugs and everything. And these guys were falling asleep. These dudes are falling asleep. These outsider artists at the table with these rich old white ladies. It was fucking hilarious.
Van Gogh, for instance. Have you ever seen any of Van Gogh's stuff up close and personal?
No, but I from what I understand, like it's like 6 inches thick, man. It's like super thick.
It is, man. That motherfucker was out of his mind, but it was actual art.
Yeah,
his stuff like a Starry Night.
Yeah, that picture is great, man.
It's the textures and the colors are just vibrant.
Cat Stevens wrote a song about it. Starry Night.
Paint your palette blue and gray.
Yeah, where it's about Vincent Van Gogh's suicide or how he was
cutting his ear off and all that. Yeah, but it's a great. He's good. I'll even give it to what's his name, Picasso.
Listen, that's what I mean. That's the kind of
actually
like modern art, kind of weird shit, but I like it.
I don't know
if you ever saw it, he could actually draw. Okay, but then he just kind of like deconstructed what he was doing, and then he created the style that he has now. I can respect.
Have you ever seen the Mona Lisa? Has anyone ever seen the Mona Lisa up close?
No person.
I have. I've seen it on acid. She smiled.
Well,
I saw it when they brought it to Chicago.
Dude, listen, it's like a foot by a foot.
Oh, really?
It's small.
Yeah,
it's very small.
I thought it was
you think
probably
it's
like
this huge thing. It's super small,
it was
man.
Like
it's like
3 feet or 4 feet by 4 feet or something. Yeah.
No,
dude,
it's a tiny painting. That's why when people say it was stolen for years, when you see it, you can actually see.
You steal it in a book bag. The building that they keep it in France is more of a work of art times a million versus that.
Yeah,
absolutely. Like that's actually a work of art. It's
like in Italy too, like the thing in the ceiling.
The system. Oh
yeah.
Oh, bro, come on.
I want to see that. I haven't seen that.
Oh,
I would like to see that.
I'd like to see that too. But I don't know. I think that's in Florence, isn't it? I think that's in Florence.
I believe it is.
You know what I think is beautiful too? Believe it or not, the Kremlin.
Oh, what are you talking about? Of course it is.
Totally.
Yes.
Oh or the Taj Mahal, which by the way, was designed by an American architect, not an Indian.
Yeah, most of
And
them are.
built-
There's
and
also
built-
there's a place called Angkor Wat too that's pretty awesome.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, Thailand, right, or Burma or Thailand.
Yeah.
I'd like to go there.
Now I've seen a lot of the Southeastern Asian artwork.
No, that's
Korea.
Cambodian. Angkor Wat's
Oh,
Cambodian.
Cambodia. Oh, okay.
Otherwise, you're gonna
Yeah.
get people pissed on this channel, man.
Sorry.
They're gonna
It was
start
one of
saying,
those-
"Oh, the Vietnamese guy probably told him to say that." Blah blah blah. blah. Oh my god.
He did. He did.
Hey, you do share a border
right.
with
I
them.
remember it is Cambodia. I get those places confused though sometimes. It's my fault.
Hey, yo,
Hold on, let me guess.
Cambodians are some of my
Cambodia
favorite
and
people.
Vietnam doesn't like each other, right? Let me guess.
No, history-wise, no. Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I'm
no.
sure.
Hey, look,
That's
look,
every
I have
neighboring country. All the neighbors of every place in the whole world hates each other. England, Ireland, India, Pakistan. So of course they don't like each other in Cambodia, Vietnam, right?
one of my closest friends is Cambodian, man. Short little shit. He's a tattoo artist, man. Man, the shit he talks about Vietnamese is legendary. He thinks he used to work at when he came to America, he used to work at in California at this chocolate factory. What was the name? Oh my god, Godiva chocolate? Was it?
That's
the ones
Godiva.
I think it's either Godiva, the ones with the balls with all the
Girardelli.
not Ghirardelli. Ghirardelli is great.
Charcour is one of them.
I think it might be Godiva. But anyway, he was just talking about how he used to get the defective. They used to give them the defective ones by the bucket full, and he said so much that they would start throwing up at the smell of chocolate. That's crazy, but yeah, he's a cool dude, man. He's one get cracked. He's another Bitcoin enthusiast, man. Not just Bitcoin, but all the other what you call it, blockchain. This guy, yeah, he's always making money, calling me, texting me, talking about how much money he's made. I'm like, well, motherfucker, make me some money.
You know, speaking of Bitcoin and art, have you ever heard of NFTs?
Yeah, we were
just talking about
mentioning that. We were just talking about.
Oh, you
that.
were? Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah,
That's
it's a mystery
super
to me,
dumb.
Ryan, man. I don't know what the hell that was all about. I was
That's
like, how the
retarded.
Non-fungible token. It's the dumbest thing in probably, like, I can't even imagine it. It's totally useless stuff,
Dumb,
right?
it
Like,
is.
it's some
Dumb
virtual-
for who's buying it, and smart for whoever's making money in the back end.
Yeah, young people were buying it. Like people.
And you know what's funny? You only made money doing that if you jumped in at the beginning. If you jumped in at the beginning doing that, then you made money off of it.
People were
But-
blowing over the COVID stimulus money
Yeah.
on that stuff.
I remember what's his name from Diplomats from Dipset.
Cameron.
Not Cameron, but the other one, the
Joel
one,
Santana or
not Joel's. What the hell's that guy's name?
Jim
That's
Jones.
all we find, no lie.
Jim Jones.
Jim Jones. He did
okay.
one.
Boy.
Jim Jones did one. A couple other people did one. You know, just stupid shit.
Cameron probably
I don't
rapped
understand what people. I don't understand people sometimes.
Yeah, as long as there's a market, or as long as there's people, they'll create a market, and it'll be stupid. Doesn't matter.
Well, you have the rights to purchase a fake thing in a virtual world. Perfect.
Yeah, and quote, you own it, unquote. They can't. It's a one of one based upon this algorithm.
Yeah.
Look at me, NFT Pink
ridiculous.
Diamond. Where you think I get the money for this? Just rhyming.
Oh my god, I like that.
Bars.
That's a clippable moment.
Bars.
Yes. Momo, where you going, dude?
I'm going to Cheyenne, and I'm up here in like the northern valley of Colorado,
Okay.
near Steamboat Springs.
Okay.
I think US 40, but yeah, it's pretty nice up here.
It looks nice.
Looks nice. No graffiti.
Yeah.
No niggas chilling in the corner.
I was just about to say no niggers. It looks
Oh,
good, man.
Momo, what's your range truck? Do you drive all over America,
It's
Momo, or drive out of America? Or
Yeah, I do 48 state over the road.
And you're right now.
I
where
have
you
a
say you're in
passport. I
Montana.
could do Canada, Mexico, but I don't. So
Yeah. Where's this right now? Montana, did you say? Or?
You got Mexico.
this is northern Colorado.
Oh, northern Colorado. Yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah.
It is beautiful. Hey,
Oh, yeah.
Latinos,
Mira, what's in your truck?
All the four corner states have a lot of unique beauty. Each one is different to the other. They all look very different, but they're all very beautiful.
they are Latinos for Trump. Where are you at?
Me, I'm in Massachusetts.
Are you in Mass? Okay.
Yeah, in the burbs though, not in Boston. I
Yeah,
used to live in
right
Boston
back,
2-3 years ago. I want to say 3 years ago.
Did you ever go to South
my
Latinos
bureau,
for Trump?
my bureau tried to send me to Boston. I said, "Fuck no." They were like,
Where
"Oh,
to drop a load?"
nah, to stay."
Oh hell no, man!
And I was like, "Hell no, I'm not going to Boston." They were like, "Oh
Whereabouts?
man, it's a promotion. You only got to be there for 2 years." I'm like, "That's 2 years too long. I'm not moving to Boston."
What city did they tell you?
Boston.
Yeah, but Boston is like they just say Boston, but Boston.
Yeah, bro, I don't know anything about Boston, Mass. All I know is it was in the hood. Well, I'll say it's in the hood when I looked it up. So hell no.
What was it? Was it Dorchester?
That sounds familiar. Don't get me lying. I don't even remember the
If
address.
it was,
I put it out of my mind.
if it was, depending.
You know, they did LSD experiments on Whitey Bulger when he was in jail when he was young.
Yeah, I can believe it. I can believe it.
It was MK Ultra. He was part of that, giving unwitting prisoners LSD, and then he turned into a freaking mob boss or whatever.
And a monster. And did you guys see that documentary on the CIA agent that they poisoned with LSD?
Oh yeah, Oz. What's his freaking name? Yeah, he jumped out the window or something. Like
yeah, and they had it all on camera. Oh my God. He said they were after him.
His family's trying to sue the CIA because they knew he.
They successfully sued him.
They did. Okay.
I don't know if they got any money.
If you're not, like the thing is, I've done it multiple times, and if you're not a person that
Ryan, who's fucking late?
Oh yeah, if you've never done it, somebody gives it to you. That'd be pretty bad, man.
That's gonna be pretty bad because you're like, what the hell? What's really
I'll
going on?
never forget my first time doing it. I had some trusted friends around me, and it was freaking
Same.
intense. I was
Like,
whoa.
But dude,
I can't say I've ever done it, but
times though.
Ryan, you said someone was fucking late. It was 1 o'clock.
Sorry about that. Yeah, no. None of you guys were late.
No,
you guys
you
were
were
late.
talking.
You're good.
I would
It
hope
was just
so.
just a nice man. Yeah,
That's
so
funny.
delivery. But sorry about that.
You're late. Don't let it happen again.
I
Yeah, I heard him turn his master slave voice.
Oh my God! I heard somebody in trouble.
Yeah, no. Listen, you have to in construction. You can't talk to people with a normal voice.
No,
I have a home voice,
crazy,
which I have, and normal, and then but when you're on the job site, you can't talk to people in a
not
just
only that, you
normal.
expect
You
this
can't do
shit
it.
to get done.
So
you get this shit
or
done.
they'll run
I'm
you
pretty
over.
sure you have a date to get this stuff done by you, right? Am I right or wrong?
Well, typically, yes. Everyone has dates. It's
All
all.
right. See,
If
so
you don't get
there
it done,
you
you get
go. So
charged
you
a
gotta
lot of
get
times.
your
Called
shit. There you go. Get
yeah,
this shit
liquidated
done.
damages. Listen, all these. It's like dealing with kindergarten, basically. It really is. You're dealing with a bunch of kindergarten people that don't want to work. Like it's hard to describe, but you can't talk to people with your normal standard tones most of the time.
I agree with that.
So
I agree with that.
and you
wholeheartedly.
know, so
I
you're like
agree with you, partner.
unless the architect's on the job, and then you talk to him or her with normal, because
Well, they're educated.
Yeah, they're a little different.
But they're still stupid too.
Well, they don't know how to build anything, but they're good at. They're artists, but They don't understand how like structure, but yeah, it changes on those days. So, but it's changing a lot. Even I'm seeing a lot of MBAs in construction now. So like if they're building a building, they'll have an MBA that's running the math and the business part of the project, and they'll
It's
have a
because
guy that's an engineer, that's the builder. You know,
it's because MBAs are
so
worthless, man. MBA, I remember being told the MBA is the doctorate of the business world, or harumph, harumph, harumph. And I remember getting it, and I did some research, just some basic research, checking the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. And I just saw how many MBAs were in my area where I was living. I was like, man, we're saturated.
Yeah.
I said, there's no way. I'm like, who would get this degree in this day and age? When I got it, it was still, premier. But
sought
it's
after.
yeah, right now it's terrible. I'm like, why would you ever do that? And then they find all sorts of new ways to advertise it. Get this executive MBA. Get the,
The
finance.
executive MBA is an abridged version, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's kind of a joke because it's all online, and you're dealing with like adjunct professors, So,
Yeah, you're dealing with adjuncts all day, But even in brick and mortars, you're dealing with adjuncts all day. The only time I received any really good MBA training was in 2003, and I wasn't even going for my MBA. I was taking an entrepreneurial class at University of Southern Cal, and I got an opportunity to meet and be taught by the then president for Lacoste's what you call it,
clothing
design department. Then he was also the president for Porsche's not materials, but my God, not marketing, but merchandising department.
Okay. Merchandising.
Dealt with an old white bald-headed glasses wearing fart who taught the people who opened the company, a battery company and worked off and built batteries for Trojan. And then another old white Jew dude who knew the owner of the Dodger Stadium at the time and took us on a tour of it. And that was great, man, because it was visceral. We were there. We got an opportunity to meet these people, to pick their brains, and to find out what they were doing. I watched, and then another digital artist company that was working on the then Fantastic Four movie, the terrible one, that universe. I was looking at, I saw them, I saw them doing the renderings for The Thing, for Johnny Storm, for all of them. I was like, wow, man. And then like 6 or 7 months later, the movie came out. And I was like, wow, I was there and saw the people who worked on it. So yeah, that was a great experience, but it only lasted like 12 weeks. But then when I got into an actual MBA course, it was just shit. It was like a whole bunch of writing, looking at people's 10Ks, looking at, it was ridiculous.
I think you should have to work in a business. So like if you get a business degree, people get their business degree and then just immediately get the MBA. And the best thing for me was I went back to school and got my bachelor's degree in marketing management. But I worked for a business construction at the time, so I could see these things happening. Like when I was in accounting, I got to see like, okay, this would be an expense, or is these mixers are an investment? It's a piece of capital equipment, right? I could see the differences like that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, but if you're not in a business, it's all abstract. It's all like you take an accounting class. These are expenses. These tools are expenses, and then these are purchases that you can depreciate, which are equipment. Like, and you don't. Oh, that's an asset. It's sellable. The tools aren't. Okay, you're not going to sell hammers, right? But you can sell mixers and large equipment, and it has a depreciating value. So you can see the mechanics of it. Whereas these kids they get a bachelor's degree in business and they've never worked in a business. They've never done anything, you know?
Yep.
So I think to get a master's, you should have to work in a business for 2 years and you can't apply till you're 23, right? So you got
I
to
agree
wait,
with that.
or 2 years after your bachelor's, work for a bit, you know. But because I think it's just,
Unless
unless
you're some
it's,
sort of idiot savant who can
well,
grasp
I think
all
without
these.
I think there should be a vocational piece of it, right?
I
There
agree with
should
that.
be a vocational part of all this stuff. And these colleges are ripping these kids off, if you ask me. They're giving, I mean, I tell everybody, my niece was doing computer science and she said, I'm going back to school, or she said, I'm changing my major. I said, from computer science? She said, absolutely. And I said, to what? She said, Native American Studies. I said, hold on, that's a
Are you
major?
serious?
You can major in that? You're going to go, what are you talking about? That's the worst thing
Yeah,
I've
go
ever heard in my
belly up.
life.
Does she want to be a
I mean,
professor
Native
of that,
American
or
Studies.
what's
I
the
can't
job
believe.
angle for that? Teaching it eventually?
Exactly. Well, see, colleges don't care. They just want the money. That's all they want. They'll make up all. And I'll tell you something else that's happened. So they started having the federal loan program was only for undergrad. As soon as they changed it to be you could get money for graduate degree, all of a sudden all these colleges created graduate programs so they can keep milking the federal government, right? You can get a graduate degree in the stupidest, most ridiculous subjects you've ever heard of. Non-vocational, nothing. The dumbest stuff ever.
Underwater basket weaving. That's like the joke.
Oh,
out there.
dude. Yeah, the minute. And so there's been an explosion of graduate degree and doctorate degrees. You can get a doctor in just the stupidest, ridiculous subjects, so that are non-vocational. Meanwhile, these colleges are bilking the federal government. That's what they do,
Man,
So it's
academia
terrible.
is such a racket, man. You ever hear of James Lindsay, Ryan?
I have
He has
them somewhere, but
a website called New Discourses. He's like an expert on the origins of wokeness, like all those French philosophers
Okay.
and everything. They came up with critical theory, and he did this.
Yeah.
You know those papers, those peer-reviewed articles that they write in college about certain subjects. He did spoof ones, and he wanted to prove how much of a bullshit. So he and these people wrote these papers like rape culture in a dog park or something was the name of one of them, and he submitted them to the peer review commission. And because it talked about like grape enough and it talked about like gender enough and all that, they gave him like high marks on it, and it was just a joke. Like they were making sillier.
I think I heard about that.
Ones.
I heard about
that. They kept
Yeah.
submitting these stupider and stupider ones, and they kept on getting accepted and getting these great reviews until they found out that they were just joking on the commission, and then they got all pissed off because they got fooled. It was funny, man.
Yeah, I think I heard about. I heard, maybe I saw it on YouTube or something, and he kept just going back to the well and saying, and just include all the garbage that they want in there.
Yeah,
So,
you just write something, include enough gender speak and enough essay speak, and it's like. Sound went off on someone. I don't know if anyone can hear me, but everything just went silent over here.
You know what? I was doing fine until I heard the name James Lindsay. Then I had to come up.
I bet you have an opinion on that, Stanley. Yeah.
Oh, I think James Lindsay has a PhD in either physics or mathematics, or maybe it's something like mathematical physics. And when we talk about underwater basket weaving degrees, dude is not working as a physicist or a math person. He's working as an expert in woke. Okay, now if that is not underwater basket weaving or something akin to it, nobody notices that island.
That's what I thought his expertise was. I didn't know he had anything to do with physics or mathematics.
Nope, he literally has either a physics or a math degree from Tennessee Tech.
Huh? Interesting.
So just wanted to let y'all know he is doing the equivalent of underwater basket weaving.
Yeah, he made a name for himself in that type of underwater basket weaving. He has a whole website about it.
Oh yeah, he's a grifter. That's exactly what he's doing. So just had to add that 2 cents, and good evening, everyone. Or good afternoon, everyone. Hate to burst your bubble there, all-seeing guy.
Oh no, it doesn't. I don't have any special affinity for him. I mean, he just somebody I thought of because his spoof papers they wrote. That was pretty funny. That scam they did.
Spoofing papers and teaching about it. Yep, that is quite a career.
Yeah, he knows more about me in the depths of this critical theory stuff though. So I've learned a few things from him. Not that it'll make much difference in my life, but
Well, I agree with him that a lot of critical theory is troublesome, and if not just downright useless. However, his CRT stuff, I find particularly obtuse. I think a lot of times he's intentionally misunderstanding or misrepresenting. Derek Bell, for all his faults, because I don't think he was that good a writer, but he was a brilliant lawyer. CRT, and he didn't call it CRT, by the way. It was called CRT. Think about Kimberly Crenshaw. He never called it that, but he was absolutely right at root of what CRT is. CRT got extended into education and race philosophy and philosophy of race and all that stuff. Some of it's a stretch, but the origin of CRT, in my opinion, is in the legal academy. I think it was useful in the legal academy, and the way James Lindsay misrepresents at least the origins, I don't particularly appreciate it.
yeah, the whole concept of critical theory to me, I can't quite get my head around it. Is it like just trying to find faults in everything?
Well, it's basically a root deconstruction.
Yeah,
and
I guess.
The part about power, what is it? Power hierarchies. Yeah, I think a lot of it is true, but just kind of like misused. The one thing I also want to point out is Derek Bell specifically did not want Marxism, or basically he really didn't want any sort of European. He wasn't a fan of Marx, and when they say CRT is a Marxian or neo-Marxism is literally a nonsense term. It's either Marxism or it's not. That's my opinion, though. A lot of people would disagree.
Yeah. I mean, Karl Marx was like separating people into class, bourgeoisie versus proletariat. And I think
he's right. Marx was right at root.
Yeah, and I think people are trying to say
as a critique of capitalism, Marx is useful.
And I think people are saying that they're doing that with race now, what Marx was doing with class back then.
I don't think you can. They're two different animals, and people try, but
as like
if
a
you have
control
enough, you have enough sense.
Yeah, as a society, like a social engineering kind of mechanism to make people change society, to change the way people see each other, think.
Okay, well, you need to understand that the invention of race was social engineering.
You mean it's not real? What do you mean?
A race is not a biological reality. it is a social reality. And in 1663, when the first race laws were made in Maryland and Virginia, that was literally social engineering.
Yeah, I can see that.
So
But I mean,
if you
race
don't realize that the invention of race is social engineering, then
But I mean,
there's a
in the biological sense, like some races get certain diseases, other ones get other diseases more prevalently.
that's not true either.
Are you sure?
Sickle
'Cause,
cell, I am
yeah.
100% sure. Not
Yeah,
not
I've never heard
99%
of
sure.
I've never heard of a
Sickle
white
cell
person with
anemia,
sickle cell.
it happens in warmer climates. I think now Africans are more susceptible, genetically to it, due to origins. But no, people in the tropics, other races that aren't deemed black or Negroid, yeah, they get it too. That I'm 100% sure. I'm not guessing.
So you're saying it's more of a tropical, like people that,
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
originates from those zones.
sickle cell was basically a reaction to malaria.
Yeah, I heard that somewhere too.
So I mean, black people aren't the only people to get malaria.
Right, it's tropical. Yeah.
So anyway, I'm done with my spiel. James Lindsay brings out the worst in me. I really find him problematic. There are better people. I would say Jordan Peterson, whom I have no love for, is a
I've heard of
better
him.
critique. Yeah,
I've heard him.
there are people who do it better. There are people who critique better than James Lindsay. So anyway, sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, no problem. No one else is up here anyway anymore, I guess. I don't know where everybody
Yeah,
went.
Black's is still up there.
Oh, okay.
He's waiting. Well, I'm actually interested in his critique of my critique. He's always good for bringing me back to earth. Well, how about you, Untrackable? Well, I guess I'm sorry to derail your fruitful conversation.
That's why everybody's muted. That's why. Yeah, I'm kind of distracted and talking at the same time, trading stocks at the same time I'm talking.
Well, I like Ryan's points about the MBA. I think just about any. I mean, that's why people coming out of med school do internships and all that post-doctoral training. The computer science example. Coming out of college, companies tend to train you the way they want stuff done. I worked for Ticketmaster as a systems engineer for 10 years. I knew about Windows and, stuff like that, but they had proprietary software that I had to learn. And, a lot of basically every company, you're going to wind up doing some form of OJT or on-the-job training or some form of, training specific to whatever, that company's mission is. So, nobody coming out of college, I'm sure there must be exceptions that I'm not thinking of, but most people out of college, when they go to their first job, there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve.
I think if I had a kid and he or she was like at that age where they're about to launch out for a career and they had to get educated in something first, I think I'd try to steer them towards a trade. Just because of how much bullshit there is in the academic system. And trades, like, they'll always be needed unless technology changes so much that certain things become obsolete.
Well, I think trades are useful, I think there's some people like I would never be a good plumber. I just don't have that. I don't have the patience. I mean, I can do stuff like that. Cause you got to let people kind of be who they are and work where they are. And I think as long as they're working, you know, I whine all the time that I'm not much of an entrepreneur. Um, and it could be that, I'm a little bit misanthropic.
I kind of
You
wish
know,
I kind of wish I learned to weld because I like doing the physical, like it's like art in a way, and like
It's
the
your
oh yeah.
physicality to it.
it's
But
your
I wear
aptitude.
glasses now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wear glasses. Can you weld with glasses? Is there a thing where you can
Sure
wear
you can.
glasses?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That little I forget what they call the mask. I had people in the Navy who welded and they wore glasses. So I mean, there are ways around glasses. As a matter of fact, I hear pilots don't have to have perfect vision anymore.
Is that right?
I've heard that. I don't know if it's true. I have to ask my cousin about that. He was a Navy NFO.
Is that part
Well,
of
it's
DEI?
Googleable.
Well, yeah, but I talk to him occasionally. I'm more likely to remember to ask him about it than to Google it after this is all done.
Yeah, I think also in addition to physical capacity, capability, all that good stuff, the aptitude of a person, their temperament as to how they can handle. For instance, in previous broadcasts, right? Oh, hi everybody. I didn't mean to be rude. Hi everybody.
Hi,
Glad to be here. Thank you for welcoming me. I appreciate it
is
very
this
much.
Mella? How you doing?
Yeah.
Hey,
And
Mella. Hey,
hey,
everybody.
I wanted to say, if I am allowed, that when it comes to public schools, I am saddened that it would appear there is an intentional effort to construct the prison scenario, like that term that's used, public school to prison pipeline. I'm
Yeah.
starting to discover that that is a not systematic, that diagram appears in my face. It's like when I really put it all together about the frustrations of single parenting, not just single parenting, but financially frustrated parenting. Okay. And what it takes to neglect discovering your individual child's interest and cultivating that towards success for their future, it is interrupted by these economic constraints, right? And so a lot of time is spent in public school as a student, and you're being influenced by teachers who are also under constraints. They're not allowed to actually tell a student, hey, did you know that you could be anything that you set your mind to? They're not allowed to say that to students. Did you know that?
Yeah, I didn't know that, but I guess I'm
That
not
was
surprised.
crazy as hell.
Well,
They're
I'm
not
gonna.
allowed, they're only allowed to conduct the curriculum. And I want Portia to tell me if this is true. Are you
Well, let
able
me
to?
answer first because I have
Okay.
pushback on that. Of course I do.
Okay, I would
They
like to finish for
kids.
one more minute. One
Okay,
more
well,
minute.
you asked the question to the forum, so I'd like to answer the question. Have
I
have I
understand
heard
your
have
control
I heard of it?
mechanism.
No, you asked, have I heard of it? My answer is yes, and that is actually, I think, a good rule. So you can continue, and you'll
Okay.
probably want to know why I think it's a good rule.
The public school system is a different
And also remember that public schools are locally controlled, so not all public schools are the same.
that's a fact. That's a fact, because I met someone who went to a school in Iowa, a elementary school in Iowa, that introduced them to the stock market and how to participate in the stock market. They didn't do that in Chicago, okay? And so that's true. And it depends on the teacher. I didn't know certain things about you know historic occurrences in oppressive Black history. And until my 8th grade teacher told me something that was alarming, you know. I won't go into detail, but we get the gist of it. What I'm saying is that what is bothering me today, and I'm so glad that you're allowing me to say this to all of you, is apparently there is an effort to renew what was formerly known as slavery with incarcerated individuals. The Constitution emphasizes that those who commit a quote unquote crime are not exempt from being
Well,
imposed upon.
they can lose their freedoms. That's the 13th Amendment.
Yeah, and what's really disturbing is that I didn't realize that there are incarcerated people that are working at McDonald's. They're working at, a lot of big chain corporations, as they farm these prisoners out. See, there was a time I thought they were just making license plates. Okay, I was old school thinking. I was like, okay, they making license. They're doing something in the facility to keep their time productive, hopefully safe, but not always. But as it turns out, they're actually being farmed out. Intentional word, farm. They're being farmed out to be utilized by corporations. And then when they come up for parole, they're denied parole based on you are a danger to society. But yet, in contrast, they're sending them out into society to conduct work. And so it's a trap that these people are put in, especially in Alabama. They're being put in, there's a documentary about it in Alabama, but they're being put in a position where they're not being rehabilitated, they're being retained intentionally to be farmed out as workers.
Hey,
And
Miller, you may know about something in Pennsylvania. It was a few years ago. One of these people, it was the school to prison pipeline, something like this guy, this principal of some school, had some family that was in the private prison industry or something like that.
Mhm.
And yeah, they found out he was helping facilitate the kids in school to end up in the prison somehow. It's a big scandal.
Right, when a child is confused and commits a crime, or a young adult when they commit a crime, there's something behind that, and the government is not interested in solving what's behind making someone commit a crime. They don't care why people could let them tell it. That's just their misfortune. But
Can I push
Can I
back
ask
real
you a
quick, Marty?
question?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think I think if I had friends in the neighborhood that I grew up in and I prioritized hanging around them, and my parents didn't care whether or not I hung around these neighborhood friends, I too could have probably been a criminal,
Okay, well,
because
you just made a huge point there. It's not the
because
government's.
it's about
It's not the
your
government's job. It's not the
Yeah, it's not
government's job to care about kids.
you,
It's
you
parents' jobs. It's not the
it is the
school's
parent.
job. In
It
my,
is the
it
parent.
is. It is.
It's the parents'
It is.
job, but
It is 95% on
they
parents
have to
to do the
provide a
job.
living.
Not government. Not schools. That's my
What
opinion.
I'm saying, what my insistence is to consider that when parents, those who are caregivers, are too overwhelmed to actually give care, to look over their children,
Well,
those children
I'm
are
gonna
left to
sound okay.
they're
I
left.
understand your point. I think
Children are born with the common
I
sense
don't
to
think
avoid danger. They're just not
I
born with
don't
that
think
common. They have to
I
be
don't
taught that.
think
And parents
I
are too
don't think
overwhelmed
and
to teach their
parents
children to avoid
I
dumb shit.
I'm left of center and I'm gonna have to say parents need to figure it out.
I'm going to have to agree with Stanley on that one. As
Okay,
somebody
figure it out.
that's
That's a
seen,
good solution. Figure it out.
as somebody that's seen the other side of this,
Let's throw a bunch
um,
of confetti in the air and figure out. Okay.
as somebody that sees the other side of this, well, Stanley knows my pedigree. I have a Juris Doctor's degree, studying for the bar exam if I could actually pass this SOB right. But the thing is, and as somebody that's been the victim of a violent crime, my thing is don't commit crimes. I understand that I understand exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about Clause 2 of the 13th Amendment, which exempts people that have been convicted of criminal offenses from involuntary servitude, right? So, or from not being allowed to be subject to involuntary servitude. I understand that, but there's an
Okay.
escape hatch. There's an escape hatch.
It's
Don't commit
called Don't
crimes.
Do It in the First Place, right?
Yes, it's called don't commit crimes. Don't do anything stupid. I'm sorry, nobody put a gun to you. I understand the socioeconomic situations. I understand because I'm, broke. As a joke, I made less than $30,000 a year myself, but nobody put a gun to my head and said, "Hey, Juan, you're broke. You will go rob that bank. Juan, you're broke. You will go sell that white. Juan, you're broke. You will do insert other criminal activity here." And so I'm sorry. You're right. There are certain things that the community could do, but everything starts at home. And to me, it's just simple. Don't
I
commit crimes.
agree with
Not that
you.
hard. Just don't do
I
it.
agree with you. It's just really awful that there are so many people that don't understand that it's okay not to break the law. You'll be all right somehow, some way. Just don't
Then
break
that's
the law
then
if you
then that's
can.
their issue. If they break the law, then yeah, you get subject to. I
And then
think in
we have
Louisiana they have people picking crops. In Alabama they have you tied to a hitching post while you're maintaining the interstates over there. That was the video. If that's the documentary that I think that you're talking about, that's what the Southern Poverty Law Center was all mad about. I mean, shoot, in North Carolina, they still stamp license plates, believe it or not, to telemarketing. To, like you said, McDonald's has hired them. Sears got in trouble for hiring them.
people
Well, they didn't-
working
Okay.
in our food
Let's back up.
restaurants.
Let's back up.
So don't commit crimes. I mean, if you don't want to do that, then don't commit crimes.
Okay, but the math doesn't work anyway. So it's way cheaper to hire labor versus to keep someone in jail for an additional year. You're better to release just from an economic standpoint. You can hire people cheaper than you would use prison labor unless they're in prison
That's
anyway,
not how
right?
there's a contract that signed with, because keep in mind there's a whole private industry arrangement to where it's no longer a burden on the taxpayer. There's profit being made with this labor. So it's not a
Well,
burden on the taxpayer anymore.
well, if you don't commit crimes, you starve those corporations of their supply of their
How do
of
we
their.
stop people from committing crimes? What's the
I don't think it's a profit. I don't know what you mean by profit. Like for the state to put someone in jail or prison, it's about $50,000 per prisoner is the average cost.
She's not talking, but sir, she's not talking about the state at that point. And you're right; it's like $70,000 at least here in Texas to house an inmate
I just don't
per
put
year.
the
But
documentary I'm
corporation,
referring to in the back, because I can't really explain it like I want to because I'm very
I'll check it out.
upset.
the corporations are
You
able
say
to
you
pay.
have an article in the back?
A documentary.
I'm
documentary.
about to place it back there. Give me a few moments. Thank you.
So until hopefully today, we can get connected, get our YouTube account connected with Rumble. And if we are able to get that done today or tomorrow, the documentary that Mela is about to share, we can actually go over to Rumble and watch it and pause it and talk about it.
Oh, cool. What's the Rumble channel going to be called?
The Urban Landlord. It's the same.
Okay. Same
So,
thing.
but even
perfect.
so, look, Juan. Even when they sell, even if for the state to run a prison, it's 70,000 per head, what you said. So then, if I can get the private sector to do it, and I might only have to, like, as the state, I might only have to pay 50,000 a head. The state's saving money. They're not making a profit. They're just saving money by sending it to the private sector because they're doing it more efficiently, right? I don't know where there's profit for the state. They're just simply saving money by doing it.
Well, not the state, and that's where I was trying. That's what I was trying to break it down to before I catch the next bus to the next spot that I got to head out to. The thing is the corporations themselves that need workers, your McDonald's, your Sears Roebucks, your Fields, especially in Louisiana and in Alabama, parts of Alabama, they're saving, and that's where I think the disconnect may have been. With McDonald's,
So if they're in jail, so if they're automatically in jail and they are not eligible for parole, because they'd be better to parole them, and then. So you're saying McDonald's would pay the prison system, I don't know, $20 an hour. So the prison system would still save money by releasing those people. They're just offsetting their costs. You know what I'm saying?
It's
not
more
necessarily. It's worse than
intricate than that.
McDonald's is actually paying each head, for example, and I'm being facetious at this point. They're paying each head, that prisoner, $1. They're paying the prison $1 per head, a prisoner that they get working.
Not only that, they can enforce that the prisoners work double shifts, be on call all the time, but they don't have the right to refuse to work, is what I'm saying. And once,
I got to look at that. I got to look at the economics. I don't.
Yeah,
I do know.
that's a good point.
I do
Isn't
know
it bad
legally.
For those that want to copy?
If it's gotten to that point, we've done this before.
I got it, Mela. Thank you.
Back during Jim Crow.
Oh, we can watch this.
It was penury or a word like that, where young black men were arrested for things like vagrancy and forced to work in steel mills and coal mines and stuff like that.
You're absolutely right. That happened post-Civil War.
That kind of force is illegal. So, there's a fine line. However, I also know I have a buddy of mine who was in prison in California, and they've got prisoners who volunteer to fight like wildfires. And he loved it. Prisoners getting out to go work for the fire service.
When they go up for parole, but they're denied their parole.
Oh, let me finish. Prisoners were glad to get out from behind bars and hang out and do a dangerous job, by the way. But they were volunteering.
Absolutely.
They couldn't be forced to do it, and I'm sure it must have counted positively towards parole. So I don't know that piece of it, but
Yeah,
I do know that
I
sometimes prisoners want to get out from the cell and do stuff.
It's the hypocrisy of you're denied parole because you're considered a danger to society, and yet they are working them in society.
Yeah, but they're supervised. These people aren't free to go about their business. And frankly, two things about hypocrisy. I don't think it's hypocrisy to, when they say, hey, you unsupervised, you are a danger to society. I think that's a caveat that's worth paying attention to.
Who's supervising them at McDonald's?
Get used to it. America was founded upon
supervising them at
hypocrisy.
McDonald's?
I would assume the manager or somebody.
But see, the manager is not a correctional officer.
Okay, they're not sending. They are not sending mass murderers to work at McDonald's.
I didn't say mass murderers, sir. I didn't say that.
Well, you know what? If they're sending non-violent criminals to work at McDonald's, we might have
then
to
why
eat
are
that
they
hypocrisy.
being parole? Why are they being denied parole for good work?
Give me one case. Is it in this documentary?
Yeah, it's. I don't know
Okay, well,
how
then
long it is.
I'll wait to see the documentary before I answer that.
Because it's a patient watch. It's something that try not to let the images disturb you of what the people look like or anything. Just listen to the information. I think it's poignant. I really do.
It's not though, because parole, let's just be honest, it's not a guarantee. I hate to tell you. Parole just simply says, let me go ahead and release you. It's like getting off grounded early. Like I'm grounded for 2 weeks because I did something. But my mom says, okay, Juan, because you were a good boy for at least a week, we'll let you off on good behavior. That's not a guarantee. And again, not to sound rude and not to sound crass, but there is an escape hatch. don't do it. Maybe if you didn't, not you, but maybe if they didn't commit the crime to begin with, they wouldn't be in that spot. No, parole is not a guarantee. If you're sentenced to 20 years in prison and parole is denied, sorry, buddy, you're doing 20 years. You should have thought about that before you did what you did.
Why is it that the being in jail is being presumed as a rehabilitative effort?
It's not.
It's not.
Well, it's one of the theories
It's a
of
punishment. It's a
it was.
punishment. It is
Exactly.
literally a punishment.
And that's what people who are thinking about committing a crime need to understand. You are not going to be rehabilitated. Your inclination to be a criminal is not going to be rehabilitated. You're going to be stuck there being punished. And people should not commit crime. Period.
Well, it's one of the four theories of the criminal justice system. There's retribution. That's basically you're going to receive your karmic justice for what you did. Retribution. There's rehabilitation. Basically, you're sitting in prison by yourself, thinking about what you did, which is what my mom used to do to me when I was grounded. Go to your room and you think about what you did, young man.
That's right.
And the demographics.
And the other two things, real quick. The other two things are one of them is what is it? There's rehabilitation. There's retribution. There's punishment. And then I forget the other one, but we'll focus on the punishment. Basically, or deterrence. I'm sorry, deterrence and punishment. Okay, well, deterrence. Yes, you might deter. You might look at somebody like me that says, "Oh, well, Johnny went to prison for doing such and such. I better think twice before I ever want to do that." And then there's punishment, which basically says, "Okay, well, it may not necessarily rehabilitate you, and you may not. You may not understand the retributive part regarding your debt to society. It may not deter somebody else, but you know what? By golly, you won't do it right now because you are going to sit here and you're going to sit here
You're
for a
going to
while."
be in jail.
Yes.
Some
And
people
so
see
that's
jail as a badge of honor. It's supposed to be a deterrence, but some people actually are proud that they've been in jail.
Well, it's like the DP, the death penalty.
Yeah,
the thing is a lot of people are like, "Well, it doesn't deter crime." I'm like, I don't care if it deters crime or not.
That's sickening.
That when they catch that ultimate punishment, maybe it won't save somebody else, or maybe they're not going to be rehabilitated, or they were rehabilitated, but the crime was so heinous that, you know what, you're not going to commit that crime again because society won't give you the opportunity to.
Yeah,
What
heinous
percentage?
crimes.
Well,
Most
hopefully
people that go to
people who
jail,
commit
it's not
heinous crimes aren't working at McDonald's. Hopefully.
And it's usually you have to have
All right, did
multiple
y'all?
offenses
Oh,
to go to
sorry.
jail. Usually it's not
Did y'all
first
want to watch some of this video that Mela sent?
Sure.
Okay.
People are calling it modern slavery. Does that feel
I
right?
was just about to say that's slavery. That's slavery.
Oh, also, fair use YouTube. We are watching this video for educational purposes because we're talking about Alabama generating billions of dollars by trapping people in prison, which is interesting for me as a Texan because, gosh, if you think Alabama is bad, imagine Texas. However, YouTube, educational purposes, fair use, and fair use. Let's go.
Slavery. You took away the whips, but you put the paperwork. Took away the masters and you put them in uniform. Same difference.
It kind of appears that there is a coordinated system in order to protect the labor that's created by the prison system.
Walk into a McDonald's in Alabama, and the worker flipping your McDouble could be an incarcerated person.
It's a sad situation of where they
Hold up. What? So there
it gets deeper. They're at Golden Corral.
You know what? Let
Home Depot with all those tools and shit.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mela. You know what? I'll say this briefly. The movie that you sent with Dorothy Dandridge the other day, I watched it and it was incredible. And I think that would be great for Rumble as well.
I loved it. Yeah.
So it was so great. But this it's only 36 seconds. And yeah, let's just keep going.
they getting rich off us.
The Alabama Department of Corrections farms out incarcerated people to work at hundreds of private companies and government agencies across the state.
McDonald's, Burger King, Golden Corral, Wendy's. They got a Wendy's contract right now. State Trooper's office.
They'll send everybody everywhere.
They'll send you everywhere. Yes, the parole office.
And even though ADOC trusts these incarcerated people to leave prison every day and work alongside the general public, many of them are still denied the chance at real freedom.
I work for y'all, but when I come up for parole, you deny me. Why would you deny me? Because I got free, because you're getting free service.
This is a story about corporations and the state of Alabama exploiting prison labor and the coercive policies they use to keep its citizens trapped in servitude.
It doesn't work. It's a terrible system.
If you're wondering how any of this is even legal, well, it might not be. That's what we went to Alabama to figure out.
Alabama. So yeah, could you just describe like how long you worked here? And
I was here 18 months. That I ran their kitchen by myself. From 8 to 5 every Thursday, Tuesday through Thursday.
Wow,
yeah.
That sounds like hard work.
It was.
I'm not sure if that's a man or a woman. However,
that's a woman. And can you imagine that someone is running a kitchen, right? And I'm not saying that disparagingly. What I'm emphasizing, if I may, is that it's funny how you have to write on your employment application whether or not you have conviction, right? And then they deny you because it's like we don't hire felons or but they can have someone who is an actual felon serving prison time to conduct activities that they deny somebody who is out and free, who happens to have a prison record. It's just really tripped out. But
It is weird.
I'm gonna be in. I'm usually, thought of as fairly liberal. Number one, knowing McDonald's, they probably have some prison to, McDonald's kitchen program. McDonald's tends to be good that way. I'm not outraged. Now, Alabama has a bad history of doing this. So I wouldn't doubt that it's illegal or bending the law. However, I'm not outraged.
They want to know why they're being denied parole. That's
okay. Well, parole is not a right.
Parole is not a right.
It is not a right.
Okay, so once you get sentenced, like if you get sentenced 5 to 25 years, they got you for 25 years.
In some cases, I'm sure they
is your
do.
grace and blessing.
Yes, it is literally your grace and blessing.
Okay.
Oh, and good behavior.
Elizabeth Thomas was in the Alabama Work Release Program for 5 of her 15 years in prison.
So they had a combination of incarcerated people and free world people.
Yes. Yes.
Did you feel like there was a difference how they treated?
Oh, most definitely. We work longer hours.
Make the work release work over, work extra days, don't want to give you off days. Like, no, I got to eat my health. I have to get rest. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a machine. But that's how they look at you, like.
This is Quincy Sanders. During his nearly 17 years in prison, he worked at several restaurants, a lumber yard, and McDonald's.
Like, working a real job and trying to be incarcerated is a very hard experience. You have to be mind strong, really.
Alabama has one of the most overcrowded and deadly prison systems in the United States. Even the Justice Department found conditions there to be unconstitutional. In 2023, almost a person a day died in Alabama prisons, which is almost 5 times the national average.
This is her bid for a Pulitzer.
People beating folks with sticks. They breaking broomsticks, making little billy clubs. People in there stabbing each other. People in there doing drugs. People in there almost about to die. They're not giving you no nursing assistance. The nurse probably get there. You probably be dead.
But ADOC offers people in prison with nonviolent misdemeanor convictions a potentially life-saving deal. If they join the work release program, they get to live in special facilities that are generally much less dangerous than regular prisons.
Which is
They
the
spend their
trade-off.
days working in the free world without prison supervision, and they can earn 72-hour passes to visit their families at home.
She
Yeah,
literally just
so
explained it. There's not a problem.
Exactly.
I'm kind of working and stuff too, so I'm kind of listening in and out.
Well, misdemeanors is
Misdemeanors
what
is
kind
not
of crimes are
hard crime.
misdemeanors?
Say again.
I was wondering what type of crimes are misdemeanors because I
Theft,
don't
petty theft, up to a certain
like
dollar
stealing
amount.
food because you're hungry because you're poor.
Vandalism up to a certain
Okay.
amount.
Usually, you got to get a bunch of them to go to jail, though.
Yeah,
California, you can steal up to $2,000 worth of stuff somewhere around there without it becoming a felony.
Yeah. So the point is, it's a trade-off. I don't want to hear what they're saying.
I can understand you don't have compassion.
No, it's not about compassion. I'm very compassionate, but the issue here is they are painting it as it's
Right.
something that it isn't. They're painting it like they're in the gulag and they don't have a choice. No,
Well, eventually
they do have a choice. They chose to be a part of this program. Okay,
Yeah.
which is a privilege given to them because they do not have to wait. They do not have to offer them this program, so they have that privilege. That's number one. Two, they take them out of the shooting gallery. They take them out of warrior school and put them in cushy facilities, which is not a right. And then they give them the opportunity to be gainfully employed while incarcerated, which makes you a ward of that municipality or that state. You don't have rights anymore. Okay, they're giving you some, and they're giving you opportunities to gain skills. And if you're not hired by said company, them's the breaks. Remember, you committed a crime. I don't have to hire you if I see that on your resume just because you worked here under a program under my good graces. That's the point. That's really good trade-offs.
I would encourage you to remember the title of the video. It's about the profit that's being made.
Okay, I'm going to remind you. I'm going to encourage
Give me
you.
a moment. You mentioned previously how the taxpayer is burdened, when in fact that's not what's going on.
It is what's going on.
They're making profit through these so-called work release programs, which is a deceiving title. Right?
Are you saying Alabama?
Okay, so you're saying the profit is the problem?
That doesn't know better.
Mello,
They
you gotta
think they're
calm
going
down,
to work
Mello.
and get
Mello,
released.
you gotta calm down.
And they're not going to
You gotta
release.
calm down, Mello. You gotta calm down.
Yeah, I do. I do need to calm down.
Okay, nobody's coming at you about anything. Please calm down. All right.
No, I'm just amplifying my voice because I'm really concerned about this so-called work release. When someone is believing that they're going to be released, that's not what it is.
That's not what
It's called work
means.
release. It's a work release program, and a person that doesn't know any better, they're under the impression that, hey, if I work, I'll get released, and that's not
literally
what's happening.
not what they said. That's not what they said at all.
That's what was
That's
mentioned.
not also that's
It's
not
a work
release. That's
release
not
program.
work release.
Released in order to work for whatever.
Yes, the prisoners understood. Even the prisoners understood what they were signing up for.
All right.
This actually reminds me of, I think it's in Sweden, which I'm going to actually look this up right now. But they have a program, and I know Sweden is not America, but this is, I wasn't even aware that America did this sort of thing. But in Sweden, they have a program where their prisons they're nothing like American prisons. It's super nice. It's almost like a luxury hotel. However, they are allowed to leave and go to work as well. And, whatever money
We do
they
that
make.
here too. We have
They
that
have
here.
that in New York.
Yeah, I didn't.
There's a whole documentary about a guy who went.
Yeah, I didn't even know.
Who was let go. Okay, so we have so many different sorts of prisons in America. It's not even funny. And
Can you tell me about this documentary? You said a documentary about a
I
guy.
can't remember the name of the documentary, but this gentleman was on the latter portion of his incarceration. So then to in New York, this may just be only in New York, to help him assimilate, they put him out on a work release program, okay, where he would be given a day pass to leave the prison escorted to his job, taking the train, okay? He got to the job, worked the job, came back to prison. After he got out of prison, who hired him? A nonprofit hired him that did helping people who were not incarcerated prison. I'm sorry, who were incarcerated wrongfully prison work. And that's what he does currently. I'll have to look it up and I'll shoot it to you. But my point is that there are programs like this all around the country.
There are, yeah.
And a lot of times, when I'm hearing this person talk, when I see this lady, I see a lady who's trying to get a Pulitzer, and then I see ladies and gentlemen who are speaking about this, trying to get some sort of some extra benefit for telling their story. I'm not diminishing the validity of their story, but what I am saying is that it wasn't Gulag Archipelago.
Blacks, hold on, wait.
They give some people just weekends. They'll give them weekends in jail, and they're allowed during the week to be out of jail.
Oh,
They have that kind of stuff too.
I'm trying to find this, but let me see. Blacks, is it this maybe? The Work?
It might be. This guy was a big black dude.
Let me play it a little bit so we can see if this is
Okay,
it. This is the trailer.
We're going into a maximum security prison, and you're watched right now.
No, not this. Okay. All right.
No, let me find it.
Okay.
So look. Can I say something real quick about the mathematics?
Please do. Yeah.
All right. So if the state pays 70 grand on average per prisoner, and they're doing that every year per prisoner. So if they were to just say, okay, we're going to let 1,000 prisoners out, they're saving about $7 million versus them being competent. Like McDonald's isn't giving the state 70 grand per employee, right? So ultimately, they're still having to pay, which would mean you'd break even at that point, right? They'd be better to parole these prisoners than to make any monies that McDonald's would give them, which I would guess McDonald's might be giving them minimum wage because that's what they can hire an employee off the street for, to flip burgers, right? So
the numbers are emphasized later in the documentary.
Yeah, I'd have to hear the math, but I find it very difficult to, I find it hard to believe that they would prevent the release of prisoners by way of parole, right? Saying, okay, you're good, just go out in the world, right? Than to keep them and warehouse them at a tremendous cost, because it's a lot of money.
That's what they're doing.
But it's
and the details are explained in the video.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the numbers because it's just I don't see how that could be profitable. I don't, mathematically.
That's why a bunch of third world countries are sending their prisoners here, because prisoners are expensive. They're like, you don't want to pay for this. Go to America.
I've been involved in jail construction. You can't just build a jail, just build a bunch of concrete. Like, it is a very expensive endeavor. Every single part of the jail you have to use pick proof everything. So meaning,
look at Portia's comment. She said, oh my gosh.
They are that nice. I was putting that up for Mavitt, but yep,
they really are.
Mavitt said me too. They're so nice. Have you got, you know what? Maybe not the guys. Sorry. Mela, have you ever seen, maybe the guys, maybe y'all have, I'm not sure. Have you ever seen The Handmaid's Tale?
Yes.
Okay, so
I refuse to watch it. I haven't watched it. No.
My wife forced me to watch it with her. It's terrible.
So I tried to watch it several years ago. Okay, and so I couldn't stomach it, right? But then somehow this year I was able to stomach it, and I watched the whole thing. Okay, crazy hooked. Now there's a point in time in this show where the husband and the wife they're incarcerated in Canada, in those prisons. and Ryan, if you saw it, you know what I'm talking about. Whenever they were in prison, it was like, God, dog, this is like a 5-star hotel. This is nice.
Yeah.
I would love to stay there. That to me in Handmaid's Tale reminded me of the prisons from this one video that I saw. I guess it's like a short documentary of the work release program out there and how nice it was. I'm talking like they had open windows, they had couches, they had a beautiful bedroom set, their private restrooms, and the food that they were brought. It wasn't like brought like, they didn't go to like Chow or anything and it was like all gross. It was just very nice food. It was just like, oh, this is really great.
Well, they had to be healthy and encouraged in order to bear children, right?
Well, yeah, and then Crack says, Portia said prisoners, the Nordics be too handsome. And you know what, Crack? In that documentary, all of the men are very beautiful. They actually look like works of art. They don't even look real.
Piercing blue eyes.
Dolph Lundgren.
Yeah, it's scary. It's like Liam and Chris Hemsworth. So it's a problem. However, I am not afraid to say that I was not aware of this temporary release program. When I was in college, I did an internship at the federal penitentiary in my state where I went to school. And they worked in the prison and all of that good stuff.
Were they yummy looking?
Oh God, no! Oh Jesus, no! It was every single time that I had to show up for work. It took some time for me to get used to it, but in the beginning, it was very. It was just it's a lot of man in your woman, that whole thing like that. However, it was a lot, and maybe I'll talk about that on another stream about that experience. However, I was always of the mind that the work took place in the actual prisons. I wasn't aware of here in America we have work release programs, and that's just my ignorance of not knowing. So this is very interesting to me.
They're probably doing DoorDash for all we know. Shit.
Yeah, I had no clue. So I pulled up.
In the state of Illinois, they used to have prisoners
driving your Uber.
Blacksmith.
In Illinois.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
When kiosks at toll roads were a thing, they used to have the prisoners working the kiosks at toll roads.
I believe it.
And these also are these are guys and gals that are short. They have minimal time left, so there's an incentive not to run away, not to steal money. There's an incentive
like a runaway slave.
Yeah, there's a lot of incentive for them not to do anything that would make them not get paroled, right? Because they know that they have a short time before they get paroled. So, yeah.
There's a shared sentiment not to commit the crime in the first place. There's a shared sentiment with,
Gosh, that time flew right on by. I would like to, because Blacks mentioned, which I'm still looking for, but in New York about a young man that did something like this. So I just wanted to read a little bit of this to you all on the panel, which seems like a majority of you are pretty well versed in this, but for those of us that are not, like myself and people in the chat. So the temporary release program, and this is from NewYorkState.gov. These programs allow incarcerated individuals who are within 2 years of their earliest release date to become reintegrated back into their families and communities on a gradual basis. There are several ways to do this. Furlough allows incarcerated individuals to go home to stay with their family for up to 7 days, to maintain family ties, look for employment, or to seek post-release housing. Work release allows incarcerated individuals to leave facility for up to 14 hours on any day to work at a job in the community or to gain on-the-job training. Industrial training leave allows incarcerated individuals to participate in an industrial training program at designated sites. Education. You said what?
It's called The Box. And it's about a guy who talks about solitary confinement in Rikers. But my general takeaway was the freedoms he got when he was getting out. But yeah, it's called The Box, and it was a Netflix docu-series or documentary.
Okay, it says documentary, docuseries.
Solitary confinement's a different animal, by the way, completely.
The box. Oh, is it on Paramount? Is this on Paramount? Because I got Paramount.
Man,
Lord.
maybe it is. I know that when I watched it, it was on Netflix. So,
You know, I was talking to my sister and my brother about this over the weekend, and y'all know back in the day, our Blockbuster days, things like that, and then you had Redbox.
make it a blockbuster. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But like now, we stream everything, so it's just like, where can I watch this? Where can I watch it? And then you have to go through your. Do I have that app? Do I have that subscription? Do I know someone that has it? So,
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
But I do have Roku, Amazon Prime, and I do have Apple, and I have a few. So if we get the Rumble going between Mella's and this one that Blacks has provided us with, I would like to watch these. This kind of stuff is very interesting to me. So educational release allows incarcerated individuals to attend school, vocational training, or college for up to 14 hours in any day. Community service leave allows incarcerated individuals to leave the facility during the day to do volunteer work in the community or to attend an athletic event, cultural event, or religious services not available in the facility. Totally didn't know that. An athletic event. I wonder if that means like their children's athletic events or something. I'm not sure. Leave of absence allows incarcerated individuals to visit a relative who is dying or to attend a family funeral. It may also be granted for medical treatment, which is not available in departmental facility. So I won't go through all of this because there are so many rules. Admission requirements. Let's see. The temporary release program rules and regulations details the eligibility criteria and procedures required for approval for any temporary release program. The temporary release chairperson or offender rehabilitation counselor is the facility's contact person designated to assist staff and incarcerated individuals in utilizing temporary release programs. Incarcerated individuals who are eligible can submit an application to the temporary release chairperson at their facility. After a review and an interview, they will be notified if they qualify to appear before the temporary release committee. If approved, the application must be submitted to the superintendent for recommendation. All cases must be sent to the central office for a decision. Individuals who are denied may appeal most decisions to the director of temporary release programs and central office. So that's a thing. I'm not saying that it wasn't a thing. I just didn't know it was a thing. So you can apply for it. And in New York State, it said within the last 2 years of your release date. It didn't specify, which, I mean, I could go into that, but not to bore you all. It didn't specify.
They're pretty compassionate. I mean, the U.S. prison system is more compassionate than many prison systems around the world. And I mean, my brother was in the prison system. I mean, he was a prisoner. He was a prisoner for most of his life. So at the end of the day, I was amazed by some of the stuff they let him do, in terms of access to the outside world. If you want to see a prison system that's working, but it's maybe not as compassionate, look into Bukele's prison system in El Salvador, which that's not good. That is.
Well, I wouldn't want to go back to prison if I was there,
Absolutely not.
I wouldn't even want to go in the first place, but if I had to go, I wouldn't be trying to go back. Okay.
Yeah, but his prison system, it dropped El Salvador's crime rate by like half.
It's now the safest country in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, I guess they got them all in prison, or most of them. All the hardcore.
I have so many tabs open.
They're allowed out of the cell 1 hour a day. 1 hour, or not? Maybe not even. Maybe it's like a half hour to stretch.
And when they show them, they all have the face tattoos and everything. And those tattoos, you get them because you killed somebody. Certain tattoos, it's like, that means you killed somebody.
And he built the largest prison. It might be the largest in the world, but he built it out in the middle of nowhere so that you couldn't. It wasn't near a neighborhood or anything like that, so that anybody approaching the prison couldn't. They got eyes on them. There's some innovation there, but yeah, they're not playing.
Yeah, they sent them here too. A lot of them.
I mean, I guess the thing is, I wonder how effective our prison system is when my brother spent 4 separate instances in jail or prison. If it's more than a year, it's prison.
crazy.
So the thing is, like, I'm like, well, he doesn't. Maybe he likes it. Like, maybe it's not that bad. It seems that he has friends and he seems to be socially connected in there. You know, when he has no problem fighting with cops, committing crime after crime. And meanwhile, I'm like, maybe our prisons must be too nice. That's what I thought at the time before he died. You know, before well, he's dead now. But I was like, it seems to be a good place for him. You know.
Are there prison architects?
Yes.
I'm sure.
Yeah, there has to be. You know, they have qualified, highly experienced surgeons in prison.
You can't even imagine what's
Well,
involved.
no. I mean, people who design prisons.
Yes,
Yes,
absolutely. I'm sure Frank Lloyd
control
Wright.
systems
There's probably a Frank Lloyd Wright prison somewhere.
Nah, look, you gotta have,
Beautiful Eastern Bloc type architecture.
Yeah, right.
You can't use regular screws in a prison because they can back the screws out with a regular. You got to use security tips. It's an entirely different process. Everything has to be pick proof. There has to be ways because you got to avoid in all the different joints in jail and different components of the building, so they can't hide stuff. It's crazy to look at all the particulars of it, right? So it's crazy. So like you can't just have a doorknob because they can take the screws out of the doorknob with a Phillips tip, right? So you got to switch the bit tip type for the screws. Every little component,
Like a T, like a Torx or something
well,
like
like
that.
a Torx, but there's a Torx bit with a little pin in the middle of it, right?
Yes,
And they
I have
snake
that
eyes.
tool.
That's
Mhm.
right. So all kinds of different things like that you have to do to change because
By the way, I hate having to use a Torx bit when I'm doing any work on my vehicle. I'm like, why in the hell did they put this screw in here? I know why, to make it harder for me. But yes, absolutely. Yes.
Well, the thing is it's and they have a lot of advanced control systems. Like this door opens, this one doesn't as you're going through. I mean, it's more involved than you think. It's pretty wild. You got to have different fire suppression systems because if there's a fire, how do you get everybody out safely? It's a whole different design concept, you know. So I mean, every building is designed to keep people out, lock everybody out. Prisons designed to lock people in. Totally different, you know.
Yeah.
So it's
I
wild.
don't. One thing I do believe is disgusting is when they have backed up toilets and they have to live with it for however many months before it's fixed. And how can you eat in there? Oh, you just. Oh.
Some of the toilets are designated as they make wine. They steal fruit and they put that in the toilet and ferment it, and that's how they make their alcohol. In certain
It's
toilets.
called Pruno. Yeah, Pruno.
That's it. Yeah, 12 days. You got to go 16 days or something. So, but if you go into a prison, you see the shank wall. I would always walk by the shank wall at the Maryland prison my brother's at, and they make shanks out of every imaginable thing, from a toothbrush to just everything you can imagine. They'll make a shank out of. There's 200 different types of shanks on the wall, right?
It's
And
insane.
every imaginable thing, man. And they sit there because what do they have? They got time on their hands, right? So
and a
they'll
brain
sit there and just scratch it against the concrete until it, you know. I mean, it's somewhat primitive, but
give crack. What do you know about Pruno, dude?
He's a Pruno drinker.
He says Pruno is the bomb.
Tucker Carlson did an interview with that guy. Bukele.
Thanks to him, all those guys are in America.
I don't think I don't think he sent them on purpose. I just think he said we're not playing, and they said, well, we'll go to America. So a lot easier here, you know.
That's a deal no prisoner could refuse. If you're in there for like murder and stuff, it's like, hey, stay here for life, or we'll let you out. See if you can make it to
I don't
America.
think he released them though. I don't think he released them. I think he just said once they started the crackdown, a lot of people said, "Hey, we got to get out of here," and went to America. I don't think he released them though.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Absolutely.
I've heard of some people that the connections to know that a lot of countries have been documented, admitting they sent prisoners over here just to save money on
Well,
prisoners.
Yeah, I think Venezuela did. But
you
I
know,
think Bukele did.
Cuba did, and then did it again and again and again.
And this guy's got like an 80% popularity rating because that country was I mean it was just they terrorized the public. All these gang members did. And now it's pretty safe from what I understand, from what they say.
You know, I remember the other day I was talking about sacrifice. You have to instill in the populace a sense of wanting to sacrifice something. There has to be something you sacrifice so that you can appreciate freedoms given to you, or freedoms earned, or freedoms that are even, quote, God given, unquote. Because if there is no sacrifice and everything is just handed to you, and you get the criminality, then you get people who just want to do things for the sake of doing them, harming people, maiming people. And this is, I think it's a necessity, man. It's important. Reminds you.
I have a question about that.
Give and take. Yeah, go ahead.
How is that not a nanny state?
What? With Bukele?
Well, I mean, no, you saying that, there has to be a sense of gratitude or whatever the word is instilled in the public. Else, they kind. I mean, to me, that sounds like it sounds like a nanny state. You instill a sense of gratitude in your kids, or a sense of, so basically, you don't want to hand everything to your kids. I don't think America hands anything to anyone. I mean, not by and large.
Well, just based on what we've seen, handouts are par for the course in America now. But historically, no, you're absolutely right. Historically, there wasn't a handout because innately, well, it's not innate. They taught young men and women that the famous trope: ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. It's something or another.
And that was just rhetoric.
I agreed. I agree that was rhetoric, but the sentiment behind it was, you have to have a desire to want to work for what you own. Okay, I don't believe that it's a nanny state per se to have the sentiment that you need to want to sacrifice something for the greater good, as it were. Just something.
What
Your
I'm saying
time,
is
even
the country taking it upon itself to instill, and I think that was the word you used. Instilling something is a nanny state. You can't force people or even coerce people. I think coercion, that a national coercion, is a nanny state.
Well, we're already being.
No, I don't think he's saying that.
Well, no, already there is not my point. The expectation. Okay, now whether we should be here, I don't think people should expect. And quite frankly, you and I know people like that. The government owes me. I've met people like that, and I find that repulsive.
Exactly.
However, normal people, and I argue those people aren't normal. If you're expecting taxpayers who aren't family to take care of you, that's something that does need to be addressed, or you just suffer the consequences if you're an adult.
Right.
Anyway, I think a national will to instill that sort of feeling into the public is the definition of a nanny state.
Okay.
But I don't think that's what he's saying.
I'm definitely not saying that. What I'm saying is you can encourage it, and I'm not telling you that there has to be an incentivized program or anything like that. But one thing we both know, we know that in this country, whenever there is a sentiment, it's usually driven first by the government. For instance, we're dealing with people, by and large, who are lazy, a lazy populace. And why is the populace lazy? Let's see where it stems. We don't need to know about civics. anymore, which you and I both can agree was a mistake,
Right.
imparted to our system by the educational, the Department of Education, saying, "Hey, civics isn't necessary." Gym, as it were. You don't have to have gym. Why do we have it for? What is it there for? You don't learn anything, gym. Things of that nature, things that instilled a sense of wanting to do something strenuous for your daily bread, because you do work by the sweat of your brow to maintain your daily bread. And now we have people, the Zennials, for instance, not with an X, but with a Z, who decide that they don't want to work somewhere, and when HR calls them, they're belligerent and indignant about it because they believe they're entitled to the job, or because I went and got a degree, I'm entitled to this position, and they have no work ethic, no sense of ownership over the work that they do for a company, and then we have poor craftsmanship. So I'm just saying that we should have a turning, in a sense, back to wanting to instill that sense of I don't know, of authority that we would hold over the work that we do, and that would help people have a sense of gratitude for what they have. That's all.
Well, as long as it's parents doing it and not the government. And
No, absolutely. But I'm just saying it stemmed from that, because when we talk about the table, that the nutrition table, that we found out was erroneous. This many grains
But
today.
Blacks, I think you also, like, the idea of gratitude isn't in, like, it's. I don't even think people, like, I mean, go to Mexico for a couple of weeks and come back, and you'll be grateful, because all the running water that I encounter, water fountains, a couple water fountains don't work, right? But like all the water is working well, right? The roads are paved. In Mexico, they're half not. There's so many places in the world that don't have the basic stuff. All the electricity works. The toilets flush in public facilities usually if you go to a park. I mean, so it's amazing if you go to other places and
Enough
they don't
clean
have
water.
they don't have clean water. They don't have, in Mexico, everything half works. And the cops are wearing bandanas on their faces because they don't want to get singled out by the cartels and they don't want to get killed, right? Like, that's just Mexico. Then you go throughout the world. So, like, these kids aren't grateful for that. They don't understand that. Like, they don't understand half the world doesn't have running water. They can't comprehend that. So then they get upset when their iPhone's going to die, right? Like, my iPhone's going to die. Like, oh no. So that's kind of where we are as a country now, where I think that's the gratitude you're talking about, Blacks, right? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, I'm saying the idea of gratitude, of course, that's fine. Mavid G in the in the chat basically says, not force but manipulation, and I argue manipulation, if the government is doing it, is a kind of force. So this is the kind of argument that too many people have, where they're basically pointing fingers and not pointing the finger back at themselves, and not anyone on this panel. But I think America as a collective, it's just too easy to blame the government for everything. And people aren't looking inside their own four walls. Zennials or whatever you're calling them, they, in a lot of cases, have parents. Okay,
I agree with that.
In my opinion, a lot of the gratitude for America, a lot of the patriotism, the things that are deemed desirable, teachers shouldn't be teaching that. Government shouldn't be teaching that. Parents should be teaching that.
Exactly.
And I find I've literally been thinking about this for years, and I've just finally come to the conclusion that we are blaming everyone but ourselves for this problem.
But there is a sense. Look, I never learned in social sciences that America sends aid to most of the countries in the world, the food aid and other forms of aid. I didn't know that. like we're not terrible people. Like we're pretty compassionate overall, I think. Um, I mean, we got a country gets invaded, we tend to come to the rescue of the weaker country, So we have our sins, but also we do good things. I don't think the education system talks about some of the good stuff, Stanley.
Well,
In my
then
view.
parents should be talking about it.
Exact, but okay. So I do agree. Parents are the sounding board for a child's learning, as it were. But then where do the parents learn from? Their parents, etc. And then from there, but from that, there has to be an outside source that they are gathering this information and then
Well,
encourage.
yeah.
So I'm not saying,
like
but
a
Stanley, I'm not
Bernays.
saying that I'm not saying that it is solely upon the government to make sure they teach these people how to act in society. What I'm saying is they need to make the information, number one, available. Number two, stop assailing people who want to make that information available. Okay, because there is a deterrent from the government now, when at first it was encouraged, and that's my point. At one point,
Well,
learning things.
I actually think that a lot of the people, and this is a left-right thing. This is a political thing. I find that both sides do the, oh, I don't want you to hear about woke. Or,
Yes,
oh,
and that's why I say
I don't want you to hear about MAGA.
Exactly, and that's why I
Both
say
sides do
rather,
it.
and that's why I say rather innocuously the government. I'm not saying lefties did this, righties did this. I know, I'm just saying the monolith that is the government did this. People, both sides, who are in.
Hold on. The school system is dominated by the left.
Okay, that's not. No. I'm not. Okay, so you're not hearing me.
Okay,
I'm not saying that both sides didn't play a part. Is my point. I'm not saying, for instance, in the school, left. Okay, municipally, when we're talking about funds, etc., maybe it's more right. Yes, I'm saying there could be where the pendulum swings in either side, someone is more culpable. But I'm saying it is the government. Our elected officials are not assisting these people in allowing them to be free, is my point. Freedoms is what we're looking for. The ability to teach our children, like Stanley poignantly put, the ability to teach our children some sort of ethos. That's on the parent, but it's incumbent upon the government to give us the opportunity to do it. Otherwise, we're going to continuously see this spiraling around the drain that we're seeing now, going down the toilet.
And by the way, I think Gen X.
Yeah,
I was going to say, I think Gen X, in my opinion, is like the weakest link. I think Gen X is where we started losing this bubble.
I think it was baby boomers. I think it was baby boomers because during flower power revolution, all that, and I mean, and this may just be talking about the earlier baby boomers.
Right.
They were given sound homes, after the greatest generation had them. They were given discipline. They were given pretty much all that they wanted after World War II. And then they turned around and said, hey, we don't want that structure anymore. We want freedom. And so then flower power. And what did freedom look like? I want to explore psychedelics. I want to explore sex. I want to do
a lot of drugs.
Second wave feminism, all that. And then after those people were given the ability to run rimshod and sow their wild oats, as it were, they then went and became the power brokers of society, and put on suits, traded their sunflowers for suits and handbags, and and here we are. And then they raised their children with a softer hand.
I want to say about the youth, one of the best decisions I made as a parent, and I was a single parent for years. Both of my daughters did mission trips, and so it was the best possible way to expose them. Because I would say, hey, like, I mean, I would try to teach these lessons as we went. Like, in America, things are magic. You push up this handle and water just comes out. Wow, it's clean too, right? It's magic in a sense. And if you have an opportunity to send your kids on mission trips, they get to see. So mine were in Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic. And it is the best way to expose them to what it's like in different places, and then to see what it's like, after a hurricane and there's hardship and they don't have running water, things like that. I mean, it's a phenomenal way to expose your children to that when they're younger in high school and things. So, and by the way, it's some of their favorite things that they did, right? There was no cell phones, there's none of that stuff. And you're forming relationships with other people, and then within your community and within the community you're helping, and it's just a great thing because they get to see this stuff. And they learn, like, wow, water doesn't just come out. There has to be pipes that go there, and it's got to come from a place, and maybe it's a well, that has to be dug. It has to be, so it's like it teaches them that kind of stuff, So, a lot of these kids think that food comes from the grocery store. They don't understand that they harvest animals and food, and there's a lot of labor involved. Like, they don't even get that, right? So, anyway,
I was astounded. I saw kids being interviewed. They like teenagers. They're like, "Where do you think this meat comes from?" They're like, "The grocery store," and then these are like 15-year-olds, like not tying it to a living animal in the first place. Like, what? It just appears in a grocery store. How's it?
Well, why do we always interview teenagers and never their parents?
That's a good question.
Great
question. That's a really good question.
I think it exposes the parents for their lack of, Well, it's not common to tell kids, like, well, they take a bolt gun and they go over to the cow and they just use a bolt gun to blow it. We
like
tend
No
to not
Country
do that.
for Old Men.
We tend to not. We tend to we clean things up here. We don't. You know what I mean? We create in America. We don't like to look at things like death and like.
Good point. The nanny state. When I was in like fourth grade,
abortion's called women's reproductive rights. They won't even say abortion anymore, and I'm like, let's just say what it is. It's okay. Like, this is what it is. Let's call it what it is. Why are we calling it reproductive rights? But they don't even lower the body into the ground anymore in America, right? Like, they used to lower the body into the ground, and you said your final goodbyes. They just leave it there, and everyone leaves. I'm talking at a funeral, right? They don't even lower the body anymore because we can't stomach it.
That's what made me think about somebody's talking about the nanny state earlier, and it is an example of how it's increasing. When I was in fourth grade, we had these things called demonstration speeches, and they let me bring a fish and a fillet knife into class and fillet a fish, take the guts out on the teacher's desk. I put newspaper all over the teacher's desk, stood in the front of the room, and I had a lot of fun saying, first you put the knife in the fish's anus, and then you cut this way, and it made all the boys laugh.
Rip the guts out.
Rip the guts out, and this is pre-9/11, of course. They let me bring a fillet knife into school, but that would never be allowed these days, man.
No.
It's sad. Look, my neighbor got in trouble halfway up the street because he was cleaning a deer in his yard. He had it strung up, and he's cleaning a deer. And then one of the other neighbors was like, "This is gruesome. We can't, blah 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 blah." And I'm like, "Look, number one, the guy's got like a farmette. Like, it's kind of a farm. So you're looking all the way behind his house and around the corner to see what he's doing, but he's just cleaning a deer. It's not, it's not some kind of religious practice here. He's cleaning a deer. This is what you do. You cut the rear end out of it, and then you gut it, and then you go from there." So I'm just like, he's cleaning a deer. This is when you go get a steak. It's a similar process.
Yeah, husbandry, Ryan, is a foregone lost art. Knowing how to do things like that serve you, and it helps you be a little bit, I guess, understanding, like you said, where it's coming from, and then allows you to be a little less squeamish when dealing with things like that.
Yeah, you know, I mean,
Because
I taught my stepson how to clean catfish, and which I don't know why he wants to eat catfish, but he likes them. But like, all right, you take the nail and you nail it through the head, boom, boom, boom. You know, what? Yeah, skin them
Yeah,
is a pain in
peel
the
the
butt.
skin
You got to
off.
get them to
It's
stick,
actually
right?
pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to explain it to him. It's like, what do you mean you nail it down? I'm like, you just take an old piece of wood and you nail it down. And and then the next thing you know, he's cleaning catfish like crazy. And then he pissed me off because he threw all the guts in the trash can behind the house. I'm like, that's for grass clippings, you idiot. What are you doing? You know, I
Got
couldn't
to get
figure
the
out what was
skin off
stinking,
the
but
catfish.
like 2 weeks later, I'm like, what the hell smells out here? It's the friggin' trash can with where the grass clippings go. But that's another story. But but he was like, "Oh, you nail it through the head." I'm like, "That's what you do. This is what you do here." So, but yeah. And then he wanted to put all the guts and just throw them in the grass clippings can. I'm like, come on, man.
The skin is
But
what tends to make catfish taste bad. If people don't like catfish, try it without the skin. Skin sometimes makes it.
you know what? I don't want that. They're number one. He catches them near this military installation. I'm like, look, man, I don't. And then I said, look, you can do what you want, but don't put them in none of my pans because I got cast iron pans. I don't want them catfishing in pans. I don't even know what's in them. It's probably some kind of chemicals from the military base where they used to blow stuff up. So, like, I don't get your own pans for them fish, man.
These little brown catfish were the best tasting fish in the Connequenna Creek, which I fish in all the time in Pennsylvania. It leads into the Susquehanna, which is, by the way, the largest unnavigable river in the world.
What is it? The Susquehanna?
The Susquehanna is the largest unnavigable river in the world. It's so shallow you can't really float much down there for very far distance.
It's not shallow where the Susquehanna where I am. It's
yeah,
deep.
yeah. For short
I'm right at the
distances,
dam
I
now.
guess. Yeah, for short distances, I guess it's navigable. But yeah, some of it's like ankle deep. It's crazy.
That's up in Pennsylvania, like central Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But by the time it gets down to into Maryland, it's 80 feet deep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know it went down in there that far.
Oh yeah, it's the top of the Chesapeake Bay.
Oh, okay.
But
yeah, that makes sense.
They got a dam though it's tremendously deep, and then a hydroelectric dam.
My grandfather used to have a houseboat at the Chesapeake Bay. That was the best times of my life. Memories as a kid, going to that and just catching crabs off the side of it, fishing, catching all kinds of yellow perch, bluegill, panfish.
It's a great body of water, man.
They'll
taste a great body of water. Oysters, crabs, it's a great body of water. So south of Baltimore, once you're south of Baltimore, it's a beautiful place. It's awesome.
I think his boat was in like Haverty Grace or somewhere around there.
That's at the mouth of the bottom of the Susquehanna where it dumps into the bay is right there at Haverty Grace. So occasionally I'll go kayaking there. But it's a weird thing because it's like the top of the Chesapeake Bay is probably 5 miles wide. And because the silt comes through the dam, you could be halfway across, and everywhere else in the bay, it's 30 feet, whatever. It's like 4 feet because of all the silt just depositing there. It's eerie. I mean, it's a weird thing. But yeah, Haverty Grace is a nice little town, man. That's a cool place.
They have pontoon rides in near Harrisburg because it's so shallow that like a pontoon boat's the only thing that you could use on there. Really, we're like a small 2-person rowboat type thing, or
that's like Amish country up there.
Yeah,
Lancaster.
Yeah, I'm near Harrisburg.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's west of. That's above like Frederick, I believe, right?
Right in the middle of Pennsylvania, like southern a little bit, but basically right in the middle of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's I think it's above Frederick, Maryland, and then I think Breezewood's right there, a little west of there. I remember. But yeah, I don't know what to do with the young people. I try to instill values in them, but there's a lot of parents that don't do. They're just negligent parents. That I think it all starts at home. Everything, And Stanley's right. The government can't fix anything. Like they're not
really
gonna.
wondering. I've been wondering for a long time when we're talking about heinous crimes. How many of these gangbanger kids' parents know what they do? Do you think, like a percentage? It would seem like they'd have to know. You would not know if your kid was doing that.
I happen to know because I'm a part of one or two YouTube channels where these are California folks. There are generational gangbangers. Like my dad was a Crip or my uncle was a Crip.
Yeah.
How do you
sort
fix
of
that?
thing.
How do you fix that?
You do, well, I mean, now the thing is a lot of these older guys who were in gangs, actively pursue activities that are anti-gang. However, the younger folks, I hear all the time, hey, I'm living in, I don't know, Arizona, but I'm from, Long Beach, and ask, hey, ask around about my uncle so-and-so, you'll know who I am, that sort of thing. It still
Yeah.
goes on. So, I mean, this is generational. It's not like do the parents, not only do the parents know what the kids are doing, they are elders in that culture.
So they're fine with it. Some of them. Yeah.
I don't know about fine. There's, like I said, there's a lot of, hey, you shouldn't do what I do, but kids are gonna be kids. Sometimes, and sometimes those folks are, the old head, the OGs are looked up to, especially by the very young. Like by the third generation.
Bob says Ryan looks like a senior enlisted in the 10th Mountain Division.
Well, how would Bob know?
Who knows?
Yeah, how do you know, Bob? I have one of my exercise shirts on. Blue camo. Well, yeah.
So anyway, we parents sometimes know what their kids are doing, and sometimes they encourage it.
Very true.
Sometimes they are legends in that organization, if you want to call it an organization. So
yeah, it's wild to think about. I mean,
well, and the reason I like hanging out with these groups, and of course, you know what, I'm they think I'm a crotchety old man in those groups too. It's like I had no clue this sort of stuff actually existed, outside of TV. So, I actually learned a lot.
What's up? Gangs, you mean?
Just like the mentality. One thing. Well, it's largely mentality, and Californians, and I know they're Californians in somewhere in this, in this channel family. Blacks in California are truly amazing. They truly think that they are the center of blackdom. And I'm like, what? You like, I don't know. It's like, really? You think that, people in Georgia, like black people in Atlanta, care or know about what y'all do out in LA?
it's probably the last place. That's probably the last place blacks ended up when they started migrating out of the South. Is California.
Well, that's not my point. My point is, and I know I'm unaware of much of this. Yeah, I'm totally unaware of much of this, so I probably sound like like your typical nerdy, white guy.
But you don't.
I simply do not understand it, but it's fascinating to hear and know about.
Yes, they said, "Well, I'm a rolling Crip."
Exactly. I thought a Crip was a Crip. I didn't know that there were chapters.
Yes, I didn't either. I'm like, what are they talking about, and why do I care? You
and
know,
they shoot each other. It's like the Catholics and the Protestants. They're both Christians, but they killed each other in the Troubles in Ireland, and the Crips, they're all but different sets. They got to kill each other and the blood.
Well, there's crip on crip crime.
Yeah, that's what I was
So
saying.
I'm like,
But I don't think
You
those are
better
dominant.
you better rep
I don't think
yourself,
those are dominant
homie.
gangs in
You better rep
California
yourself, homie.
anymore. Anyway,
but
I
you,
don't think those are
but
dominant
you know
gangs.
the other fascinating thing? These guys are totally pro-Trump. They are into Trump. Like when I tell them I'm voting for Kamala, I get a reaction very similar to the reaction I get on this channel. Man, they call me all kinds of names. So I just Trump is probably an honorary Crip.
Yeah, I've seen homeless guys saying they're all for Trump and everything. I mean, I know why. To me, personally, it just seemed like my life was better during those 4 years and all kinds of measures.
And I had a Washington Examiner article, and I cannot find it now. I wonder if it's here. Trump can do a sea walk. I have no doubt that he can.
That'd be funny.
As a matter of fact, that little dance he does before his rallies, that's kind of a Crip walk.
And that makes me think of the Caddyshack groundhog. His dance. Did you see that movie, Caddyshack?
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, I didn't think of that. You're absolutely right.
I find it amazing that the two available candidates are the two that are running right now. That's my take on things. So
Well, why do you think? Why do you find it fascinating?
Well, let's see. One's an entertainer that was, I mean, a show host. He hosted a show. And look, I'm just going to tell you that a lot of the policies that I like of Trump's are not of Trump. They're just they were before, right? And Kamala is a career politician that literally will just switch immediately. I don't think she's a person in there. I think it's almost like I don't think there's a person in there, man. I don't think.
Yeah, she's not human.
She's not.
I think being an attorney general and a DA, I actually think that's useful experience for a politician.
I'll tell you this much. I think she's a cop. I think she's I think she prosecuted a lot of people for her own advancement. And even with and I'm not being critical of Kamala, Stanley, so please don't get defensive. But I don't
care.
I think she was fine with locking people up and throwing away the key. I think it's just who she is. And then she did that for a long time. I'm tough on crime. And then all of a sudden she was the wokest of leftists going. And now she's kind of going back to, well, we're going to get the border tightened up and I'm a prosecutor. So it's like, I think truth is she probably could give a damn about anybody, but just her own advancement. That's the feeling I get from her.
Isn't that what politics is all about?
Well, not only that, but Trump has gone from I'm proud to be the one, the impetus for getting Roe overturned to, oh, wait, you know what? We don't want to make this an issue
I
in
think
our
Trump,
politics. So I think there's this flip-flopping on both sides.
I think he's a lot more moderate than he comes off because of his base. I think he's fine with abortion personally. I think he's like, that's cool, 15 weeks, whatever, I don't care. So I think he's a lot more moderate than he's coming off, right?
Yeah, well, you call it moderate. I call it flexible, to be kind.
Okay.
Guess who I voted for in 2016?
Who?
I didn't know anything about Trump other than he was a reality TV star and everything, and I knew I hated Hillary, so I voted for John McAfee. My logic was at least he understands cyber threats, and I like this crazy-ass personality, too. I was like, I knew. I was
I
like,
just
whatever.
I just feel like there's good people out here that are far more just not full of it. Like, and like again, I like Trump's policies as a person. I think he was just he's a Hollywood kind of guy. He's not. So I just feel like there's better candidates that could be representing the United States.
Well, that part
So
we agree on. They're better.
yeah, I
They're
mean, is
better.
Kamala really what you think of, Stanley, when you think like, you know what, she's really a great American? Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean? I just
No, I think I think both candidates have problems, but they are who we have, and
yeah.
we can blame the system, but I'm gonna be honest with you. If someone like J.D. Vance is the heir apparent, or Ron DeSantis, if they're heir apparents, there's some problems waiting in the wings.
I mean, you don't think Ron DeSantis, who was in JAG, I think it seems to me he has a better record than either two
Well, I'm going to
candidates.
tell you right now, I'm not a fan of Navy lawyers. He spent a lot of time down at Guantanamo. So, yeah, he was JAG and he was military. And I know how JAG officers get their theater ribbons. He wasn't out there with the SEALs fighting in the trenches. He was back at some their HQ. He didn't get out in the field much. I'll put it that way.
Well, I
And
mean,
he shouldn't. He's a lawyer.
Yeah, he was a lawyer, I think, from Harvard or Yale or one of those, and
Yale.
but I don't think he comes.
I think
from
it was Yale. Maybe it was Harvard.
I know it was an Ivy League school, but I don't think he comes from a whole lot. And then he's
No, he
a
doesn't.
guy that was, he was able to get. So it's kind of like he comes from the working class or the middle class in the country. I think that's good, and he goes to Ivy League school. He does go in the military, which is honorable. I mean, he wasn't out there with a gun, but I can at least respect the fact that he did some service. And do I think he's in the last few years he's done some public stunts that I don't necessarily agree with, but I don't know. I feel like he'd be a better guy to vote for than the current. So, but I'm still backing Trump.
Well, so many people
Kamala's too
disagreed with
left-leaning.
you, though.
I
I
was
mean,
wondering, what's
MAGA types disagreed with you.
what are the attributes of a perfect president?
Well, there
Does
are
anybody
none.
have a list?
I don't think there are any.
I mean, I think
So we
exercises
just
like
work with
that.
what we got, right?
Yeah, that's what we're
We
doing.
all
But if I was sitting in India looking over at the U.S., I'd say, okay, you had, like Obama, by all account, was an upstanding president, right? And by the way, he appears to be, like, if he ran now, he'd have to run as a conservative based on how far left we've gone. But, but, no, like he had no tarnish. He was like he knew how to play the game. He was prepared. He was a good orator. Like, I mean, at the end of the day,
You
like he
say
was a
that
good.
now. Apologies, of course. You say that now. When he was actually running, did you have that same sentiment?
I didn't like his politics because
Okay.
but he was good at his job, right? He was like when I heard him speak in 08, I said he's going to be the next president, right? So I do like some of the things he did. I don't like other things he did, but I mean, he kept us pretty safe as a country. Um, overall, he did enforce the immigration policy very well. I think he did a good job at that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think he could have done better on certain things than he did. I think that the reaction Obama could have been a president that brought united the country a lot more than he did.
Yeah,
And
those
I think
midterms, the midterm was it hindered his powers. A lot of people
yeah, well, it
they
always
voted
does.
for the guy, but they didn't understand civics. They didn't understand that he needed control of the House and the Senate, and they didn't vote during the midterms. And his comment was, "Well, we got shellacked." because he was and you could see the disappointment on his face if you recall that press conference, that
Well, that
he was
was a check
disappointed
on.
to realize that lack of civics in
Well,
terms
that
of
wasn't it. That was it.
educational curriculum in public schools just showed how stupid people are. He
That's
was
not it.
very disappointed. He was like, why is it that all these people voted for me to become president, but they didn't understand that you also have to vote in the midterm?
It's
And he
fairly
was
common,
disappointed by that.
though. I mean, a lot of times that happens, Mello. Like you'll have a president and then once the president gets full control of Congress, if it all goes one way, many times, between that Congress and that president, they will propose 8,000 things to their side of the aisle, right? So then a lot of people go, uh-oh, now we want to enact these 5,000 policies that are all conservative or all liberal, depending on, you know, who won. And so they get checked. So when it comes time for the midterms,
They
they'll say,
didn't get,
okay,
yeah, it was, they were voting by their feelings. The general public vote according to their quote unquote feelings. They're not educated enough to realize how important it is to participate in all, in all elections. They're not educated enough to realize how important it is. They were mesmerized by Barack Obama and they voted for him. But when it
yes,
came to the details as to what it takes for him to have power across the
he shouldn't
board,
have power. The president shouldn't have power. The Congress
to
should.
have the House and the Senate on his side would have been a good thing.
So usually when this occurs, if the
All that
Republicans,
opposition just really distracted, what he was planning to do. It just, you know.
Ryan,
so
I have a
so so like,
question for you when y'all are done about the president in power.
well, so Stanley, just to go off of what you're saying, Mela. So the problem is this: let's say Trump wins, and then the Senate goes Republican, the House goes Republican. Immediately, they're going to try to pass 45,000 laws like that day because they have power, and they're going to try to ram all this stuff through to get it passed, right? And then people go, "Whoa, that's a lot of change. That's a lot of stuff that you're trying to do." So a lot of times in midterms, they'll vote in different senators and House of Representatives because they want to check the power of the presidency. So they'll vote liberals in, right? That happen. It's fairly common for that to happen. So it's a referendum, and that it forces the compromise between the Republicans and Democrats. So I always say the best governments we've had, to me, Bill Clinton, 92 to 2000, you had Republicans had the House and Senate. Clinton was the president. We paid down the deficit. We passed some good policies. Some weren't as good, but it ran pretty good. The economy did good. They were fighting it out, but a lot of stuff got done. It was pretty unique in that, you know. And I think divided government is the best because otherwise the pendulum swings too far one way or the other, and it either goes too conservative or too Democrat, too liberal. That's my view. So I think the parity's good, better than
Okay.
one party. That's my view. But
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I think divided government is an art in and of itself. We have divided government now, and it is not very popular. The Congress, the Supreme Court, um, all-time lows. But I was curious to hear you talk about presidents shouldn't have a lot of power and your thoughts on the unitary executive, which, if not Trump himself, definitely the people around him want a unitary executive.
yeah, they want to give the
That's
president.
part of the thing with the civil service. Apparently, they found that some of the things Trump wanted to do in office, there were civil servants and kind of senior civil servants who were like, "No, you can't do that." that's part of the reason, why he's proposing overhauling the civil service. Trump wants power. He wants
Yeah.
the power to overturn elections. And I was just curious, your thoughts on that.
So anyone who wants to push more power to the executive branch legislatively, that's not the way it was set up. It's set up to force compromise between the House, the Senate, and the parties that exist. And again, you said this before. A lot of times they go, we'll let the agency deal with it, right? So they don't really come to a decision on something, and then they'll let the, whatever agency be the expert and kind of make their own little statute law. That's not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be the president is simply executing the laws. He's the he is the executive, so he executes the laws that are in front of him, which is to oversee the military, enforce the border, and do those types of things. He has that power. He does not have the power to legislate. So anytime any of these usurpers, from FDR, who was the first usurper, decides to take all the power to himself and make his own little cabal with the agencies that he does, like Biden's doing now, I think that's terrible. It should be on Congress, the people to pass the laws.
So what do you think about Trump wanting to accumulate more power? And I'll give you a good example. The immunity rulings that the Supreme Court did, putting Trump back on the ballot in Colorado. Those were all things that Trump wanted. He sued for and got.
Yeah, but that's not.
What do you think about a president accumulating the power of immunity for official acts, which isn't in the Constitution, had never been thought of before Trump? Things like, calling
I don't think
Georgia.
that's an example, Stanley. I don't think that's.
Well, no, it is.
I'll just say that concerning the Colorado ballot, okay, the fact that it was a 9-0 ruling, even the most liberal of judges said, hey, you can't do that. I think that
the liberal judges were wrong too. They basically what they did is they basically reinterpreted what the Constitution says. And yeah, 9-0 looks good on paper, but if you actually go and read the decisions, there were some. It's a weird thing the Supreme Court can do. Even in a 9-0 decision, they can still do like de facto dissents. So all I'm saying is that Colorado vote, where power was basically taken away from a state because it affected other states too much, which I don't know that was a horrible decision, but it was definitely not. They kind of stretched the Constitution or ignored parts of the Constitution. The immunity ruling, that is power, that is naked power given to the president. Basically, anything deemed an official act, illegal or not, he's immune from. That is raw, unadulterated power right there. And Trump.
Okay, but listen, he as the executive didn't do it; they did it. So
he sued for it. They wouldn't have done it had Trump not sued for it. He initiated it.
Okay, but what I'm saying is they still ruled that way.
Okay, well, you can. I get accused of splitting hairs, so I guess I'll have to live with that.
Well, okay, so check this out. The whole idea about immunity is not whether or not he's guilty. It's getting a jury that's not biased to make the decision, right? You can't, because everyone is going to have an opinion on the president. That's the challenge. It's not, the guy could have went out and did 100 things, but then when you get a jury to say, okay, we got to get this guy, they're all going to already have they're going to know him, right? Unless you go to an island somewhere in the Pacific and find a group of people that don't have television. The problem is getting an independent, unbiased jury. It's very hard to do that, right? And that's the whole thing about the immunity that's difficult. Now, that being said, I will tell you that I do believe Trump has said many times he wants to be able to just just do what he wants in terms of execute this, execute that. I do
Like
not want there to
January
be
6th.
no. January 6th is a separate issue. There's January 6th is not. I'm speaking about when any. Let's just put Trump aside. Any president decides that he is going to put pressure on the various agencies below him to enact his policy. I don't even think I don't even think the president should make a budget, because guess what? It's it's the House should make a budget. So I do believe in the separation there, and that Congress is
Well,
our.
he doesn't make it necessarily. He proposes a budget.
Yeah, he has a stupid proposed budget of the stuff he wants. Well, dude, your job is to sit there and simply get your marching orders from Congress and then
That's not
execute
true.
those.
He's not. He is not going to get marching orders. He is independent of Congress.
In other words, when I say marching orders, I mean he's going to get, hey, guess what? We just did X, Y, and Z concerning the military. It's his job to oversee the military, the police, the border, and the agencies that are under him. It's just his
Well, you
job to
remember he
execute.
can veto. He can veto legislation, and very rarely are things overridden. So he is not at the whim of Congress.
And you're right. He can veto it, but once it's a law, right? It's really not his job
Well,
to
he
do
has to
anything other
sign it
than to
into
execute the
law.
laws.
He has a
No, I
say
understand.
over whether.
And so if you look at the history a bit too, like when they were fighting over the Constitution, which they were fighting, they kept on going into this. I think it might have been a church in Philadelphia, and or it was a building of some sort, and they're going back and forth and back and forth. Washington didn't chime in. He literally sat there, and he barely said anything the entire time. He presided over it, but he didn't, like, as you know. And this is before he was president. He just didn't say anything. Um, so I just believe that the executive has accumulated tremendous power, starting with FDR and him wanting to change the court, and then him passing and pressuring everybody to change 4,000 laws. And we were in a depression, and the public was like, okay. I mean, Congress was okay with it, and it expanded the government massively. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it just seems like between then George Bush passed a bunch of stuff which expanded the government just keeps expanding. I mean, like, when's it end? When's it going to end?
I think it'll end when it should end, and I think that that I would prefer to have government than oligarchy.
I agree. That's why I want to limit the power of the president. Limit him. Limit all of them. And limit all his agencies too. Well, all the agencies are under the president for whatever reason. So making, with this Chevron will change things some, and it should. So, yeah, look, in the states you're in, is the governor making laws, or is the governor just governing? He's the governor, right? He's not making a bunch of laws. The legislature makes them.
Well, apparently we're not entertaining Master Kim, so we better move on.
Oh, we're losing viewers having this political debate. But I will.
Well,
I'm going to tell you, I want to circle back on something real quick. It's very common for when you get a sweep of either Democrat or Republican, it's not uncommon to have that check at the middle of at the what's it called, the midterms, especially if they try to ramrod 4,000 laws through at once, which they do that too, right? So they'll say, hey man, now that we have power, let's pass these 40,000 things we wanted to pass before, but we couldn't. So unfortunately, that's what they do. They try to pass all these things. So you'll have just sweeping legislation, and and having a check on that is good. It forces compromise, which is that's what it's built on, compromise. So, you know,
Yeah, this is kind of a slow news day. I guess everybody's
tomorrow's the
kind of.
day, the big debate. So anyway, so I disagree with some of the stuff Biden did, and I disagree with you know, when one branch of government decides. I don't like how they're able to, once the money's appropriated, the president can shift it around. Congress can shift the money around through reconciliation. Like that I don't know why you can do that. I think that's not right. Oh yeah, let's reconcile since we have we have this $800 billion appropriated. Let's just shift it. I think that's wrong. I don't like that. You know, I think it's wrong. So, I mean, you look at what they
I
did last time with reconciliation.
apparently
To pass all this COVID money, got passed, right? Well, then they did a reconciliation, and the president himself, Biden, came out and told all these states, well, listen, I appropriated money for all of you for COVID. Just reallocate it for other things that you may need. Like, but the money was for COVID. You should give it back to the federal government. Nobody gave any money back to the federal government, right? They all just kept it for other stuff. It's ridiculous. You know, it's ridiculous.
well,
So
there's some. Let's see. Hold on one sec here. Since our job is to
and Mela, I just want to say this about Mel. The thing about Obama
since our
was
job is to
the healthcare thing is what got hung up because he wanted healthcare for everybody, and Medicare for all isn't economically feasible to do that without causing grave economic pain to the country. So at the end of the day, it's not
Is that
feasible for the
right?
government. Well,
So
according to
why is
the
it that pharmaceutical companies had a direct influence as to whether or not someone lives or dies?
if you want to do the math, okay, look at
I
the
don't.
share
I
price.
don't. There are other people more talented in that field than
Well, the
myself.
Congressional Budget Office said that it wasn't a sustainable thing for the government to pay for
What else would they
medical.
say? We're talking
Uh,
about we're talking about pharmaceutical. We're talking about industries, right, that are accustomed to a certain level of profit, and to make a profit.
yeah.
Okay. So there will be this propaganda that it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. Of course, it's just like people, were
That
convinced that butter is bad for you, right? As opposed to Crisco, as opposed to seed oils, as opposed to, Wesson. Like, don't fry your chicken this way, fry it that way. It's like there's propaganda under the umbrella of profit initiative. So of course the propaganda is going to go out that it's not sustainable to secure health care for. It's like, guess what? A lot of sophisticated countries around the world are already doing it. What makes us
well,
believe that we can't do it?
there are also very few that do it, and I'm actually for socialized medicine. It's probably something that should be done. However, it isn't sustainable because the countries like Britain and Canada, though Canada
It's
has a
stepped
smaller
on the
population.
toes of
Let me
profit.
let me finish, please. May I finish, please? The countries that have instituted socialized medicine um, are not doing as well as they are presented to be. And Britain is like at the forefront of that category. Britain is not doing well economically or socially. And I don't know, I can't tie it directly to the National Health Service, but I do know that it is a huge drain. And America has a lot more people. The VA is about the closest I can think of to an actual socialized medicine, and the VA has a lot of problems. So we don't have a good successful model of socialized medicine in my opinion.
Massachusetts.
I think it's propaganda to say
Remember
countries like.
Massachusetts?
What about Massachusetts?
Mitt Romney, he provided health care for everyone in Massachusetts.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do they still?
I do not know. I just know when Mitt Romney ran, that was the whole.
Okay, I
That was
want
the
to
ace
ask
of
you
it
a
all, right?
question. Let me ask you a question.
I'm responding to your previous question.
Mitt Romney did it. No, I don't think you have. You're going back to Mitt Romney. My question was.
You said we didn't have a model, and I mentioned Massachusetts as a model.
Okay, and my question is, do they still have it?
And I said, I don't know.
Because if you don't know, that pretty much ends your point. If they don't have it,
I
think knowing whether Massachusetts has been able to sustain it,
because I'm not qualified to debate you.
If Massachusetts has maintained it, because Ryan's argument is it's not sustainable.
Mitt Romney is probably no longer governor of Massachusetts.
Okay, and my question
when he
is,
was
does
governor of Massachusetts,
okay,
everyone got
simply, you simply, I hate to be blunt. Let me be blunt. Okay, you're painting yourself into dead ends, and you don't seem to realize that.
I think what you don't seem to realize is that you have painted yourself in a corner, and with this so-called debate that I didn't invite myself to. I'm not debating you. I'm not debating you.
Of course you're not. I'm not debating you. I simply asked you a question.
And I answered your question.
I don't think you did.
And you pointed out that because I don't know.
Yes,
whether or not
that is a huge issue.
Is currently doing that. You want to use that as a negative.
I want to use
right?
it. I want
when
to use
all
it as a
I
negative.
did was answer your question about a model. That's all I did. I answered your question about a model. So you made a false statement when you said we don't have a model. And I corrected you, and you have a problem with that.
Correct me.
I did absolutely correct you.
This is the weird. Mitt Romney was governor like 30 years ago. My question is Massachusetts still a model? Your answer is you do not know.
You made an absolute statement, and I confronted you about an absolute statement. That's all that happened. You made an absolute statement, and I confronted you about an absolute statement. Now you want to try to backpedal and play it off. That's all it is. It's your ego. Your ego is in play.
In the real
and I don't debate egos.
Mela, in the real world, I don't know is not a confrontation.
Sir, all I did was correct your misspoken statement.
I don't know.
I corrected you.
A correction.
I corrected you. You said we have no mind.
Once again, you are living in your own world.
And here we go with the insults. The insults is not an argument. When are you going to realize that, little boy? Look, you're resorting to little boy tactics, and I understand it because I'm embarrassing you about the facts. I'm embarrassing you about the facts. The fact of the matter is, you asserted that you wanted, you asserted that there is no model for it. And I corrected you, and now all of a sudden you went into your little boy mode, and that's what happened.
Is I don't know.
Whatever.
You know what? I think we should end this right here because you're not worthy of me continuing this. We do not have a model.
And that is also a false judgment. That's everything out of your mouth is false. Everything is false.
Just because you
Come on, man.
Just because you don't know, it's false if you don't know I'm right.
You are not worthy to say that there is no model.
I am worthy.
That's what
There
the deal
is no
is.
model. Is
You are
Massachusetts a
actually
model? Dude,
projecting
you know what?
at this moment. You're
I'm
not
not
worthy
projecting.
enough to make the claim that there is no model.
There is no
I
model.
there's no
corrected
I
you,
pointed.
and you have a problem with it. Get over
I don't
yourself,
have a.
okay?
I have
Get
a
over
problem with you
yourself.
being incorrect, dude. You are jumping on a bandwagon when there's no bandwagon. Massachusetts is not a model, man.
Get over yourself.
I'm
I think what
over
I was
myself.
saying was that
I corrected you, and you have a problem with that. Get over yourself.
You corrected me, Mela. I'm gonna let you run with that.
all right. Just to reiterate, according to the Congressional Budget Office, which is both parties, not just liberal, not just Republican, it wasn't a sustainable thing for the government to take over the whole healthcare industry by single payer. It would have accumulated $47 trillion in debt by X year. So it would have, the drain on the national economy would have been so painful, it would have shrunk, and they'd be able to pay for less and less healthcare based on that, because of the economy shrinking as a result of the weight of the healthcare system. So this is what the CBO said. And what we have now is kind of an ad hoc system where a lot more people got on healthcare. Obama was successful in that, but there was some cost transfer onto the private sector. A lot of insurance companies are cleaning up as a result of it. Also, not good. United Healthcare's share price is 10 times what it was in 2008. But a lot of people got scared of that, and that's why they said, well, we're going to vote Republicans in this time. But that's not uncommon. That happened with a lot of presidents in history, when what is proposed is seen as radical or too far of one way or the other. That was my point.
And my point is that the countries that are held up as examples, like Sweden, I guess Norway, and England, are not doing as well as they are made out to be. Massachusetts is
What about
I don't even know how that. I don't even know how that came up as a model.
Well, Massachusetts doesn't have pharmaceuticals in the equation either. They're just simply paying. They have state health care based on taxes, but pharmaceuticals aren't even in the equation.
I had mentioned that pharmaceutical companies are the problem. This is where, I mean, because pharmaceutical
There's a
companies.
lot of problems. There's tort law that has to be reformed, because if a doctor makes a mistake, he gets sued for $40 million and he's awarded. That costs a lot of money. There's a lot of costs with all of this. There's a lot of problems in the whole industry, for sure. So I mean, these insurance companies are raking it in year on year. I mean, the insurance companies are making too much money. So I mean, there's a lot of problems with health.
Insurance companies are profiting.
I mean, what about the government itself? The government itself is, they literally fund food, right? They're pumping money into the food business. Americans are the fattest in the world, right?
Congress people are allowed to invest in pharmaceutical companies on stock trades. So
They can invest.
they have an invested interest to keep pharmaceutical companies profiting.
They can invest in defense, in education, and green energy. They can invest in everything. I totally agree. They should be
I
allowed to do
think
that.
Congress people should not be allowed to do that. They should not be allowed to trade on the stock market. I think that's corruption.
Absolutely.
I
At
don't
least the
think you can
foundation
take
of
that.
it.
You're not going to be able to take that right away. You can regulate it, but you can't take the right away.
I mean, Stanley, the problem is, it is insider trading to a degree when you're sitting in a committee meeting, right? And then they say, well, you know what? We're done with coal. We can't have coal anymore. And you leave the committee meeting and sell all your shares in the coal company you had money in. I don't think it should have to be held in a private situation where you have
There's so much money under the table. It's unbelievable.
And it's very unlikely until there are laws passed preventing Congress, like, the president, in theory, and even Trump flouted this rule, where, those assets get put in trust or something. Trump
It
never
should
did
be.
that. So there's a precedent.
Should be held in
There's a
trust.
precedent
And
set
you can't
that
get to it.
I don't think you're going to be able to get presidents to like divest themselves completely after Trump because he set
Well,
that
no,
precedent.
but you can have, okay, so right now, if you work for a company that, I mean, if you're a senior manager in a company in an oil business, and you're getting ready to declare a multi-million-dollar loss and you sell your shares, you can go to jail for that, just for some company, right? If you know that your next quarterly is going to have a bad thing and you got shares in your own company and you know it's going to dip the share price, you can sell your shares now, the price dips, and you can go to jail for that. It's insider trading, but Congress does it. They can do it all the time. So they should make them hold it like, okay, you have
Okay,
your
well,
assets, and when you
who
take,
is going to make Congress do it? That's what I'm getting to.
they should be doing it.
Congress
Well,
passes
I know.
laws. If they don't pass the law limiting themselves,
No,
then
I
there's
agree.
nothing
It's
to stop
disgusting.
them from
Bella's
doing
right.
it.
It's terrible. It's
So
terrible.
that's my point. Until the day that Congress goes and passes a law saying they can't invest, and that is extremely unlikely, you're not going to be able to stop them. You can regulate them, maybe. They can
Yeah.
self-regulate, but you're not going to be able. It is a problem that isn't solvable because the people doing it are writing the laws.
That's right. I agree. But it's insider trading. It really is. But look, one of the problems that we have is this, okay? These presidents run on 17 platforms. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And they make all these promises. This is why people are so unhappy with politics. They make all these promises. And I'm going to tell you something. 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago, the presidents would run and they would have two things they wanted to tackle, right? So these guys make all these promises, and they can't affect all this. They got to have Congress to do it as well, right?
Right.
So then when nothing gets done, then he gets voted out and everybody says, well, he's a liar. He did a terrible job. At the end of the day, they're trying to do so many things to get elected and make all these promises. No one can keep all those promises. Nobody can. It's too many, right? Back in the day, it was 2 or 3 big issues and that's it. So that's why everyone's so dissatisfied with politics, because the president's overpromise and underdeliver repeatedly. Biden actually delivered on a lot of the stuff he said he would.
The problem is the voters, not the politicians.
And I hate his politics, but Biden actually delivered on a good amount of stuff, believe it or not, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Of course, that's why, we have tremendous inflation and a lot of dumb policies, but that's another story. But most of them under-deliver, though, if you look.
Well, I find blaming politicians instead of actually blaming the electorate. I think the people vote for what they get. I think they read what, the media is satisfying a demand. And, blaming the media as if it is like its own entity. And to a certain extent it is. But it's a business just like anything else.
Well,
if you don't read the magazine, they're not going to, they're going to change.
The issue with the media that I have is they don't tell the truth. It's all just telling people what they want to hear based on their party. And I wish there was
kind of
more
like the
truth
politicians.
Yes, and I wish there was more truth because we could actually, as a country, we could do better. But they just spin their stories and it doesn't. I mean, look, the left didn't cover that border wall for years. 3 years they didn't cover it, right? Meanwhile, Fox was there every day with drones taking picture of all these people. And this is one issue. It's one issue, right? Half the country believes we don't have a problem. All of a sudden, you got 100,000 migrants in your city and you're going, what's going on here? I didn't hear about this. Well, yeah, that's because CNN didn't go there. MSNBC didn't go near there. And those are the channels this person watches.
Well, I see it a different way. I see it as Fox was so odious in its politics that they couldn't attract the other 50%.
But do you not see it as if a New Yorker just has MSNBC on his TV and he never hears about this the migrant issue coming to New York, and all of a sudden he's got migrants everywhere he looks and he's looking around his neighborhood. Don't you think that's a problem?
It's a huge
Well,
problem
it's a
with media.
problem. It's a problem for the population. What I'm saying
Yeah, the
is
people.
you
The
can't.
people. The
I
people.
don't think I don't agree with the framing that CNN is the problem and Fox is the hero. If Fox was
That's not
actually
the
fair and
framing.
balanced,
Okay, hold on.
if Fox was actually fair and balanced, they would have attracted more. They at
Listen,
least a
Fox
portion
does it
of the
too. I'm
other
not saying Fox
50%.
doesn't do it. Both things. Fox is the same as CNN and MSNBC. They're just on the other side. I don't agree with Fox either. I'm saying the media ecosystem, whether it's right spun or left spun, is dysfunctional, and the people are not being served by that.
And I'm
Fox does the
saying
same stuff.
I'm saying it's the people's fault, not the media.
I know you keep blaming the public.
So if you're in New York and you're not aware of national politics that could possibly affect local politics, then you get surprised in the end. I think it's a citizen's job to be well informed.
And so you're smart enough to know that as an older person like myself.
Well,
I read both sides.
I've been
I read
watching
both
news
sides.
and politics since I was a kid.
Well, a lot of these people don't have time and don't do it. They go on Facebook. Another
And
broken media
it is
ecosystem.
their fault.
Yeah, I guess.
I see it both ways. There's algorithms when people lean one way or another, they look at certain things and it builds their algorithm, which feeds them more of that. It puts them in a silo sort of, and then they end up not knowing the other side of situations. And like you were saying, Ryan, then all of a sudden they're surprised by it when they see the results, because the internet actually filters people towards whatever side it sees them and whatever information they've already put into the internet. The algorithms take them there to the point where they're just ignorant to a whole other aspect of it. And that happens on both sides of the political spectrum. And that's sucks about how they let algorithms do that. I guess it makes money for whoever directs them in those directions.
And I see we're about to oh yeah, this Isaac Hayes lawsuit is interesting.
I don't know what it is.
Apparently Trump is using one of Isaac. This is Isaac Hayes III suing the RNC because I don't even know which Isaac Hayes song they're using. But the RNC is basically, fighting back. And
I saw different. I didn't see this lawsuit, but I did see where a different artist said that they were utilizing their music erroneously, and then they said no, we paid for it through basically the clearinghouse that collects ASCAP funds and other licensing funds on behalf of those people. Yeah, it's just another tactic, man. Perhaps he's using it erroneously. Who knows? It's music. I don't know. These guys are just trying anything to get paid.
Well, I don't think. Is that what he's saying, or is he saying he just doesn't want them to use it at all?
Yeah, he doesn't get to say that though. That's unfortunate.
Especially he may not own it.
Yeah,
everybody. If you use the Dolly Parton song, she should get paid for it.
Yeah, we're not saying that because they do get paid for it.
Isaac Hayes should get paid for his song being used.
They get paid via ASCAP. If he's a member of ASCAP, he gets paid. And if he's a member, and I'm sure if he has any sort of
what if he's not
rights to it, if he has any sort of right to it, if he has any rights to the music, they get paid in some shape, form, or fashion. But it's also
the lawsuit.
Yeah,
hence the lawsuit. He gets paid.
Not hence the lawsuit. My point is you have to be a licensed entity for them to be getting paid off of you. For instance,
perhaps he is a licensed entity.
Not him, Mella. I'm talking about, for instance, a radio station, a television station, something like that, who utilize music of yours, a movie, a book reading where the music's in the background of the book, stuff like that, where you get paid. Okay, here he may not have any standing because it was used at some sort of I don't know, a speech or whatever. We don't know. But I mean, the lawsuit here, I believe, is erroneous. And they'll probably prove it that it's erroneous too. Because how does he prove that he was supposed to get paid or that his estate was supposed to get paid? Because they utilized it when as a song as he comes out on
It's
stage.
intellectual property.
Okay, so do I have to pay Isaac Hayes when I use it at a birthday party?
I
And
said
it was recorded and put on YouTube?
I said it's intellectual property.
Agreed. But my
Okay.
question to
So
you
no
is
further questions. Thank you.
no, but I'm asking further questions. My question to you is, if I utilize it at a birthday
I'm not
party,
inviting any more questions.
I
Okay,
didn't ask. But
Blacks,
that's the beauty about questions. I didn't have to ask your permission. I just asked it anyway. That's I don't know what that means. Inviting. I didn't ask for your invitation or your permission to ask the
I
question.
don't think she likes to be questioned or challenged, quite frankly.
It's insane. It's insane. We're having
Blacks,
a
do you
discourse.
mind, Blacks or Stanley? I'm listening to you all. If y'all don't mind reading the article that Stanley shared, somebody.
Sure. The Republican National Committee wants more time to respond to a lawsuit taken by the son of a late soul singer, Isaac Hayes, over the use of one of his father's hit tunes. Okay. Isaac Hayes III is suing Donald Trump and the RNC for playing the 1966 song Hold On, I'm Coming at Trump's rallies. The RNC's lawyer has told a federal judge that it should not have to incur the expense of replying, as Isaac Hayes III has already indicated that he wants to amend his written complaint. The RNC's attorney wants to see the amended complaint before issuing its response and is therefore requesting that the judge extend his reply deadline beyond Friday, September 13th. So this week. Could you go up just a bit? Or did I read that portion? Okay. In a weekend motion filed to Judge Thomas Thrash in Atlanta, Georgia, the RNC lawyer Brian C. Leah wrote that it would serve little purpose to require the RNC to incur the expense of responding to a complaint for which plaintiffs plan to seek leave to amend. He also requests that his delay motion be dealt with as soon as possible so the RNC does not have to waste money unnecessarily. The RNC respectfully requests that the court decide this motion on an expedited basis in advance of the September 13th deadline for responding to the currently operative amended complaint. He wrote, unless and until this court grants this motion, the RNC will be compelled to spend time and resources preparing a response to the complaint that the plaintiffs intend to amend. And of course, when the September 13th deadline for responding to the amendment complaint expires, this motion will become moot. In the United States District Court, Northern District of Georgia, Atlanta Division, Isaac Hayes Enterprises, LLC, et cetera, plaintiff, Donald John Trump, individually Donald J. Trump for President 2024, Inc., Republican National Committee, Turning Point USA, Inc., National Rifle Association of America, American Conservative Union, BTC, Inc., defendants. Defendant Republican National Committee's emergency unopposed motion to toll the deadline for responding to the amended complaint. With the express agreement of plaintiff's counsel, defendant Republican National Committee hereby moves for an order tolling the deadline for responding to plaintiff's amended complaint, docket number 6, pending the court's ruling on plaintiff's forthcoming motion to amend that amended complaint. As explained in the accompanying brief in support of this motion attached to Exhibit A, it would serve little purpose to require the RNC to incur the expense of responding to a complaint for which plaintiffs plan to seek leave to amend. Under Local Rule 7.2b, the RNC respectfully requests that the court decide this motion on an expedited basis in advance of September 13th, the current deadline for responding to the amendment complaint. This motion will become moot when the deadline expires. And in the interim, counsel must prepare a response to the amended complaint in the absence of an order granting this motion or otherwise postponing the September 13th deadline. Date September 6th, 2024. Respectfully submitted, Brian C. Leah. Brian, okay, we know who he is. Hayes ranks among America's most acclaimed musicians and died age 65 in 2008. After a career that spanned 5 decades and also included winning an Oscar for Best Musical Score with themes from Shaft in 1972. Shaft. The singer's estate is trying to stop the Trump campaign from using the song Hold On, I'm Coming, saying they hadn't received permission to use the 1966 track. The hit was played at Trump's rallies, and Isaac Hayes III has sent a cease and desist letter to the Trump campaign along with a demand for 3 million simoleons in royalties and 150,000 smackaroos for each additional time Trump uses the song. On September 3rd, Thrash granted Hayes a temporary injunction which prohibits the RNC and the Trump campaign from using the song until the case has been decided. Even before the injunction was granted, both defendants said they would not use the song while the case continued. Hayes co-wrote Sam and Dave's hit Hold On, I'm Coming with David Porter and signed over the rights to Stax Records. Okay, there you go. The songwriting partners were inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame in 2005. After winning recognition for this and a string of other hits, including Soul Man, also performed by Sam and Dave. The court submissions from Trump's lawyer, William Bradley Carver Sr., has included a letter from Sam Moore, the 88-year-old surviving member of Sam and Dave. Read more, Trump, blah, 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 Skippy. In his letter, Moore told the court Hayes was friends with permanent members of the RNC, including its former chairman, Lee Atwater. I wish to bring to the court's attention that there is good reason for it to reject the presumption suggested by the plaintiffs concerning the political views of Isaac Hayes. In fact, during his life, Isaac Hayes, my wife Joyce, and I traveled to Columbia, South Carolina to perform at the 20th high school reunion of Lee Atwater when he was chairman of the Republican National Committee, it states. Moore played at Trump's pre-inauguration party in January 2021 and said he could not understand why people were opposed to Trump becoming president. Trump's submission also includes a copy of the written permission the campaign obtained from BMI, the organization that safeguards
written permission, huh?
Continue.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Is that it? Is that the entirety of the article from Newsweek?
I think so.
Okay. Hey, look,
this is
that
the strangest thing.
Written permission.
It isn't, because if this is what happens, this is what they do. You know, I will say I don't read Newsweek a lot, but that article didn't seem very biased to me. It seemed just straight news, and it didn't read opinion piece.
Yeah, well, Newsweek is actually pretty good.
Yeah, I just haven't, I haven't frequented it very often as of late.
Newsweek is credible.
I find this really strange. I don't even understand, like, why is this not being thrown out?
It is. He amended, from what I'm reading, the plaintiff amended what they were saying about him utilizing the song. And I think they filed a motion to have it expedited so that they don't have to pay, so that the RNC and the other defendants don't have to pay any money to answer what the plaintiff had.
Under the guise of written permission.
Say again.
Yeah, this is strange. It's not like the son even owns the rights.
He doesn't, and that's the point. That's why I said it's erroneous. And the people who own it, the people who have the strings or the keys to the kingdom, they already gave them permission, and that's the hilarity of this. Is people have opinions on it for sure, but he owns nothing.
It's gonna be popularized the song too.
That's just where people want, people want that situation to be the case. It's presumptuous to not include intellectual property as an argument in this case.
But
it wasn't mentioned in the article. The term intellectual, the term intellectual property is not given credence for consideration, and that's atrocious.
But it is, because he signed his intellectual property over to Sam and Davis. The son doesn't own anything. The son.
But then when it comes to signing over things, like there are people, I don't mean to change it off, but I guess I won't give a brief example about how coercion and is a factor in terms of people that sign things over without understanding what it is, its value.
That's irrelevant to this suit.
It is absolutely relevant.
It is a totally, like, if they were suing for the do you understand? Oh my God! You know what? This is like fucking talking to a wall.
Oh my God!
It's same to you. Same to you.
Guy. Okay, so
as a matter of fact, we're on a wall.
The son didn't create anything, and he has no right to the music whatsoever, period. His father signed it over to writing partners he had, albeit most likely for a fee. Okay, and they talked about other songs that he wrote for fees. I've written songs for fees. Okay, it's not my property anymore because I did a service. It's done. It's no longer mine. Now,
so people who are ignorant, they just lose out, right?
You can sue for something, perhaps, for instance, the lady who drew the Nike symbol and was paid $10 and a bucket of chicken. I'm being facetious. And then later on, Nike became what it was, and she didn't understand. Okay, and they sued for it. This guy doesn't have any legal standing whatsoever. He's not his father. The guys who own the song gave them permission. There's nothing to sue for.
Well, there are all types of ways to bend the law, isn't there?
Okay, and with that, everything else is erroneous and irrelevant.
Yeah, Trump is famous for bending the law, isn't he? That's why he.
That's our next topic.
Mm-hmm. Did anybody ever find out why he hadn't revealed his tax returns?
Well, I think he has, at least
Armed
New York State.
Venezuelan gangs steal oil, copper wire, assault workers at Texas oil fields.
Uh-oh.
I added an S.
This
Armed
this is more of a tirade.
Yeah. Armed Venezuelan gang members are stealing oil, copper wire, diesel fuel, and catalyst elements from Texas oil fields in West Texas, according to a memo issued to employees. According to the memo obtained by Libs of TikTok, there it is. A Texas-based oil company issued a memo to employees warning them about security concerns from violent migrant gangs. Venezuelan gang members are using vehicles to run workers and witnesses off the road as they steal oil and diesel fuel, per the memo. As gold prices surge past $2,500 per ounce, the faithful gold company shows people. What the hell? All right, that's an ad.
Industry peers and
Yeah.
law enforcement.
Recent increase in organized crime. Okay, industry peers and law enforcement in West Texas, WTX, West Texas, in parentheses, are aware of a recent increase in organized criminal activity, inclusive of violent crimes, gang activity, and oil field thefts in and around West Texas operational area. Specifically, regional law enforcement and the FBI advised that gang members emanating from Cuba and Venezuela are organizing and working in concert to commit thefts within a Permian Basin or the Permian Basin. These individuals and groups are armed, violent in nature, and will not hesitate to use force. Crimes associated with these groups include the theft of oil, diesel fuel, copper wire, and catalyst elements. Recent incidents have also included 2 assaults by water haulers who were attempting to steal oil from West Texas oil field sites. After the thieves were observed by witnesses who drove up to investigate, the thieves attempted to use their vehicles to run the witnesses off the road. In another incident, a thief acting as a spotter and following a water hauler who had stolen oil also attempted to run a witness off the road. There have been numerous reports of second vehicles acting as spotters for water haulers committing oil thefts. An industry peer provided the below snapshot of a video surveillance of an armed thief checking out an area before stealing diesel from the location. Exclusive. Texas-based oil company issued a memo. Okay, we already read that. The gangs are allegedly attacking oil workers. We read that. And there is the still photo of what appears to be a gun in his waistband and some obscure tattoo of something. Earlier this year, it was reported that Venezuelan gangs were terrorizing oil workers across the Permian. Okay, so it's just redundant at this point. Okay, cool. All right, enforcement, fight against oil theft across Permian Basin. Don't mess with Texas! Exclamation point. Venezuelan Tren de Agua gang members are also taking over apartment complexes in Dallas, Aurora, Colorado, and New York. And the FBI is doing absolutely nothing to stop them. Well, the FBI never does anything to stop anybody. And
well, aren't those local law enforcement issues?
Exactly. Hence, the FBI never does anything to stop anybody. And look, I know some FBI agents and also acolytes, meaning people who work for the FBI but are not necessarily agents, but they do undercover work for the FBI. And this is what they're tracking. They're tracking all this stuff. However, they are hands off strictly. They just track and report.
How far would private security be allowed to go? I imagine these oil companies could afford heavy-duty private security, but how would they?
They have in some cases, but what are you going to do?
Are they allowed to kill, to protect?
In some cases, yes. But not. Yeah, well, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering how many, if they have enough security and how far the security is legally allowed to go, depending on what
using deadly force. Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, they might need more security in that case. I mean, a lot more.
You know,
Who knows?
I actually wonder why this doesn't come under like some homeland security, like terrorism thing.
Yeah.
Well, it should in a sense because these are illegal people, illegal
Yeah.
aliens coming over and stealing. So it would be federal. But again, you know, we've had laws ratified, man, laws that have pretty much inculcated people who are nefarious actors who are illegal aliens in cities, and a lot of people are not compelled to share information anymore. And it's sad, even if you know, by the time it's reported on the news, it's after the fact. So I don't know. People got to choose what they want, you know.
Is that a sanctuary city? Does Texas have many sanctuary cities? I wouldn't think so. I mean,
El Paso does.
Yeah, no, they get away with
Really?
murder in sanctuary cities. There's a cop being interviewed saying he knew some guy was like a double murderer and he let him go because there was sanctuary city.
In Texas?
Not in Texas, but this is in some other state recently, though. I'm just saying about sanctuary cities. They can get away with stuff, like crazy stuff.
It's hard to believe that there are any in Texas. Blacks, do you know?
I don't know. I wonder if Portia knows.
You know what? I would actually be genuinely shocked if Texas has, you know, anything like a sanctuary city.
Portia probably heard that article read out loud. She's going down there to take care of business.
Hey, what's
So
up, guys? Hey, Stanley.
How's Miami?
Good. I'm actually in Doral. I stay at a hotel right near the Miami airport, so I just checked in. And just real quick, I've got friends and colleagues that kind of live in Houston. And one of my boys, who's straight up Mexican, he said that the Venezuelans are hanging out in the parking lot playing their music loud, that they're like intimidating people. And it's strange what these people are doing to the second generation Latinos that are kind of put in some weird situations, making them feel very uncomfortable. He says he don't know what to do. He just kind of minds his own business, and but they're like in the parking lot playing their music all loud and acting all Venezuelan, if you will. Tomorrow, I go meet up with the guy I mentioned yesterday at Molina's in Hialeah for lunch, and I'm going to kind of snoop around and figure out how are they affected by this crime. Now, and I'm sure Florida's different, right? Because they've got to come over from Texas deep into Miami, and so maybe they just don't have the same migrants here. But maybe I do know that there's for sure a Texas-Florida back and forth flow between the Latino communities from Houston to Miami and back and forth. So I'll find out.
I just heard about some apartments being taken over in New York City by Tren de Aragua. That's after Colorado, the Aurora, Colorado. And another big city, I heard apartments being taken over. This is after the Aurora, Colorado story. And they're saying the Hells Angels were going to go fight them off. And I was like, no, they're not going to advertise that if they're going to do it. The police the government should be doing something about this, or on some level at least. Like, what the hell? You can't just let apartment blocks be taken over. People, the management is being threatened like with death and everything unless they just leave the premises, and then they're making the renters pay rent to them now. The gang members are getting the rent paid to them instead of the manager or whoever owns the rents the apartments.
Hey, Alcine, you were on the karaoke saying Little Red Corvette, right? Was that you or Omar?
Yeah.
Or are you Omar? I'm sorry.
No, I'm all seeing guy. Yeah, I sung Little Red Corvette.
Oh, that was dope, man. And I like how you said, "Hey, let me drink a beer or two. Let me get primed." Dude, that was awesome.
Well, that's a fun song. That's a fun song to sing. It's like that perfect amount of smut, but it's like still not
because it builds up. Yeah.
Yeah. Prince is a musical genius. I love his music.
Yeah, absolutely. That was so funny, man. That was great. And that's probably why Porsche's getting a little extra haterade is because I think they've got a pretty good thing going on. You know, I mean, here we're talking about it.
Well, I have an
good
article for you then, all-seeing guy. Apparently, there's a controversial Prince documentary that may or may not come out. There's a New York Times article that I'll post in the back.
Oh, thanks. Cool.
Hey, Stanley, are you a Prince fan by chance from back in the day? Prince fan?
You know, I totally respect Prince. There's a guitar solo that he did with all these other guitar heroes, and he put them all to shame.
Oh yeah,
Now,
he's
the
underrated.
thing is, Prince's first album, my sister, we were around 7th or 8th grade, and my sister, you know, my God, she probably slept with that album.
Be
So
glad that you are free.
Is that
every
Lady Cab
time,
Driver?
every time, I don't. It was the one where he's like, he's got long hair. It's
And
a
he's
blue
got no shirt on.
background, and
Yeah,
Does that
yeah,
song called Lady Cab Driver on it? Lady Cab Driver.
I don't know, but I
No,
have a
that
sense of revulsion because you know how like my sister was just all like ooky, you know, with Prince. So I respect him as a musician, but it just gives me flashbacks to my sister just acting weird
association
with that Anthem Prince album.
So I'll see. I think the song you're talking about is on his Controversy album.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, Prince was kind of an R&B black community thing. White people, suburban white people didn't know about them until 1999 came out in Detroit.
Yep.
Like what you mentioned, the Free album, which was the Prince's first album. Be glad that you are free.
Wasn't Prince from Minnesota? Like, wasn't he from
Yep.
originally from Minnesota?
Minneapolis.
And is that where all the Muslims live now in America? Like, where the Ilhan Omar is from?
Yeah, the Somalis.
Yeah, yeah. It wasn't like that back then, though, when Prince was there, right?
I'm sure it had started.
Yeah, I don't know when it became like that, but yeah,
well, I have
Purple
a
Rain
college
was filmed
buddy
there,
who lives in Minnesota. I'll get that information for you.
Yeah, I think the movie Purple Rain was filmed around Minnesota in certain places, like when they rode down to this riverfront on his motorcycle, him and Apollonia, and had an argument or something. I think I remember.
That's right. Austin, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
51.
Oh yeah. So this is right up your time. This is right. Yeah. So this is, you were very impressionable as you were probably 6th grade or when this came out.
Yeah,
5th grade.
Exactly. Yeah, I remember watching that movie, and I was like, that was like super unique at the time. And then I mean, I grew up on all the songs everyone hears on the radio, but they don't play that old Prince on the radio ever, like Lady Cab Driver, and that stuff's really good too.
Yeah, they don't play any of that. But that just shows you how big of an inventory he has. I mean,
oh man, want to talk about a music inventory? We were talking about jazz the other day, and do you realize how many albums Miles Davis has? It's like over 70 full-length albums you can buy. Or more than that, probably.
Hey, that's Black's sweet spot. I think he's big in the jazz.
Yeah, we were talking. I wasn't talking. I was typing in the chat. I put an article about my favorite trumpet solo player. I forget his name now, but Lee Morgan. Yeah,
Lee Morgan. Lee Morgan is the greatest, one of the greatest, man.
That solo he did in Night in Tunisia by Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers.
Oh, Night in Tunisia.
He does a solo in that. That's my favorite trumpet solo ever.
Hey, man, you guys got to get into jazz if you're not into jazz.
He had a tragic story too, like you were saying that Black side. Yeah, I put an article about that. I mean, this lady basically resurrected him from the depths of addiction. He was going to just waste away dying on the street of addiction. This lady saved his life, resurrected his career. Then he cheated on her. Then she shot him and killed him on stage or at a club he's playing.
Yep, sure did. It's very sad. Very sad. Should have cheated when he got out of the city.
See, can y'all hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, wonderful. The bell just rung. Lord help it all. I just have one more video that I need to record and post to the classroom, and then I'm gonna go home and then I'll hop back on. But I was wondering if any of you had heard about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson slamming the Democrats' violent rhetoric against Trump.
No, I
You know,
definitely want to hear this.
No.
yeah, I did
Yeah,
not hear
What
this.
what violence?
Well, you know, it's kind of funny because back in the day, you know, he would go to the Republican national conventions and then, you know, he came out against Trump and then he did that whole thing with Oprah in Hawaii with raising money.
Wonder if he's trying to redeem himself after the backlash he got with Oprah trying to raise money for the Hawaiian thing. 'Cause
Right.
Okay, so the with the whole fire in Hawaii and him and Oprah and all of that good stuff, and you know, it's just constant.
Whatever happened to that fund that they started?
Yeah, whatever happened to it, I have no idea.
Because Oprah's one of the houses that was miraculously spared because his fires weren't entirely natural.
Well, I mean, all of the elites, all of their homes were spared.
Of course, you know, they have the high ground. Hollywood elite and former WWE champion Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, can you smell la, 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 spoke out against the rising violence and hateful rhetoric coming from Democrats amid aimed, I don't know why I said it, aimed at President Donald Trump. During his live appearance at the Vault Conference 2024 in West Palm Beach, Florida, hosted by entrepreneur Patrick Bet-David, PBD, Johnson opened up about his past interactions with Trump, painting a very different picture of the man than what is commonly portrayed by mainstream media. I think this was a know your audience moment, personally. In a leaked clip from the event, Johnson recounted fond memories of Trump attending his wrestling events, sharing he used to come watch me wrestle all the time. That's where we're going now. It was great. Johnson continued. He said, "Let me see the eyebrows." Got it. There it is. But what captured the attention of the audience was Johnson's bold condemnation of any attempts to physically harm Trump. Whether you love Donald Trump or you don't love Donald, it doesn't matter. Trying to assassinate him? There's no room for that, Johnson said. Despite who we were in that moment, I still believe at my core that's not who we are as a country. Yeah, okay. Breaking. Okay, I'm not reading that. Next, and next.
Hold on, let's see if we can watch this. Emma, if
Cool.
we can watch this. If we...
He used to come watch you wrestle all the time. Madison Square Garden. It was great. First time I saw him, I said, "Let me see the eyebrows." Got it. There it is.
What do you think his fee was for this?
So he was a fan. He watched you as a fan. Oh, yeah, that's cool. He used to come to Madison Square Garden all the time. Whether you love Donald, you don't love Donald, it doesn't matter. I tried to assassinate him. There's no room for that. And
You see, he said he tried to assassinate him. So, of course, the assassination attempt, he said that he tried to. And this is true. Like, and not, of course, in the sense of how there was a literal assassination attempt on his life in Pennsylvania, but he assassinated his character. He didn't try. He did. He didn't try. He actually did that.
despite it being who we were in that moment, I still believe in.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't tripping because he said, I assassinated him. And he said, in that moment, I still believe in my core. See, because he's not talking about the assassination attempt. He's talking about his
character
assassination of Donald Trump. And he said, this man has always been good to me. And, you know, hey, listen, I'm pretty sure there's many of you out there right now listening. Hey, listen, let me tell y'all something. Wrestling, WWE, WWF, That was my life when I was coming up. There was nothing else more important to me during that time. Okay. Yeah, it was everything in the world to me, and my parents taking me and my brother to go see, because I have an older brother than me, and so everything that my brother was into, I was into. And I tell you, I loved wrestling. Now, The Rock, he wasn't my favorite. I am a Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Steve Austin 316.
Since I'm a lot older, I like Randy Macho Man Savage.
Everybody loves Randy Savage.
Everybody loves Randy Savage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was spotting my friend who was lifting weights, and they had like a WWE event near me, and I met what's that guy? The guy George the Animal Steel, and Jimmy Superfly Snuka was in there too in the gym while I was spotting my friend. Jimmy Superfly Snuka in real life, he's not even 5'10" tall. He looks like he weighs like $150, but he was like total no fat on him, and like a fishnet vein network on all his like limbs and everything. Because you can't tell how people are on TV, how big they really are, how small they really are, and I'm surprised he was so small compared to how he looked on TV.
But you hold on to those moments, and I've always loved it, always, and those were some of the best highlights and memories of me as a kid with my brother. And even whenever I was watching the RNC with Hulk Hogan, I just about lost my mind. It wasn't even about the RNC. It was just about wrestling for me. I lost it. But of course, The Rock, he was there. Do you smell what The Rock is cooking? Of course we did. We didn't have a choice. We didn't have a choice. But I do also remember, and of course I didn't know this at that time because I was too young to know, but as I've, been older and, invested and interested in politics, The Rock showing up at the RNC and being a very influential, part of that as far as the cultural movement, if you will. But, of course, Hollywood and having to bend the knee and everything. Whenever I saw this article, I was quite shocked. And even because I haven't read it or anything, I wanted to go over it and have like a live reaction with you all. But for him to say that, hey, I assassinated him, his character essentially. And I believe that in my core, let's see what he says next.
Our core, that is not who we are as a country.
It's not who we are as a country.
So him standing up in that moment, we wanted to see that.
We wanted to see that. Well, everybody didn't want to see that. Everybody want to see it. So Johnson's comments came as a surprise to anyone, as he had previously endorsed Biden, expressing outrage over Trump's handling of George Floyd protests in 2020. Wow. Back then, Johnson had aligned himself with the Black Lives Matter movement, which led to nationwide protests and destructive riots. In a 2020 Instagram post, Johnson famously asked, "Where's our compassionate leader?" criticizing Trump for not stepping up during the country's most painful time. I would argue that right now is the country's most painful time. Earlier this year, The Rock took a step back from his previous political stance. In his interview with Fox News, Johnson shared that his current views on the state of the nation. Am I happy with the state of America right now? Well, that answer is no. Do I believe we're going to get better? I believe in that. I'm an optimistic guy. In times like what we're going through right now, optimism and faith, that's what we have to hold on to. And I believe we can get better. Reflecting on his previous endorsement, Johnson said, "The endorsement that I made years ago with Biden was what I thought was the best decision for me at that time. However," he continued, "am I going to do that again this year? That answer's no. I realize now, going into this election, I will not do that. My goal is to bring this country together," he added. "I will keep my politics to myself. It is between me and the ballot box. Like a lot of us out there, not trusting all politicians, I do trust the American people and whoever they vote for. That is my president, and that's who I'll support 100%. In today's easy cancel culture world, thanks to the Democrats and the left for that, and cancel culture, woke culture, thanks to the left for that, this culture, that culture, divisions, etc., thanks to the left for that, that really bugs me. And in the spirit of that, you either succumb and be what you think other people want you to be, or you go, no, that's not who I am. I'm going to be myself and be real," he said. Hey, you know what? Vote for Trump. 2024.
The
like
Rock was in a good movie called Snitch. Did anybody ever see that movie?
What was it about?
Based on a true story. The Rock played the dad of this kid in real life. This kid's friend got busted for drugs, and to work off his punishment or get a lesser sentence, the cops had the kid set up his best friend, which is the Rock's son in this movie, and had like some pills mailed to his address or something like that. And then so they roped in the son that way, and the Rock wanted to get his son free, but the cops made the Rock act as an informant for them to get his son free. So his Rock had to like go in and pretend to like do drug deals with cartel people and shit like that. And in other words, it was just about how cops put people in serious danger doing informant type work to work off sentences and stuff like that. But yeah, it's a good movie. It's like action packed, based on the true story, and pretty good, well done acting.
Cool.
Hey Stanley, like whenever you share, I don't know if it's the New York Times or the Washington Post, because I just saw the article that you sent. Well, two of them, the Prince We Never Knew, which I'm totally interested in that, and then this court extends suspension of 97-year-old U.S. federal judge, which we can go ahead and get into.
The one for the federal judge is Reuters.
Yeah, Reuters. But what I was wanting to ask is, how like the one from this morning and the one from yesterday, how it had the audio component.
Mm-hmm.
Like whenever you send some of those, because I still want you, all the articles that you have, I still want you to send them to me because you send me really great articles. But the ones with the like whenever you gift them to me, the ones with the audio, I love those because they do such a good job at reading and telling the story. I just wanted to ask if you
Unfortunately, not all of them. I prefer them myself that way, because it's just better for the broadcast. But not all of them are read, especially like this magazine article. I don't think it's narrated, and neither is the Reuters. I can read them if you want.
Oh yeah, no, it's not that. It's just that I was just wanted to make sure I said that because I really do enjoy those.
It seems like the Washington Post does more than any of the other newspapers.
Yeah, and it's so nice because like they actually incorporate, actual footage from, whatever it is that they're discussing. Hey Mella, hey Master Kim, hey All Seeing, and of course, hello Blacks and Stanley. Everybody. I have practiced in a couple of minutes, but the Dwayne The Rock Johnson, if anybody has anything else to add to that, and then Stanley, I'll pull up your other article.
Portia.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Portia, didn't The Rock have something similar like this about 6 months ago where he didn't endorse Trump, but he kind of was talking trash about Biden? And, I kind of swore about 6 months ago, maybe even a year ago, he had done something similar to this.
Oh, yeah, he did. But it was I remember it being more in relation to Trump because he wasn't really rocking with Trump at that time. Well, not publicly anyway. And I don't know what made him come out to say all of this today or, the other day.
Him trashing Biden, him, George Clooney, a couple other well-to-do actors came out and bashed Biden. And that was the preamble to the DNC getting rid of Biden.
I'll go ahead. I'll be right back.
That all seems pretty orchestrated, all of it together.
Well, and it was orchestrated. It was orchestrated, and I think it was necessary.
It was very orchestrated and funny.
And I think it was extremely. As a matter of fact, I have a bitter taste in my mouth that the public had to find out the way they did. The Democrats did not do the right thing. And one of the articles that's coming up is in that vein for a federal judge. These people are just staying into office till they die, and that's got to be discouraged somehow.
It looked like elder abuse, pretty much.
Hey, news flash. Did you guys already hear that actor James Earl, dead, 93? You know, the Darth Vader.
James Earl Jones.
Yeah.
Oh my lord!
No.
I did not know that he died.
When was that?
93.
No,
Today?
that's
Yeah, it
yeah.
just flashed on Fox News.
Wow.
Simba.
Now
I-
that is a loss.
Wow,
Yeah.
Darth Vader voiced himself.
Yep, absolutely.
Simba.
That's horrible.
Everything
But
you like,
93, he lived a very excellent life.
he lived an amazing life. One of the greats. Great actors, great thespian. I enjoyed him.
He was such a great thespian.
Him and of course Sidney Poitier. You know, you don't get actors of that caliber anymore.
Yeah. The catalog of their work will live on for sure. I mean, you can't watch Coming to America without appreciating him. You know,
Absolutely.
he was amazing, and he's the voice. His voice is distinctive, and you know, it's unmatched. I
He was in
mean,
one of the Conan movies too. Conan the Destroyer, I think.
remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
He will be missed, of course. Time waits for no man. He will be missed. And God bless him for gifting us with a pleasant memory of his life.
Absolutely.
Speaking of someone that age, I hope Thomas Sowell lasts quite a while longer, but he's that age now.
I agree, but you see, he's not doing very many conversations with anybody.
I think if he would be okay with it, I would like to see him getting cloned. I think we need
I
him.
don't know about all that, but I will say I enjoy his takes on many things.
As long as his material exists in perpetuity, yeah. Just one of those people. It's like there's not going to be another person like that for a long time to come, probably. So I wish more people were familiar.
Yes, he was in The Sandlot, and he was in Field of Dreams. Yeah, I enjoyed him in those baseball movies.
Emperor Jones.
Yes.
James Earl Jones. And I don't recall him being caught up in any scandals that I'm aware of. Do any of you got?
Not in this.
He was a scandal-free guy.
In this century. I don't know. It definitely not in the last 5 decades for sure. I know
that's an accomplishment in and of itself in the acting, you know, in the performance industry. You know, not for somebody to come out of the woodwork or closet on you and say, "Hey, this person did this, that, and the other to me." So, I'm not saying he, you know, has a clean history in life. What I'm saying is that's pretty amazing that nobody has come out of the woodworks to create scandal for him.
Yeah, he avoided the freaky circles, I
I
guess.
think he just studied to be quiet and to do his own business. That's all.
Yeah.
In Hollywood, there's these freaky cliques of people, and if you can avoid them, I guess you can come out pretty unscathed. But it's
That's
full
an
of
understatement.
It's full of I mean, it's full of it out there in Hollywood. There's more freaks than there are normal people, man.
Yeah, it's really
There are for sure. Stay away from them as much as you can, man. Run, don't walk away from them because they will try and entice you with all sorts of, you know.
I think the only people that are safe are people who already have well-established, respected parents or representatives. Like other than that, your fodder. They're gonna try you in more ways than you will probably be willing to welcome. You know, because that's part of the thing. They chew you up and spit you out. That's what they do, unless you have protection behind you, being that you already have established representation.
Yeah, when I heard about what happened to the Haim brothers, Corey Haim and Feldman, or those two, then when I think back about Shirley Temple, I never thought about that until I learned what happened to those brothers. Oh yeah, and I was like, oh my god, like these children, little kids, probably had horrible
The
things.
little rascals, all of them.
Yeah.
Everybody was abused. Marilyn Monroe, James Mansfield. Oh, that like what's his name? The guy, the famous guys, and it's not until you dig deep into those histories that you find out there was some shady business going on in order for them to restart them. Like, they didn't just restart them because they were discovered on the street. No, they actually were compromised in many unpleasant ways in order to get guaranteed contracts and stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's why a lot of them have breakdowns later in life. Like Britney Spears, she came out of Disney, and a bunch of mistreatment happens there of young people, and then it comes out later when they kind of freak out and have a psychotic break.
Yeah, we've been asked to allow our children to model and stuff like that. We vehemently said no.
I went out with a girl who was a model when she was a child, but she did it for like local department stores and stuff. So it
Yes,
wasn't.
absolutely. But even then, you'll get them saying, "Oh yeah, you don't need to be here. Can you allow us to work with your child?" Absolutely.
Never leave your child unattended. Never. Do not ever leave your child unattended.
Yeah, ever, never. And so we didn't want to invite that in. So we were like, no, I'm just not going to do that. Period.
Those beauty
It's
pageants.
definitely we have one of the highest missing child rates in the whole country in Alaska. You'd never think, right? But we do.
It makes sense though, because there's not a lot of witnesses in a lot of places.
Is it because they get eaten?
Oh yeah, maybe the
Come on, Stanley, be nice.
That could account for some of those statistics though, if they got eaten by an animal. Because you'd never find a trace.
Not always.
Oh yeah, I'm sure people do a lot of it too, and a lot of it's just not a lot of witnesses in some places. A lot of wide open areas where there's no one to see a crime going down.
James Earl Jones. Wow, gone.
93.
Yeah, one of now that you said it, the article popped up in the articles I read. Very sad, man. Gonna miss him. I didn't know him, but I'm gonna miss hearing him in new. I remember one time I was shopping at a thrift store and I found a framed picture of James Earl Jones. Someone had taken with a Polaroid.
Holy shit!
And I purchased the picture for like 2 cents. And I was like, how old was I? I had to be like 11 or 12.
Do you still have it?
Probably somewhere at my mother or father's house.
Oh,
and I said to myself, I'm going to put this on my dresser, and then people are going to ask, have you ever met any have you ever met any famous people? And be like, oh yeah, you see my picture of James Earl Jones?
I gotta admit, I did that myself with Nelson Mandela at Madame Tussauds.
That's
We do
hilarious.
lunch occasionally.
Yeah, because it was a real Polaroid. It was something someone obviously cherished, and perhaps when they cleaned out their homes, they threw it away. It was an older picture of him.
Somebody died, and the family didn't know who the hell it was. Or, it's like,
yeah, it was a great time. Great time, man. I was like 11, I think. It was fun.
The coolest famous person encounter I had was Joe Frazier at the Philadelphia Museum of Art, because I was a waiter caterer there, and we weren't really allowed to have a conversation with the guests, but you could talk to them in the sense of like, would you like fish, chicken, or steak, or would you some more wine, sir, things like that. So I was pouring Joe Frazier and his table full of people. I was pouring them wine the whole night, putting plates in front of them, and I heard their entire conversation. And that was the last years of Joe Frazier's life, within the last 5 years of his life. And he wasn't nearly as bad as Ali, but he had definitely that punched in the head syndrome way of speaking.
Wow. That punch drunk for sure. That's a big thing. CTE.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also have two signed footballs from Gale Sayers. And I have one here. The other one, I don't know where it's at. But it's deflated now. I need to find out how I can capitalize on that piece of Americana. Get rid of it.
It was amazing. I was like, I'm standing behind one of the few people that beat Muhammad Ali when in his prime, or like the only one while he was still in his prime.
Oh yeah.
That's weird. Philadelphia had that Rocky Balboa statue, a fictional character boxer statue, when
Yes.
Joe Frazier actually was from Philadelphia, a real actual champion boxer. But
Yep.
at least they recognized him enough to have him at this dinner.
And they put him, and they have that Rocky Balboa because it brought money to the city. That's why.
Yeah.
Who knows? I want to climb the steps that Rocky climbed in Philly.
Yeah, that's the museum. Art museum is on the map because of that. The famous art museum steps.
Yeah, Philly's a cesspool.
Joe Frazier was fun to watch too, man. Like his name's Smoking Joe. He was like a little like piston jumping around out there. He'd like jump around like his specific style looked so different than.
Yes, he definitely was.
Yeah, he had that Bob and Weave.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did.
And that left hook, he used to come up with that left hook and just
Demolish.
crush people with that thing. I mean, he catch you with that thing flush and you're done.
Yep. Sweet science, man.
Not an easy guy to hit either because of the way that he would move. He moved kind of like Mike Tyson used to when Mike Tyson first started out. That in and out, like up and down, like it makes it really difficult.
Yeah, that peekaboo style.
If Tyson had continued boxing that way, he would have been a champion for a long time, I think.
But he couldn't. Peekaboo styles take the life out of you.
Yeah, but he was so good though when he did that. When he fought that way, he was like, I mean, he was pretty much like for a guy that was only 5'10", 5'11", he was putting people down, just anybody, and within a minute or so, knock the guy out.
You talking about Mike Tyson now or Frazier?
Mike Tyson. I'm talking about Mike Tyson when he was before he went to prison.
Oh my God!
He went
Yeah,
to prison.
it was like 3-second knockouts and stuff, like every other fight.
Yeah, I mean, people were terrified of him in the ring. Like people were just absolutely scared to death of fighting him. Even guys that were much bigger, because they knew that he was coming. Like he'd come right at you and just you didn't have much chance unless you were like an expert, but unless you were like a really really skilled fighter.
It's almost like they based the Rocky movie on Mike Tyson's real life because Mickey Taraki was like Cus D'Amato to Mike Tyson. Like the little old man that like teaching you how to become the champion boxer,
Yeah, there's rumors that Mike Tyson was molested by that guy.
Oh, really? Holy shit! I didn't hear that.
You never heard that? Yeah, I mean, people say that because that guy had so much influence on, and he started working with him when he was a teenager. They think they may have had like some sort of relation. I don't know if it's true. I don't want to disrespect Cus D'Amato's name, but I have heard that.
I got to watch his video. I saw a video pop up. I didn't watch it, but it was like called The Dark Side of Cus D'Amato. I never watched it yet though because I was like, what could it be about?
I think it's about like grooming kids, like or some shit like that.
That's nasty. Oh, that sucks.
But
no wonder Mike Tyson was furious.
You know what's his name? Teddy. Teddy Atlas.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson. When Mike Tyson was like 18, he supposedly he did something to Teddy Atlas's niece. He either tried to like touch her or do something, and Teddy Atlas put a gun to Mike Tyson's head and threatened to kill him. And like that, this was way back when Teddy Atlas was like learning. His mentor was Cus D'Amato, and I guess he, for whatever happened, Tyson tried to make a pass at his knees or something, and he got Tyson alone and I guess he pointed a little down, put it right to his head.
Damn. I mean, if Mike Tyson really was molested by Custody Mondo, that would explain the rage Mike Tyson had. Like that, you just see like the rage in him. That's why he was like so damn unbeatable for so long. He was just.
And the thing about Mike Tyson was like, if you got a guy though that wasn't afraid of him, then he would be afraid. Mike Tyson was scared of guys like like Holyfield. Tyson when Tyson realized that the guy wasn't scared of him. The guy was going to fight. He was going to come at him just as hard. He would fold most of the time. Like he did not perform well. Like he lost all most of his big the biggest fights he was ever in. He lost almost all of them.
Hey, Portia.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh yeah, okay.
So what are you doing today?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm driving down to New Orleans, and I have a case. Actually, this is probably one of the most difficult cases I've ever had to work. It's a case where this woman, thinks her husband's cheating, but her husband is a cop in this small town outside New Orleans, just before the border, like right on the Mississippi state line. And I've been asked to figure it out, but it's extremely difficult because first of all, the guy's a cop, and like it's a very, very small town, so following him around is going to be almost impossible. So I have a plan that I put into place. I think it's gonna, and I'm hoping that it will work. He's got. See, we know who the two women are. Like, there's two women that supposedly is on the side. So what I've decided to do is I'm gonna put GPS trackers on the vehicles that belong to the women, not to the cop, but to the women's vehicles. And I'm gonna coordinate with the guys. When he thinks he's in one of them, and then I'm gonna follow him at a distance. I'm not really gonna follow him like I normally would follow someone. I'm just gonna kind of see which direction he goes, and if it gets to the point where I can't stay with him anymore, I'm gonna then use the trackers and see if I'm gonna see if I can go find him where these women are at. We know that he's sleeping with these two women. It's just a matter of catching him in the act. And it's almost impossible to do it any other way because obviously if I go to put GPS on his car, he'd find it. She said that he was really careful. She's put it in his car before and he's found it. And if I tried to follow this guy outright, he would burn me within probably half an hour. He'd realize I was wrong. So this is the only way I think that this I'm going to be able to pull it off. But I think.
Let me ask you a question. Is it legal, or is it actually legal to follow when he's on duty? Can you do that?
Say what?
Can you actually follow him if he's on duty, or is that illegal?
No. I would never. I mean, I don't know if it's legal or not. I just know it would be stupid as hell to try to do that. I'm not gonna. If he's on duty, I'm not going anywhere near him.
Gotcha.
I mean, because if he saw that I was following him, he'd just pull me over and probably beat the shit out, or try to fuck me up, or take me to jail or something. You don't fuck around with these redneck cops out here like in that way. So right. I'm gonna keep my distance, But that's where I got the idea about tracking the women, because they're not going to be, they're not going to be meticulous. It's like the wife said that she's put stuff in his car before, like women's, he's out to let other women know that he's married, just little things to stop him from cheating. And every time she says he finds the things and they're gone from his car. This guy goes through his car like very like you're not gonna do anything with this guy's stuff without him noticing.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah,
How big is the?
it's like how big is it? I mean, it's like I mean, as of right now, it's just I'm just going down. I'm going to work it tomorrow and the day after that, so 2 days. And I got a retainer of $2,000, so that will cover the 2 days. And if we need to do another day, then I'll obviously get another one. But with the way that we've arranged it, the guy's schedule is he gets 2 days off in a row. So tomorrow and the day after are his 2 days off, and she has specific time. And she believes that the times when he's most likely to do it are right when he gets off work tomorrow, I'm sorry, his days off are not tomorrow, but the 2 days, like the day after tomorrow and the day after that. So she said tomorrow night he's probably going to go out. He usually goes out when he has the 2 days off. His first night off, he'll go out for about 6-7 hours, and she thinks that he's doing it then. And then it could be any time over the next 2 days. But she's gonna let me know. I'm staying in a hotel pretty close to where she lives, so it's a very high. I mean, this case, I don't know if I can't pull this off. I don't know if anyone can pull this shit off. This is very, very difficult. To follow a cop like this, you can't do it like a normal surveillance case. Normally, I just follow somebody, but you can't. I don't care if you have 5 guys, you're not going to be able to do it on this guy because he's gonna catch on. He's gonna know. So this is kind of a I actually wasn't even going to take the case at first because I thought that it just wasn't possible to do. But I kind of came up with this plan. I think it's possible. I might be able to get him.
Hey, what's that slang word people use for making 4 right turns to see if you're being followed? There's a slang term people use.
Yeah. I mean, people. I can tell. I've been doing this for so long. If someone starts driving, I can tell immediately. If someone starts to be suspicious, they immediately change the way that they're driving, and I can tell. It's to make a turn that doesn't make any sense, or I see them just sometimes they'll pull into a parking lot, but they won't stop there. They'll go out another exit. I know that they're doing something, and I can tell. I mean,
yeah, they say to make 4 right turns to see if you're being followed because it's pretty unlikely.
If I see someone if someone makes 2 right turns, I'm already gone. I'm already off.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make 2 turns with the person.
Now, I'm going to assume.
Coincidence.
I'm going to assume that the husband and wife live together. Mike, can you hear me?
Husband, what?
I'm assuming that the husband
you broke
and
up
wife.
a little bit.
Okay. Do they live together? The husband and wife?
Yeah. They're still living together, and I guess this guy has cheated on her before with the same 2 women, and he came clean to her. But she was able to, through his Apple Watch, she was able to break into his text messages and saw that he was communicating with both women again. And she saw they were talking about beating up and all that. So. The guy's obviously a dirtbag type dude. I mean, she told me a lot about it. It seems like it's your typical redneck cop scumbag type.
How many people are on the force? Do you know?
It's a sheriff's department. It's like a county sheriff's department. So it's there's a decent number. It's just the area where he works in the county. It's a very, very small town. It's the county. It's Pearl River County, Mississippi, which is like the Gulf Coast kind of down, right before you get to New Orleans, right before you cross over into Louisiana, down south. But there's nothing in this town. I had to find a hotel in a town. They don't even have any hotels in this town that I'm going to. They got nothing there.
I remember
Yeah,
Dr. Hardy.
this one actually sounds pretty interesting.
No, it's going to be very. It's going to be very. I'm very curious to see how it works out. I mean, like, I've already gone over, with her, and I explained it very well in the contract that she signed that this is a high difficulty case, and like I'm not promising any results. Like, obviously, I'm going to do everything in my power to try to get it done, but I can only do so much, and she's okay with that. I mean, I think she understands that, like, as far as getting a PI, we're not like, we don't have the resources. We're not like a whole FBI. Like you need like an FBI. Even the FBI would have a hard time doing this. Like you need to be really like you have to have a whole like group of people who could blend in. I mean, it just would be really impossible. But she knows that she just wants to get the proof so she can ask for a divorce and get half of everything like that.
Yeah, I don't envy this one.
What's that?
Said I don't envy this one, but how do people find you? Like you're in a new state.
Yeah. Well, basically, like when I first got, I mean, I've been here now since July. Like July, it was like the very beginning of July. What I did when I first got here was I reached out to local PIs, like who have businesses already established here. And the thing about doing surveillance is nobody wants. Like, I'm one of the rare PIs that likes doing surveillance and who's good at it. Like, it's very hard to find someone who's good at doing this and who likes it. So I reached out to some of the local companies and was like, hey, I do subcontract, so if you want to subcontract in places to do any surveillance, I'll do it and I'll do it well. Like, I'll actually bring you results. So a couple of people, gave me a shot, and and they saw that I knew what I was doing, so they just kept giving me referrals. But now I'm breaking into establishing myself on my own, like I was back in Massachusetts and New Hampshire. It really is word of mouth. Like, you get a reputation. You advertise for somebody and you do it well. Like this past weekend, I worked a case and I got this woman exactly what she wanted. So she'll go on and leave me a review on Google and say good things about me. And then my website, I'm working with a guy who does SEO. And so soon my website will start to rank. Along with there's not a whole lot of competition, but there is some. But my website, once it starts to rank with in the top 10 search results, then you get as much work as you can handle. People will be calling you all the time.
Interesting.
Yeah, and the funny thing is most of the people that are at the top of the list, they give most of their cases to me already. So it's most of the time when people call them, I end up working the case because these guys don't want to do the surveillance or they're not capable of really doing it themselves.
Is this cop a hothead by any chance?
Yes, and I asked her about that, and she said, yeah, he's very aggressive. She has a video of him fighting some guy in the street over a road rage incident. He's a typical. That's why I'm not getting anywhere close to this guy. I'm just, the most I'm going to do is I want to document him and one of these women at the same place at a hotel or something. But I'm not going in on foot to any bar or anything like that. Not with this situation, because this guy could do serious damage to me without much, concern for anything. Like, he could fuck me up.
Yeah.
He
Sound like plain and wise.
He could probably shoot me if he wanted to and get away with it.
Oh man.
So
yeah,
I'm keeping a good distance from him.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, I mean, like, he sounds like he should never have been a cop in the first place. You know, I mean, like, usually that's how it works. A lot of these guys, you know, they never should have been granted the power of being a police officer in the first place. Like, she said that he was a bad kid when he was growing up. Like, you know, he was always in trouble for fighting and shit. People like that should not be cops. Like, they're not doing the job because they want to do it good. They're doing it because they like the power and they like to be able to do shit to people.
Yeah. If you look at the top jobs for psychopaths to end up in, police officer is one of them, and also surgeon is one of them.
Yeah, you know what? It's because psychopaths don't experience fear the same way that normal people do. So they get like under really tense situations. Like some of the best fighters, like fighter pilots, a lot of them are psychopaths because they can be cool. Like in snipers, people like that. Like you need psychopaths for those type of jobs. Like,
surgeon.
A normal person is gonna go crazy like under that pressure.
Yeah, like you'd be committing or performing a surgery and be worried you cut the wrong thing or something.
Yeah,
It's like I got this, no problem.
One like twitch of a muscle and you take out someone's whole, like you take out their ability to walk, but if you're doing surgery on their neck or something like that.
Yeah.
But some of these guys, they just are fearless. You know, they're not concerned about it, so they're cool and under. You know, it's like they're just doing any other job. They don't have any feelings about shit.
And they're not racked with that guilt if they lose a patient. Like that hurts some people to the core and interferes with their ability to do work. Yeah. What happened? Did I put it on pause or something?
Well, I do have couple articles, and I may need to switch over to my laptop here.
Hey Stanley, did you put that article in the chat where we were talking about music? I think.
About Prince?
Oh yeah. Did you put that in the back chat?
Yeah, it's in the back chat.
Oh, I don't see it.
The New York Times article.
Oh, Washington. No, I see the Washington Examiner article. Maybe I'll just reboot this.
Wait, hold on. Let me see if it's still there for me.
Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I wasn't.
Yeah.
I don't see the.
Yeah, it's disappeared. Let me find it again, and I'll repost it right quick.
I don't even see the private chat button on here this time. It's just says people and comments.
I see it.
Yeah, I don't have that button on here this time. That's weird. Wait, comments, people, studio chat. Man, this is different than the last time I logged on here. Oh, what's the title of the article? I'll just look it up myself. Okay, I got it now. Thanks, Stanley. Yeah, it's under people. Oh, no, I got to create an account to read it. Let me see if somebody else has it.
Okay, so this article, yeah, it's Get Crack doing it. So this particular article here about this 97-year-old judge that basically wants to continue to judge, and they want to. She wants to continue doing this, and she's suspended. Let's see. Federal Express Court on Friday extended by another year the suspension of U.S. Circuit Court Judge Pauline Newman, the nation's oldest active federal judge, following allegations that the 97-year-old no longer is fit to serve. And the reason I find this interesting is it goes back to Dianne Feinstein, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Joe Biden. These people, for some reason or another, and I know the reason. You know, they think they're so indispensable that they basically, you know, America can't do without them in office, and that is just causing more harm than good. And you know, I don't know that I need to go into details about, you know, Ruth Bader Ginsburg literally died in office, allowing Donald Trump, you know, to be able to sway the Supreme Court this far conservative. Dianne Feinstein, apparently her staff was running her office and not the actual Senator Feinstein.
Yeah, she died on the job, I think. They like wheeled her out. She couldn't even talk or anything, and they just like tickle her and make her like raise her hand or something, you know. And she did
Well,
die.
Jewel, this article is about a federal judge who refuses. She's 97 years old. She's an active and sitting circuit court judge. She refuses. She's been accused of being unfit for service, yet she refuses to retire. And I'm trying to, you know, it seems it's just come to my attention. It's probably been like this forever. It has been. Now that I think about Strom Thurmond and Senator Byrd and all these people staying in office so long that they can't perform the job, but people keep voting for them. And in this case, the circuit judge, RGB didn't want too many black people running around. That's her legacy. Well, you know what? I don't know that I can disagree with you there either. So, but in any case, these people staying in office forever, dying in office, causing, you know, in Ruth Bader Ginsburg's place, and arguably Joe Biden. If the Democrats lose, you can basically blame Joe Biden for this, because someone should have figured out that he was too old to do this way before that first debate.
Like his own family.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. But
yeah, I was like, I can't believe his family let him do it in the first place. I was like, what the hell? Because
who's going to tell a sitting president, you know, that you can't be president?
Before he was president.
Apparently. Well, I think what he did, unseating Donald Trump, was the right thing to do. He should have probably known that he would be too old to actually, do 2 terms. So that's on him. And, you know, I think
pretty apparent he was not all there since the beginning. Since 2020, you could already tell he was getting dementia pretty good.
Many people said so. It was never proven. The proof positive came in that debate with Trump. So anyway, this judge, let's see, let me pick up where I left off. The U.S. Circuit of Appeals for the Federal Circuit's 11-member Judicial Council, in a 2-page order, unanimously adopted a recommendation by a 3-judge committee investigating Newman to extend a suspension that began in September 2023. The Judicial Court suspended her last year, finding Newman refused to cooperate, or finding Newman refused to cooperate with an investigation into her fitness after her own staff raised concerns about her mental health. It barred her from hearing new cases while suspended or until she sat for court-directed medical examinations. So that pretty much, is all I need to read of it. I just, it's just something that's been in the back of my mind since that debate that Biden had with Trump.
She won't submit to a medical examination?
Apparently not. She was suspended last September, a year ago, and the medical examinations haven't happened yet. And the thing is, she's a good case for term limits on federal judges. And I think you would have to change the Constitution to impose term limits. I'm not sure. But I think it's just gotten out of hand. With people living longer, it used to not be a problem because people died in their 60s. But, now with medical science, people are living a very long time and probably way past their prime. And let's see, maybe
who's that? One guy, Mitch McConnell. He keeps stroking out or something in public.
Well, at least he's retiring.
Oh, he is? Okay, yeah. Because, man, did you see when he froze standing at the podium? He just froze for like 10 seconds straight. He just went silent.
He's done it a couple times.
Yeah.
Well, Scalia was a little bit, Scalia was a little bit of an exception because I think he was still in his early 70s. And that was, he wasn't in any sort of ill health. No one was suspecting that, he wasn't fit for duty.
Yeah, I thought he was younger than that. I didn't know.
He might have been late 60s, but I seem to recall. But my memory's faulty because I'm getting old. But Mavid G. Stanley assumes stupidity over nefarious intent all the time. It seems when judging Democrats. You know what? That is so weak. I hope that's a joke. Why would I go suspect? I'm not paranoid, is what I'm going to say. I don't suspect everybody is, doing nefarious stuff. I tend to give people at least a little bit of a benefit of a doubt. So that's the way I do things. If you think that I'm being naive, so be it. So that's that. Crack, if you're still back there, can you put up the Reuters legal, the Prince We Never Knew, and then the Washington Examiner. What was that, Kayla? Oh, this Washington Examiner article about a mother whose daughter was killed by MS-13. She's taking something to Washington. I haven't read the article, but it sounds like it might be interesting.
Yeah, 2 women just got killed in Mexico. They were tourists, and they were going down there. And I don't know if the cartel mistook them for like rival cartel, or if they just machine gunned their car basically and killed them both in the minivan or whatever it was. And it reminded me that happened to some Mormons almost 5 years ago or something like that. And I know Mexico has had this ongoing battle with the Mormons, but these were not Mormons. There's just 2 tourists like going to some popular tourist destination. And so they put like a travel alert out recently after that happened.
Yeah, Jewel, about 90% of the Hill, both sides deserve to be in jail. We are up against a shadow government. I don't know that I understand that point. Congress, by definition, I think, can't be a shadow government. They actually, people are the government. Congress is our representatives. So who the shadow government is, I never hear a good definition of that. Jewel, help me out. Define shadow government and who makes it up. I'd be
I'm
interested to know.
talking about the campaign contributors to certain politicians that have some sway over their decisions. Big corporations and things like that.
Okay, let's see here. This is going to be a strain to read. Click. There we go. Tammy Nobles waited more than 2 years to see the illegal immigrant who killed her autistic daughter be convicted and sentenced to prison. At the August sentencing of MS-13 gang member Walter Javier Martinez, Nobles had hoped to find a sense of closure and peace over the loss of her 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, but left the courthouse with a feeling of emptiness. You scroll up a little bit or down? Up. I didn't get the relief that I thought I would with him being sentenced because of the fact that she's still gone. Noble said in a phone call with the Washington Examiner on Friday. Time doesn't heal everything. On Tuesday, Nobles will visit Washington to appear before the House Judiciary Committee in a hearing titled The Biden-Harris Border Crisis Victim Perspectives. That's not political, is it? Nobles has spoken out, even testified before Congress about her daughter's death since her rape and murder in July 2022. I hope we get more of this, actually. I hope we get more people. Even before this MAGA Congress, we should probably have a lot more people coming up and testifying because it is becoming problematic.
Yeah, undoubtedly there will be more. It's a shame there's any, but this problem's out of control.
Yeah, and I have to admit, Biden let it spiral out of control. I don't understand why they didn't understand the optics of this. It's been building over years. So Democrats have dropped the ball on this. Even I have to admit. Let's see. This has to stop. There are violent criminals who are coming here and they don't discriminate against anybody, meaning they don't care if you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, said Nobles of Norfolk, Virginia. Oh, wow, Norfolk. I used to live there. They will hurt anybody. Everybody's at risk. Hamilton and her boyfriend moved from Norfolk to Aberdeen, Maryland in 2021. The two had rented a room in a 3-bedroom mobile home in a park called Rancho in Aberdeen, a town of about 6. It's a week before. In the week before her death, Martinez moved into a vacant bedroom in the mobile home. Oh wow! So he moved into the same mobile home. Now that's a twist. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. Let's see. Moved into the mobile home. On July 27, 2022, Hamilton came home from an overnight shift at work and went to sleep in her bedroom as her boyfriend left for work. Her boyfriend discovered her deceased body when he returned from work that evening. The state attorney and even the judge said it was a very violent and brutal death, Noble said. Martinez pleaded guilty and accepted a state prison sentence of 70 years on August 22nd, waiving the need for a trial and presentation of evidence. Details of Hamilton and Martinez's encounter remain unknown, but Nobles and Martinez had entered her daughter and boyfriend's space. Noble said Martinez had entered her daughter and boyfriend's space, where he took her down, used a phone cord to strangle her, and then raped her. In a desperate plea for help, Hamilton had called her boyfriend during this assault, but the call went to voicemail, recording her final moments of life. Wow. He took her $6 and went to lunch and bought 3 packs of earrings at Target. Noble said that she did not understand why her daughter was targeted and that she had never had an encounter with Martinez in the 5 days that he had lived at the shared mobile home. Investigators had brought in Martinez and the other housemates for questioning after her body was found, but did not have enough evidence at the time to hold him. Rather than turning the underage migrant over to the Department of Health and Human Services Office of Refugee Resettlement, when authorities determined he was not living with the sponsor, Martinez was handed over to Maryland Child Protective Services and placed in a group setting with other children for months after the attack on Hamilton, something that the state and federal government should never have allowed to occur, Noble said. Martinez first entered the United States illegally in March 2022, months before killing Hamilton. He was apprehended by Border Patrol agents in Rio Grande City, Texas, where he identified as an unaccompanied minor. U.S. Customs and the Border Patrol said